Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So we have we have probably one of the biggest guests that we've yet had joining us imminently, Professor Chidi Odinkalu. I've advertised it long enough, so we wait in anticipation. The professor should be ready for us, but for those of you who may not be aware of him, a little bit of an introduction to who he is. So, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, he's a Nigerian human rights activist, a lawyer, a professor, and a writer. He was the chairman of the Nigerian National Human Rights Commission, and he was also a senior member of the African Program of Open Society Justice Initiative. He worked as an advisor to Ford Foundation, World Bank, African Union, International Council of Human Rights, and many other organizations. He, in August 2021, he was appointed to the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University as a professor of human rights law. So, an eminent and an an eminent and imminent guest. So let me play you a little bit more music as I resolve the entry of our guest in the background. But let me play you. Let me play you a bit of music as our guest waits to join us. Let me play you. Actually, let me play you a clip of our guest in an appearance he recently had as we try to resolve getting our guest to come into the studio. Let me put this up and resolve things in the background. So let me put this up.
You know, Baja is my friend. But excuse me, when did you see the chief of staff to the president competing with the president for visibility? In every picture you have Baja. When does he have time to run the presidency? Excuse me. Can you please remind me the last time you saw Abba Kyari and President Buhari in one picture? Or when you saw Professor Gambari and President Buhari struggling for who was going to be in what position in one picture? So when did you see Michael Giadome and Jonathan struggling for roles in one picture? When does Baja have time to run the presidency? Because all of these photo ops he's doing is wasting the time that he needs to follow through on the things that will make the presidency work. The position of a chief of staff is not a position for photo ops. It's not a position for taking pictures. When the president has visitors, the chief of staff comes and shoes himself into it. What is he looking for? Now let me ask you, and you know, Baja is my friend, but excuse me, when did you see the chief of staff to the president in every picture you have Baja? When does he have time to run the president?
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
All right, we're experiencing some minor technical issues at the moment, so I'm in touch with our guest. So I'm going to play you this as a just as a space filler whilst we try and resolve the technical issues. Watch this.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the program. This is Sunday Politics, live on Channels Television. I'm Sean Kimbale in Abuja. Tonight, we have some conversations that you do not want to make. I ask the question, all these wealth that you find everywhere that are unexplained, the kind of corruption that we see in Nigeria today, mind-boggling. There are those who have accused people in the civil service, people in the government sector, politically exposed persons. Where are these wealth coming from? You remember the judgment in the P&ID case and how that went in the United Kingdom. How did we even get to that point that even the judge in the United Kingdom says Nigeria was compromised by Nigerians to the extent that Nigeria would have paid up to 11 billion US dollars as compensation on a fraudulent contract? What kind of situation do we find ourselves as a people? So much that corruption has eaten so much into the fabric of our nation. Tonight we're having some frank conversation about how we can turn the hands of time. Well, before we get into that conversation, a very distinguished senator will be joining me to discuss that. But let's get into a conversation also that bothers the mind. Oh, this is a momentous period in our country, a turning point in the honors of the Nigerian judiciary, as we bear witness to a moment of unwavering truth and justice. Justice Musa Dattijo, a towering figure in the legal world, has taken a stand against the pervasive issue of corruption within the Supreme Court and the broader Nigerian judiciary. In a statement that is as courageous as it is unprecedented, Justice Dattijo unveils a piercing examination of the challenges in corruption plaguing the very heart of our justice system, igniting a fire of reform and accountability. In Justice Musa Dattijo's groundbreaking statement, it dissects the corrosive influence of corruption within the hallowed chambers of the Supreme Court and the wider judiciary. Let me allow you to listen. The man was retiring, but before he left, he opened a can of worms in the judiciary and how the judiciary itself has enmeshed itself in corruption. Take a listen to Justice Dattijo.
A couple of years ago, appointment to the bench was strictly on merit, strictly on merit. Sound knowledge of the law, integrity, honor, and hard work distinguished those who were elevated. Lobbying was unheard of. Lobbying to accost justices into their chambers by people who seek to be elevated, that the judges should put in words for them, were unheard of. You will just be sitting, and if those who are given the responsibility of making the elevation find you worthy, you will just get a letter to that effect. You wouldn't have gone to anybody to ask for any favors or recognition. But that is not the case today, unfortunately. I never lobbied, not at any stage of my career, to secure any appointment or elevation. And I challenge anybody to contradict this statement of mine. As much as possible, the most qualified men and women were appointed. That can no longer be said about appointments to the bench these days. The judiciary must be uniquely above board. Appointments should not be polluted by political, selfish, and sectional interests. The place of merit, it must be urged, cannot be overemphasized.
I needed you to listen to that statement from Justice Datcher. That is not the entire gamut of the speech, of course. That his whole speech was published on Channels Television's website, channelstv.com. But with a distinguished career spanning over decades, Justice Datcher brings unparalleled insight and unyielding commitment to transparency to this crucial discussion. His statement is a call to action, a fervent plea for reforms, and a statement to the resilience and dedication of those who seek to uphold the rule of law in Nigeria. His statement, however, reminds me of what Senator Edamumbu Kachua said at the valedictory session of the 9th National Assembly. Take a listen to him again. I'll remind you of this.
Thank particularly my wife, whose freedom and independence I encroached upon while she was in office. And she has been very tolerant and accepted my encroachment and extended her help to my colleagues.
Distinguished, please, I don't think this is a good idea going this direction. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, please.
Is he a statement of straight from the heart? A statement of a slip of tongue? Because there has been a lot of controversy about what Senator Bukachua said about his wife, who was in the bench before. So that on one hand, about what happened between his colleagues and how the kind of help they got from his wife. Now, as if that was not enough. It was another moment of honorable, off your mic. Another statement on that same event, it was curiosity. It was Senator Rochas Okorocha who was speaking now to the Senate president at the time about how he's able to get back to the Senate. Listen to Senator Okorocha.
We shall all stand to say Nigeria is a great country. And to those of you, our colleagues, including you, Mr. Senate President, you know you're a very smart politician. How you came back is yet another political book to discuss.
Sorry?
I say how you came back is another chapter in our political history.
How I came back from where?
Mr. President, how you return to the Senate as a senator will open another chapter of great discussion in our political book. Because I was there in the field with you running for president. I never knew how you were able to meander and return and leaving some of us. Next time, you must teach me how to do that.
It was easy. It was easy. I was there with you in the field, but after our defeat, my constituents thought they needed me again.
Justice Datcher did not go out of service without mentioning some of those cases he felt were cause for, some scrutiny. But join us tonight, first and foremost. Let's deal with that before we get into our main conversation tonight, as we delve into the profound implications of this statement, one that aims to reshape the future of the judiciary, ensuring that it stands as a beacon of impartiality and integrity for all Nigerians. I have tonight joining me a former chairman of the National Human Rights Commission, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, who joins us virtually. Thank you so much, Prof, for joining us tonight. I don't want to be told that.
Thank you for having me, sir.
I don't want to be told. The other day that I was cautioning you about the way you spoke and on the issue of corruption in the judiciary, and I have a feeling that when I speak it tonight, you will be laughing at me. You were grinning when I called you earlier to invite you on this program about what you said, and I was cautioning you. But because you're a member of the bar, you probably understand how far-reaching some of these issues are. Were you shocked by what Justice Datcher just said?
No, sir.
So in all what Justice Datcher just said, How bad do you think? Was he able to speak to the extent of the kind of corruption you think exists in the judiciary? I mean, if there is corruption in the judiciary, thinking that it's even at the highest level of the holiest of the holies of Nigerian judiciary, the apex court, the Supreme Court, where we all bow to as the last hope of the masses.
Now, Sean, if I may, let me remind you, or remind all of us, or those who are watching, when he retired from the Supreme Court in 2004, that's nearly 20 years ago. The Honorable Justice Samson Owaifo, who is still alive, had complained that in the 70s and 80s, allegations of judicial corruption were confined to the magistracy, and that by the 90s, it had appeared to have climbed up to the High Court. And by the time he was retiring, he was afraid that it had got to the appellate level. He also said something else, that at the time he was leaving, people who did not present with the intellectual capabilities for success at the legal profession were being appointed to the judiciary at the High Court. And he feared that these inadequate people were going to rise to the cream of the appellate court system in a short time. In 2011, if you may remember, the story broke, two stories actually. One was the quarrel between the then president of the Court of Appeal and the then Chief Justice over allegations that the then Chief Justice sought to instruct the Court of Appeal as to how to decide the case relating to the dispute relating to the governorship election then in Sokoto State. That ultimately led to the firing of the president of the Court of Appeal, and the Chief Justice then retired under a cloud. In that same year, the then Speaker of the House of Representatives was credited in a cable transmitted by the American ambassador then of having told the American ambassador that the Supreme Court collected money to decide the appeal in respect of the 2007 presidential election. I'm not making this up. All of this is in writing. All of this is evidenced in writing. So I'm just telling you I'm giving you a tale of the tape. And so what the Honorable Justice Datijo Muhammad talked about basically reflects a trend that has itself been fully documented, and the timeline has been reflected in the history of remarks by retiring justices of the Supreme Court over the past 20 years.
Now, I like to say this with all sense of modesty and all sense of loyalty and also sense of patriotism, that the courts are hallowed in every sense of the word, and the courts are indeed the last hope of the common man. That's where you can run for cover if you have any issue. In fact, any arms of God, the arms of government, they have issues, they go to the court for settlement. Without a court, our society will be in trouble, in chaos. But then, if this kind of thing is happening, and the kind of expose that we've seen about some corrupt judges, which some of their colleagues or some members of the bar have said, and some kind of insinuation and inference that have come up about corrupt judges, because there are corruption in every aspect of our lives, not only in Nigeria, but everywhere. But where you do not want to hear that the corruption exists is in the courtroom. How do we deal with this?
Well, first of all, we deal with it by acknowledging it honestly. And I do not agree with you in the spirit of honesty that Nigerian courts today are the last hope of the common man or woman. if you had said the court should be the last hope of the common person, I would agree.
Are things that bad, Prof?
Are they today the
are
last
things that
hope
bad? Is it that our
yes,
courts
sir.
not? I mean, we're not able to rely on our courts. Are things so bad within the bench?
Yes, they are. I'm not going to come here to lie to you. The courts should be the last hope of the common person. I will agree with you. Are Nigerian courts today the last hope of the common person? No, sir. We cannot be honest with ourselves if we cannot admit that the Chief Justice swearing in his son as High Court, appointing his son and swearing him in is a problem. We cannot be honest if we don't agree that the President of the Court of Appeal, sitting in the NJC, approving appointment for her son-in-law and approving appointment for the daughter is a problem. The least they can do is that when these things come up, they recuse themselves. Okay? That is the least they can do. Because being a judge is not a family inheritance. Being a judge is not a sexually transmitted condition. Husbands don't inseminate their wives with judgeships. Men don't inseminate their mistresses with judgeships in the bedroom. I am sorry. We have to be brutal with ourselves. This has got too far. And every time I say this, I get abused. But I'm going to insist on keep saying it because the stakes are too high. The issues are too important. Ordinary people are being ruined by this. And we cannot continue to pretend as if we don't know that this is a problem. Now we are hearing it from the judges themselves. So it's not rabble-rousers like me saying this anymore. And saying, now, I started saying this over nearly 25 years ago. I quarreled with Justice Ebo because at that point, for those whose memories go that far back, Justice Ebo, I kept pressing on his case and on his neck until he was retired compulsorily. But that was the beginning of the problem. Now we have an epidemic. And yes, it has got up to the Supreme Court. And we have to acknowledge that if you have a judicial system in which judges of the Supreme Court are saying that the Supreme Court is itself in a problem, then you have a credibility crisis. It can no longer be described as the last hope of the common man. We have to address it.
So now, I'm hoping to understand where are we going to start from. Are there still good men in our society that can serve in the bench today? And where do we find them?
There are good men and there are good women. Yes. Those good men and good women are not confined to the sons and daughters and wives and husbands and mistresses of sitting judges and politicians. That is the problem. Look around and see. The 17 senior advocates in Kogi State today are asking that appointments to the bench be suspended because the state governor, they allege, wants to make his wife a high court judge. Right? That is how bad it has got. Every senior politician wants the person who is in their bedroom or in their family to become a high court judge. How do you run a country like that? So that honest people no longer even get a chance to be considered. And people who are decent and successful and bright and intelligent with integrity no longer have a chance to be considered. If you don't have people from your family.
All right. So everyone, we're still trying to get our guest in. A bit of teething problems with the way things are set up. Anyone that's turning up, I probably require that you do have your camera on. Ribadu, it's been a while since we saw you. So we needed to bring the professor before you come join us again. Ribadu, are you there? Ekene? Oh, okay. Yeah, Ribadu, how are you?
Yeah,
yeah, I'm good. Is it Happy New Year? It's been that long since we last saw you.
Well, I have tried some few weeks ago to come on, but I don't know. My schedule is just crazy, man. How are you doing? How is everybody? How is Jan Lekoko? In fact, I miss all of you guys.
Yes. They were just asking about you yesterday. was it Bishop? He was saying, we've not seen Roberto in a while. I say, I'm in regular contact with you, but our work and life, all of that.
Yeah.
Yes. So we have this big guest. I take it you do know Professor Chidi Odinkalu.
Yes. Yeah. It's like his network is freezing or something like that.
No. It's just a bit of his network is not freezing, but we're trying to resolve how he's able to access the studio. But I think we may have resolved it now. I'm just waiting for him to
Okay.
to confirm that the solution I sent has worked.
Right.
So how are things in Maiduguri? Where are you now?
Man, things are fine. I'm just going in between Taraba, Adamawa, Meduguri, and hopefully maybe by end of the month I'm traveling out of the country again. It's just that I don't know. My schedule is just Nigeria is becoming very tough now. Everybody is trying to look for visa and leave the country. I'm telling you, I don't know.
It's just so harsh, the conditions. Oh, I think we have the professor now. So thank you, gentlemen. So thank you, gentlemen. Stay with us. Anyone that wants to join, please make sure you have your cameras turned on, so that the professor can see you. At last we've been able to resolve. So as I said, you needed to have been living under a rock and not to know who our eminent guest is. Is a real coup that he's been able to find time in his never-ending busy schedule to fit us in. So, no further ado, here he is right here, Professor Chidi Odinkalu. Good to see you, Prof.
Same here, my brother. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to have you here.
Sorry for all of this, all of the
No,
wahala.
no, it's fine. It's a real treat to have you here. Yeah, we live stream political discussions on a daily basis, and you are one of the reference names that somebody will cite something from you in the course of whatever session we have. So now it's almost like meeting Michael Jackson, somewhat, Professor. But there it is. Good to be in your company. So let's kick off the conversation, and we can only really kick off the conversation going to the future tomorrow. So a big game for Nigeria tomorrow, Professor, as I'm sure you're aware. And I think you've written about this actually, the making of a spectacle. So I read that piece that you wrote when you went on a nostalgic journey to Father Tico and the rest of them, and you were speaking commentaries on how the team performed then, because there was a good infusion of homegrown talent. So, do you think that is still the way of the future, or do you think what they call now the in-it boys, because there's a good complement of British-based Nigerians in the Super Eagles team now, so they call them the in-it boys. So, do you think we still need a bigger complement of homegrown talent, or do you think we need now that mesh of these internationalized players and the homegrown ones? So your thoughts about what is to come tomorrow, Professor?
Well, no, thanks a lot for having me. It's a very solid place to start. Tomorrow's match, obviously, I wish the country the best. I think you have to go back to 1990, isn't it, to find something similar. I think in 1990, wasn't it, in Algiers, when Algeria first won the African Cup of Nations. They were in the same group with Nigeria. They beat Nigeria 4-0 in the first group match, and everybody was howling. Nigeria eventually ended up in the finals where we lost 0-1 to Algeria. I think that was 1990 or 1992. And obviously, we are here again. Cote d'Ivoire lost to Nigeria, got drubbed by Equatorial Guinea, barely managed to scrape through. And here they are in the finals against one of the teams that beat them. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. And they're the hosts, of course, which makes it a little more difficult because Nigeria will be playing against 12 men, the legendary 12 men, mythical 12 men. But no, I think we are beyond we can't live life backwards. Unfortunately, I think part of the problem we've got is our local league at home is not as competitive as it was actually in the 1980s and 1970s. The 1970s in particular, immediately after the war, we had one of the best leagues on the continent. And that enabled us to build a very solid foundation for a national team. But it also enabled us to negotiate our way through the difficulties of the post-war period. And so, you had Raka Rovers in Kano, Mighty Jets in Jos, Sharks in Port Harcourt, Calabar Rovers, IICC Shooting Stars in Ibadan, stationery stores and ACB in Lagos, Bendel Insurance, New Nigerian Bank in Benin. You had Vasco da Gama and the Enugu Rangers in Enugu, Iwayamu National or Spartans, as they were called in Owerri. All over the country, Niger Tornadoes, of course. All over the country, you had teams that were very formidable. And even into the 80s, Abiola Babes came into the picture. All of that is a bit of history now. And I do think that there is still a possibility now that football has become big business and not just entertainment. There is, and not just recreation. I think it's possible for us to return and rebuild our national league or leagues. But to do that, we need to have honest refereeing, and that's where we begin. That's the bane of the sport in the country. Refereeing is not as honest as it could be.
Yeah, but honesty really is the bane of everything in Nigeria. You probably want to extend to, Professor. But so yes. Do you want to give predictions before we go into the meat and drink of politics? Do you want to give predictions for what is to come tomorrow?
I wish I could, but I don't come from a lineage of babalawos, so.
All right. Hopefully, because we need that victory, don't we? Just to ease the burden of what is going on in the just for that momentary feel good, which I suspect you will agree that the country needs, especially at this moment.
I mean, Nigerians need a break, unquestionably so. People are battered and beaten down. Anything that cheers people up, no matter how momentarily, is welcome. My hope also is that we don't lose any other persons from excitement and anxieties connected with the match, because the number of people who lost at the last in the semifinals, I think, should be enough to cover for this. My condolences, of course, to everyone and every family affected by those tragedies, unfortunately.
All right, brilliant. So we're coming up a few months to the 1 year anniversary of the Tinubu administration. So a lot of people actually say give a gap of a year to assess, but there's been a lot that has happened since that fateful day made the 29th till date. So there's sufficient enough to make some sort of a rough assessment of the future direction. So what has been your experience, good and bad, of the Tinubu administration? What missteps, what right steps are they showing any signs of any capacity to drive us in the direction we'd like to go?
Well, we're nearly at 1 year of the election, 1 year anniversary of the election, which was 25th of February, wasn't it? 2023. So in barely 2 weeks, we'll be at the 1 year anniversary of the election. It's we'll still have to work our way to the anniversary of the administration. Now, I wish I could say it's been a phenomenal time or a constructive time for the country. Wherever from the moment that he had to ad-lib the removal of subsidy, I think it's really not been. It's been a difficult time, and that's actually putting it rather mildly for the country. To be perfectly honest with you, and it's unfortunate, but I don't think Tinubu was ready to run the country. I don't think he had a plan to run the country, nor has he had a team that's shown up for running a country in the kind of difficulty Nigeria was, that he inherited. Wherever you look, from the nature of the cabinet to or the team he's assembled, to the policies and how they've been rolled out, and even to some of the appointments that didn't come through. Appointing a 24-year-old to chair, was it FEMA or whatever, and then the president saying, "Oh, I thought it was his father." Things have just been done in a very ramshackle, unprepared manner that surprises me, because for someone who's hankered after this role for so long, I expected a lot better, a lot more preparation, and a lot more readiness for the challenges of office, and that's not been the case.
Where you placing, and roughly a lot of people agree with what you've just said, but a lot of people agreeing with that line of thought, they place the blame squarely with Gbajabiamila, Femi Gbajabiamila, who a lot of people felt was not really suited for that post. A lot of people were surprised when it was appointed, actually, because it was almost nailed on that was a fashola role. So, because of course, the president can't go through everything, and everything has to be filtered up to the Gbajabiamila post, which then lands on the president's desk. So, where are you placing some of these missteps that we are identifying? Are you placing it broadly on the whole administration, squarely on the president, or really the chief of staff role, which a lot of people feel is not being suitably carried out?
Look, Gbajabiamila was not on the ballot. The person who was on the ballot was President Tinubu and his vice, Kashim Shettima. And ultimately, they've got to take responsibility for what's going on. He himself has said, that's Tinubu, that the buck stops with him. And the buck of responsibility, therefore, has got to be at his table. Now, that's not to say that Gbajabiamila does not have his own responsibility. I've been on record to have said that at the moment, it does not appear as if he has anything to do as chief of staff, because he seems to be chasing photo ops too much, really. Every picture in the presidency, he has his face on it, and he is there looking for the best angle with which to show us his very handsome face and his great-looking features. Unfortunately, the position of the chief of staff is not exactly one that is tailor-made for photo ops. Actually, the most effective chiefs of staff are behind the cameras, not in front of the cameras. They're actually not in the room where the pictures are being taken, because they've got so many things to do. My fear is that Gbaja is so committed to being in every picture, he doesn't actually find the time to do the work that the chief of staff has got to do. There are lots of other allegations flying around, which I'm not sure, I don't want to use this forum for. But ultimately, the chief of staff is the president's appointment, and therefore the president has got to take responsibility for even the failings of that position, because at the end of the day, there is only one president, and everybody who works in the presidency is responsible to that one president.
So sorry, I'd muted myself in order for my background not to. Sorry, I was saying, let me take you back to that February space then, and it was probably the most keenly contested election that we've ever had. That is what a lot of people contend. But a lot of people said Tinubu was a default choice because the field was not strong enough at the topmost realistic decision choice, that Tinubu was a default choice because the field was not strong enough. Because really, we had four runners in that race. We had Kwakwanso, we had Peter Obi, we had Atiku Abubakar, and then we had Tinubu. So necessarily, it was almost like a negative default because the rest of them really there was no scope for that to happen. So do you have some sympathy with that thought? Let's start from there.
I don't know what negative default means, and I don't like to answer questions I don't understand. What exactly does a negative default mean?
It's a process of elimination. So it's the best of worst choices available. So exactly that. So So the best of a bad bunch, essentially, you know.
No, I don't agree
So
with
they
that.
defaulted to the best of a bad bunch.
No, I don't agree with that. Actually, what we have, in my opinion, is a man installed with a tremendous legitimacy deficit because the INEC ran a very crooked election. It's really that simple. You and I know that Tinubu did not win Rivers State. Tinubu knows that he did not win Rivers State. It was credited to him, but he didn't. I can tell you for free, Tinubu did not win Nasarawa State. And so let's not go there. But we are where we are. So all of us will have to suffer it, whether the people who are thinking negative default or positive default or constructive default or destructive default, all of us are standing on his mandate now. Abi?
All right. Well, all of us have to suffer it, like you said. We are where we are. So he is the president, and the whole process has been gone through. So we are where we are. All of us have to suffer it. But is that suffering? Is it a necessary suffering for reasons of decades of malaise and bad governance? A lot of people argue. There's a contention that what we are going through under this particular administration is all of those bad checks that we have been signing for decades and decades, bad checks in terms of corruption, maladministration, misadministration, brutish administration, administration that did not even administer, all of it cascading over decades. So all of those are chickens come home to roost, and all of those checks now are being cashed. So the first subsidy, the removal of the arbitrage in the foreign currency, essentially to save a financial crisis looming. Is Tinubu is it somewhat a victim of previous malaise that had accumulated up to this point?
Now, okay, let's start with fuel subsidy, right? Let's assume for present purposes that the right policy is remove fuel subsidy. I'm not saying I necessarily agree, okay? But let us assume that that is the right policy. How do you roll it out? Now, do you realize that removal of fuel subsidy was not in the president's address, inaugural address? He actually added it on orally. That's what an ad lib means. It was not in the text. Now, you see, when you are rolling out that kind of serious policy, the least you can do is be serious about it. Okay? Now, and that is really what is missing. The idea, the sense that policy making is a serious enterprise, and you come to it with seriousness and preparation. So let's take fuel subsidy. If you were going to remove it, now, for a country that is still importing gasoline, you had to have had a plan for when you're going to begin to substitute importation so that we will not have as much of foreign exchange exposure to that as we're having. You would have had to have a plan for your mitigations and how they were going to work. You would have had to have a plan for your productivity rollout to see that the productivity deficits that have put us in the challenge that we've got with reference to Forex are addressed so that we can then begin to get some imports and therefore we'll begin to earn. Now, so all of this we are not getting. And what are we getting? Oh, we're doing fantastic policy rollout. You cannot, on the one hand, have done fuel subsidy removal and then at the same time floated the naira without being able to produce gasoline, because what we have right now is the subsidy has returned. Why has subsidy returned? Because we are still importing gasoline and we have no control over those prices, nor do we have any control over the landing price. Therefore, it means that there is almost invariably a margin between the landing price and the exchange rate, and the market price. And somebody has got to pay for that. And somebody has got to bear that, because if you increase petrol by any more, the country is going to go up in flames. Therefore, subsidy is back. The idea that there is no subsidy is nonsensical. You and I know that.
No, there's been that argument, Professor, that
It's not an argument, it's a fact.
but there's no line for subsidy in the budget, because we went through the budget in details on this platform. There is no line for subsidy in the budget, so it wasn't captured in the budget. So I cannot see how that can. But the argument is that why is there not chasms in the fuel prices? So that I think that is where that argument is. But what about the arbitrage in the exchange rate? Do you think that is something that he necessarily had to do to because essentially the naira, as I said, decades of rot, the naira has always been a subsidized currency, and somebody profits off that. So is it not right then to throw the naira into the free market, let it establish its own value, and then that is what the value is?
There are no free markets. It's as simple. There are no free markets. The idea of a free market in the kind of economy that you run in Nigeria is nonsensical. The question, and it's not just that, across the world, actually, governments decide what the state subsidizes. That is a question that reflects the strategic self-interest of every country. So, for instance, if you go to the United States, grain production is subsidized and continues to be. Agriculture is subsidized in the Northern Hemisphere, and you and I know that. And so now, the problem, by the way, if you go through all of the official literature and the investigations and everything, the problem with subsidy was not the idea, it was the administration. The problem was that it was said to be corrupt. The Nigerian elite were unwilling to address the corruption, and if you ask me, all that's happened is what? We removed subsidies so that we can fund the elite properly. So now, this is the time when Nigeria has for the past decade and more had its leanest moment, right? And at no time since 1999 have we bought four-wheel drives for legislators. So we remove subsidy, correct? And we go and buy Prados at 160 million, at 160 million, was that correct?
Yeah, 160 million naira, yes. Each for each of them, yeah.
For each of them. Now, at the time they bought those things, those Prados were going for $45,000. And how much did they buy them for? Close to $160,000. That was the cost of each of those Prados. And you're telling me that this is a serious proposition. There is a serious policy proposition with subsidy. It doesn't make sense. What is happening is that we have said, sod the poor people, okay? And instead, let us just focus on helping ourselves and know that that is what government is about. And so dudes are helping themselves, and poor people are trekking to work.
All right. So talking about poor people, so there seems to be, as a result of policy positioning by this particular administration, the catchment area of that description seems to have widened somewhat. So the people that now constitute poor people are almost double in size as what previously obtained. That, of course, as a result of the removal of that subsidy, especially those two subsidies, we should say. So what should the government be doing to ameliorate that sort of where the Nigerians are actually starving? And I cannot recall in my senses whenever Nigerians have ever starved. So we've never reached this low. So a lot of people actually feel that it's a bridging period between this pain period that the country necessarily has to go through before policies and actions of the government starts to come into effect. But people are suggesting that there should be mass importation of food into the country. Are you on board with that thought?
Now, look, you're talking about mass importation of food. Nigerians are not going to their farms. Why? Because there's insecurity, whether it's in Plateau State or in Niger State or in Borno State. And now, the three biggest states in Nigeria are Niger State, Borno State, and Taraba State, in that order, right? 76,000 plus square kilometers, 70,800 square kilometers, about 58,000 square kilometers each. Now, in those states, people can no longer go to their farms. Why? Insecurity. Even in small states, people are, whether you're talking about Lagos State, which is 3,777 square kilometers, Anambra State, 4,880 square kilometers, or something like that. Now, people are struggling with insecurity. So, okay, so let's take it that the fuel subsidy is rocket science, and so is exchange monetary policy management. What about what about insecurity? Now, instead of telling people, you do massive importation, and by the way, in all of this stuff with deepening problems of survival and immiseration, the incidence of taxation, the tax burdens on people are rising exponentially, across all heads: electricity, personal income tax, public utilities, you name it. Everything is rising. Now, amidst all of that, people cannot find food to eat. And I'm talking about local food. Because if you're importing in a situation where the exchange rate is escalating, you've still got to subsidize food, right? So if you're saying you're doing away with subsidies, what about making it possible for poor people to go to their farms without having to suffer the fear of being abducted or that kind of challenge? That, I think, is the real problem. That the government, as I said at the beginning, when we started this conversation, there is no plan. You do not see that there is actually a strategy that's been thought through with a team that is dedicated, to realizing that strategy. That really is the problem I see here.
All right, brilliant. Okay, actually, let me take you to another space. I was going to ask a follow-on question there, but there are people waiting to come and speak with you as well. So let me take you to another space. Let me take you to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. So Nnamdi Kanu, well, of course, rendition from Kenya to Nigeria, still going through the judicial process. A lot of people feel that Nnamdi Kanu's solution essentially has to be political. So it has to be some sort of political pardon or political bargaining. And a lot of people feel that Nnamdi Kanu should be held in situation till he can be politicked into the Eastern politics. And a lot of people feel that a lot of that is going on. So what is your reading of the Nnamdi Kanu narrative? And you might want to add a little bit of a soupçon of Simon Ekpa to that as well. Prof.
I don't know about. I don't know what Nnamdi Kanu narrative has got to do with what we're talking about. Look, no person should be above the law, but nobody should also be beneath the law. No Nigerian citizen should be above the law. I hold that view very strongly. No Nigerian citizen should be beneath the law. I also hold that view very strongly. My problem is not whether or not you want to solve a Nnamdi Kanu problem, whatever that is supposed to mean, politically or judicially or chemically or catastrophically. No. Now, my problem is quite simple. If you say you want to try a man, don't put them in limbo. Nnamdi Kanu has been in the criminal justice system since 2017 with the interregnum of when he was out of the country, and then the rendition, which clearly was unlawful, just as a straightforward matter of law. And I don't think that the Supreme Court did not dispute that at all. But having then brought him back, now, in all of this period, there has been no evidence led against him. The charges have not stood up. The charges have been struck down left, right, center. The government has amended those charges 5 or 6 times. It does not suggest a willingness or readiness to actually try the man. So the criminal justice system, in my view, given the developments that have unfolded in the case, is being used as an artifice for administrative detention. That is putting a Nigerian citizen beneath the law. At the same time, by the way, we are reintegrating former Boko Haram people back into the armed forces and using them for frontline operations. You see, so that really what we are doing, if we are trying to suggest pathways to integration of the country and to coexistence, what we are doing is creating narratives of differentiation based on origin. And whether or not those narratives are well founded is not the issue. The point is the way this is proceeding and in the way the government has proceeded, it's basically created, it helps to sustain those narratives and gives those narratives manure on which to flourish.
All right, brilliant. Professor, I'll ask you one more question, then I'll bring the panel in because I'm sure they're keen to put questions to you as well. I was reading your piece because, of course, you have your strongest opinions often wrap around the Nigerian judicial system and how it's been structured and how it's been run. So I was reading, and apologies, I've been trying to practice this gentleman's name for a good while, but you'll probably correct me. But I was reading your piece on Nganjiwa, a George from Borno who finds himself in Abakaliki. But from what I gleaned from your piece, it should not really be on a bench in Abakaliki. It should be in a space in a Kuje prison. So use that then as the tool to just give us just your feel of the Nigerian judicial system, the rot, and what needs to be improved.
Well, anyone who's been to court or who has had transactions in court would know in Nigeria, first of all, I think there are quite a good number of honest judges who try to do their best in a difficult situation. And we need to encourage them, and because they do exist. Just as there are also, even in the Nigeria Police Force, you find a lot of decent people trying to do good things in the public service still. But then you've got a heck of a lot of dreadful people who have gone into the judiciary for all the wrong reasons. And those people the problem we now have is that the good people tend not to get to the top. And the place is dominated by the dreadful people who really are giving the judiciary a dreadful, dreadful name. And Haidla Zero Nganjiwa is really one of them. And you see, if a judge who cannot even defend themselves against the kinds of allegations that I wrote about is not fit to be on the bench. Look, in Nigeria, in my own lifetime, Justice Anyebe in Benue State was tried for murder, right? And ultimately acquitted. In Old Bendel State in 1986, Justice Ikomi was tried for the murder of his ADC. He was acquitted. In this Nigeria now, under the jurisprudence that the Supreme Court has laid out, those trials would not have taken place. And so what you would have had would be judges suspected of murder sitting down and trying murderers. Okay? And trying suspects for murder. It is the same thing here. This guy we're not even saying he's suspected. The reports of the EFCC are damning beyond belief that this guy basically was losing him money from sources that are unknown and undisclosed. Rather than clear his name, he's saying he's entitled to impunity. Any other person, not a judge, with that record would probably have ended up in jail. Now he is there judging and creating mayhem all over the place. And he's not the only person. And right up to the Supreme Court, this business of the Chief Justice and the people whom he loves, filling the judiciary with their sons, their daughters-in-law, people nominating their mistresses or toy boys to become judges because those people provide them with genital appurtenances. All of that really makes the Nigerian judiciary laughingstock. And you see it in the jurisprudence that's produced. The decisions cannot be cited or relied on by anybody because they do not make sense. Judging is not rocket science. When a decision comes, even when you are on the losing side, when you have lost, you will respect the outcome because you know that the judges actually behaved fairly. That no longer happens in the country, and that has to be cause for concern for everybody.
Yes, I read your piece as well on the Chief Justice of the country, Olukayode Ariola, who recently made his son, a judge, I think, Abuja, within the
Federal High Court.
Yes, and your contention in that piece was that his son did not have sufficient enough grounding within the legal profession to even be a magistrate judge, never mind a high court judge. I saw that piece, Professor. But Professor, as you speak to that, let me start to bring on the panel, who I think are keen to speak with you now. And everyone can, as many of you have your cameras on as possible, so that the professor can actually make eye contact with whoever is speaking with. So Baba joins us. So as you come on, you put your question. I'll call you to my turn. Then you introduce yourself to the professor. Tell him where you're joining from, and put a position to him. So Baba joins us. Good to have you, Baba. Prince Daddy joins us. Good to have you, Prince Daddy. Kulata is here. Good to have you, Kulata. Ajale Koko is here. Good to have you, Ajale Koko. And Ekene is here as well. So good to have you, Ekene. So let's kick the conversation off, and we kick it off with you. Let's kick it off with Kulata. Let's do it in that order. Kulata.
Let me just get my notebook so that just give me a second. But I'll hear you. So please feel free to speak. Well, let me get my notebook.
All right.
All right. Good evening, Prof. My name is Kulata. I'm in the United States. I've read a lot about your work. I've seen you speak on Rodolph's platform. You have a very interesting background, and you're doing a tremendous work for Nigeria. So we're at a crossroads in Nigeria. We're going through difficulties. There's some necessary reforms, albeit the implementation may not be the greatest, but there's some necessary reforms. But there's one area that if we don't get right, we're never ever going to get any progress. And that, in my opinion, is insecurity. This is one thing slowing down our productivity. In my opinion, I think it ties both the fiscal and monetary policy together, because with increased productivity, our inflation will go down. The food inflation will go down. Government will have more people to tax. If they're going to tax more people, at least there'll be funds flowing. So what I need you to answer me this question. What are the solutions the government should implement in the short term, in the medium term, and the long term, barring our constitutional handicap that we have? So I would like an answer to that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You'll probably find my answer very disappointing. The biggest single, you see, on the insecurity thing, and it's something on which I've spent quite a bit of time, I think our central problem is that we treat insecurity as a tactical issue. And so the response is always deploy army, call on chief of army staff, and all of that. But look, you do not keep the army to fight your people. Your army is actually designed to fight external enemies. And when you find yourself defaulting to the army to fight what should be criminality, you know you are in a serious crisis of identity. Now, the problem, we are at a point where insecurity is actually a reflection of a conjunction of two illegitimacies. State illegitimacy in the popular imagination of a lot of people, and governmental illegitimacy. The biggest single issue we need to address in order to begin to get to the bottom of insecurity is electoral integrity. The people at every level, federal, state, and local, and community more than any other thing, who wield authority have got to do it legitimately. You see, if you have someone at the helm who is seen as legitimate, whether or not you agree with the person, when they convene or look to seek solutions to problems of insecurity, people will attend, even when they do not agree, because all of us have an interest in seeing insecurity reduced. But when people believe that the person at the helm does not have legitimacy, they are fighting the person. They don't listen and they don't agree, they don't believe. That is the very first thing. If I were this president, the first thing I would do in terms of addressing insecurity, I'll fire the INEC chairman and I will address Nigerians and tell them what? We are going to get to the bottom of this insecurity problem, but I need you to come with me on a journey. And this journey is going to be challenging, but we need our communities to work. Look, a lot of people think insecurity is Boko Haram and IPOB, and the biggest sources of insecurity in Nigeria are not those. In most of our communities, it is cults, it is criminal gangs, it is intra-community fights between the traditional ruler and the town union president, and people fighting over land, and people abducting people in that process, and politicians giving guns to people to shoot during elections and not being able to retrieve the guns. Now, and by the way, if you read the report of the presidential panel that inquired into the origins of Boko Haram in 2011, it will tell you that in 2003, Boko Haram originated in a set of young people whom the governor of Borno State used to win elections in 2003 and then wanted to dump. And those boys formed the core of what effectively became Boko Haram. So that is the first thing we need to address. We need to resuscitate our police and make police to work and fund policing properly and criminal justice properly. So now what have we done? We've accepted that the answer to insecurity is just shoot your people and kill your people. And as we are killing all of these people, we are creating trauma. We are creating young people who want vengeance for what has happened to their parents. And as Africans, spiritual beings that we are creating spirits that do not rest in peace. They are wandering, creating more mayhem, whether you like it or not. That is our African framework and African belief. And you cannot shoot enough of your people just because you think those people are expendable. Okay? So we've got to rethink how we approach insecurity. It can no longer be deploy soldiers, shoot everybody, kill everybody. We do not have enough bullets to shoot all the problems we have in the country. We've got to come up with more deliberative processes of managing our insecurity. But I do agree, without addressing insecurity, we are not going to be able to make any progress anywhere.
All right, brilliant.
Sorry, if I can have a follow-up. Can I have a follow-up? Sorry, one minute.
Yeah, carry on, Kulata.
Okay. So I don't want to sound cynical, but your first answer in terms of electoral process kind of like took me into a Michael Jackson bad musical video where he's trying to make peace between gangs. I think in my cynical mind, I think that's kind of like not realistic because except we want to raise our hands and say we will never be secure, because I don't see in Nigeria where the electoral process is always going to be flawless. There's always going to be one thing or the other. And now the situation in a lot of areas is existential. So I don't want to use the normal nonsense language they use, kinetic and non-kinetic, which is like the force versus addressing it from the root source. But when we look at where we are today, we will not make any progress. We will not attract any investment. We will not grow our economy. Our food inflation will not go down. Things will not move until this is solved. So while shooting, I don't use shooting people and all, there's some necessity that has to happen even before we get into areas where our elections become better. So I want those because we cannot wait and fold our hands.
My brother, let me forgive me for interrupting you. You see, this is the problem we have, in my view, in Nigeria. We want to cut corners. Yes. Look, there are no perfect elections anywhere, but there are elections that reflect the will of the people, and there are election outcomes that do not reflect the will of the people. In 2015, you could not say Buhari did not win the elections. Whether or not you like Buhari, I would never vote for Buhari. Okay? Buhari won the elections fair and square in 2015. And if you were going to deny him in 2015, you were going to cause a crisis. In 2019, Hope Uzodinma lost the election in Imo State in 2019. And you cannot understand the problems in Imo State without going back to what happened in the installation of Hope Uzodinma. You cannot understand Boko Haram without going back to what happened in the installation or in 2003 and its aftermath in Borno State. And in a lot of our states, we have, and insecurity is a local issue in every situation. It varies from place to place. The pathologies are different. Now, you cannot solve that problem by saying, oh, you know what, we will never be able to install legitimate government. Then you are not prepared to address it. If you are not prepared to admit that illegitimacy is fundamental to the pathology of insecurity in Nigeria, then I'm sorry. Once we begin to understand where the rain started beating us, you can then begin to calibrate short-term measures that tactically buy you space to negotiate your way to a durable solution. But if we are not even prepared to do that, then there is a problem. Give me the theater in Nigeria. Now, if you go to Plateau State, in Plateau State, the longest period of peace, of durable peace, was after Plateau resolves in 2004-2005, when all of Plateau State came together, all the communities, and agreed a set of measures. It was the failure to respect the resolution in Plateau resolves that created problems in 2010. And this is my point. Go back, and Plateau State actually gives us a model to work with. If you look at what happened pre-Plateau resolves and post-Plateau resolves and the collapse in Dogonahawa in 2010, you will understand what I'm saying. But the idea that, oh, you know, we can wish our way out of this and come up with magical solutions, there are none.
Not like coming up with...
sorry, Kulata. Professor, is it not just a simple matter of being under-personneled in our security apparatus? It might well be just as basic as that. We have a complement of the totality of our less than 600,000 right across all the security structures to manage 200 million people and the vast expanse of our country. So is that not really where the problem is, that we're just under-personneled?
What does under-personneled mean?
We don't have sufficient in numbers in armies, police, not even anywhere close. We should have a 1 million-man strong army for the vast terrain that is Nigeria. We should have 2-3 times the number of the police force that we have. So we don't have the personnel numbers is really where a lot of people feel the problem is.
Who are you fighting with 1 million soldiers?
Well, the insurgencies, as a bold face to external aggression, you
don't keep armies to fight your people. This is the problem with that. You see, we are committing strategic blunders in order to imagine answers to satiating people's fantasies. You do not keep armies to fight your people. What you need to address your problem is an internal security infrastructure, right? That is not an army. An army exists for what armies exist to do. Now, what have we done? We have balkanized the police since 1977. The military destroyed the police, starting with the destruction of the police signaling capabilities, because they did not want the police signaling capabilities to be used for coup plotting. And then we created the NSO from the police, which became the SSS, right? NDLEA is police. Name all of the, what do you call it? EFCC is police. NSCDC is doing policing work. Now, we've balkanized police, and we didn't just do that. We robbed the Nigeria police of confidence as an institution and professionalism as an institution. And because of that, we are suffering consequences. And what do we now want to do? Oh, create state police. You want me to agree to give Wike police for himself. I will not. I oppose state police with a very clear eye. In the Nigeria that we are, to talk about state police is madness. In the Nigeria where governors do the kinds of things that they do, to talk about state police is absolute madness. Now, we went through processes of discussing police reform. I was involved in the 3 presidential commissions on police reform, 2006, 2008, 2012. Muhammad Ahmad DIG chaired the 2006 one. MD Yusuf chaired the 2008 one. Pari Asayande chaired the 2012 Presidential Commission on Police Reform. Justice Uwaisi's panel in 2008 had a substantial part on policing. Now, all of those agreed on one thing: we needed to decentralize police. Okay, and don't forget, we came from a place of community policing. By the way, we did have native authority policing. It was abused. Native authority policing was abused completely, which was why policing had to be federalized. Okay, now nobody remembers that because all of us are in the Twitter generation. Okay, and now everybody wants state police, state police. Every governor wants their police to be able to deal with their opponents in their territories. But meanwhile, most states at the turn of the millennium created vigilantes, because the Nigerian police may be a federal institution, but policing and security is actually not on the exclusive legislative list. And what we are trying to do is, every time we are confronted with a problem, we think we can simply wish away a proper diagnosis and come up with solutions that are going to give us more problems. So if people are trying to suggest that the answer to this is state police, I think they are totally misbegotten. And I'm not surprised that everyone who has gone into the presidency has ended up becoming unconvinced about the idea of state police.
Sorry, Prof. I'd like to respectfully push back about your diagnosis, because I mean, you picked. It's like you have some cherry-picked examples that kind of like alludes to legitimacy, which you correctly picked examples such as Boko Haram. They were political thugs. I get that. But back when I was in college in the 90s, we had the cult problem. We were under the military then. The other situations, such as the farmer herder crisis, that has been happening since perhaps the 19th century, even longer than that, and we still have them now. So those don't have anything to do with legitimacy. Some of them are legacy issues. So I do not agree that an issue of legitimacy, because any government in the world, let me put it away, any serious government in the world, whether legitimate or illegitimate, takes security as a priority. The way you breathe oxygen is the way you should secure your country. So I don't think we should say until this is right or that is right before we can actually secure the country. So I'll leave it at that.
No, but your examples actually make my point even much more formidably than I could. Now, take farmer. Now, why are we talking about insecurity? Now, every country prohibits murder, but murder still happens, right? And what do you do when it happens? You prosecute it. You hold it accountable. You hold the perpetrator accountable. Okay? So rape is prohibited, but rape still happens. And so what do you do? If you can find the perpetrators and witnesses, you hold the perpetrator to account. Okay? But if you had a situation where you had mass killings on a catastrophic scale, that is no longer murder. You call it something else. You can call it a pogrom. You can call it anything up to genocide. All right? That is the point here. Now, by the way, farmer herder problems may have been happening, but they were not on the scale that they have been happening. We are dealing with a problem of scale here. Now, if you go back, okay, now the response of the Northern Regional Government under the Sadana of Sokoto was the creation of grazing reserves. And there was a great investment in grazing reserves in the north, and the preservation of mechanisms for making sure that the transhuman pastoralism was managed in a way that was conducive to coexistence, and by and large that worked. So you can date what you're calling the crisis of pastoralism, or what you're calling legacy issues in northern Nigeria, is recent. The first major problem in Jos was 1994. After the crisis, and the problem in Jos in 1994 was over the siting, over the creation of Jos North local government area. It was political. It wasn't. It was after that the instrumentalization of identity began. All right, and the question of who was going to produce the leader of Jos North, whether it was going to be the Fulani and Hausa or the indigenes, the Birom. That was the crisis. And if you read the Fiveresima Commission report, which was headed by a High Court judge that inquired into the 1994 crisis in Jos, you will see that that was where it began. Now, in Kaduna State, you can date it again, 1987, the Kafanchan crisis. The Kafanchan crisis in Kaduna State in 1987 began from what? Artisanal mining in Bajuland. Okay? Now, and the people who came to mine gems in Bajuland in 1986-87 came from all parts of the Sahel. Sudan, Guinea-Conakry, Senegal. They brought in guns. President Babangida then tried to chase them away. When he tried to expel them, they left their guns behind. The people took over. The people who inspired and instigated the Kafanchan crisis in 1987 took over those guns and started killing. And those guns started traveling. And when you read the report of what's his name, whom President Obasanjo had to investigate gun running in the country in 2006, you will get the idea. What's his name, the former chief of defense staff, who is now who died. You will come to understand that this is actually a national issue. That guns go from the Niger Delta to Boko Haram land and back through the mechanism of the lower river Niger. And you're not going to sort this problem out by wishing it away. No, the first thing is to understand the issues. And I'm giving you reports and documentation because there is a lot of official literature that is still classified in Nigeria on this particular issue, and nobody's interested in reading them. And when you read them, you will understand that we will not invent any new solutions. All the solutions are in these documents. From the Galtimari report to the Fiveresima Commission report, to the Bola Jiboya report, to the Abisoye report, I can go on, Marshall Dike report, I can go on and on and on. All of these things have been analyzed, and government does not want to implement its own documents.
All right, brilliant. Professor, somebody was suggesting that it was Martin Luther Agwai.
It wasn't Agwai. It was the chief of defense staff before Agwai. He's now dead. Agwai is still alive.
All right, brilliant. Prince Daddy, you're up next. If you can have your camera on, have it on. Introduce yourself to the professor, put a position to him. Prince Daddy. Prince.
Yeah, one minute. Hello. 1 second here. I get my lights on.
Yeah, you can speak to the professor whilst you're doing that.
Okay, hello, Professor. How you doing?
Fine, thank you, sir. How are you?
Very well. Yeah, calling from the states, the Pacific Northwest. Anyways, thanks for showing up. So just kind of follow up quickly with Kolata's question in regards to security. You said it yourself, the Nigerian police over the years has been weakened by the military. If that been the case, then how is it possible that the Nigerian police is able to counter the insecurity that we're having right now with banditry and this terrorist Boko Haram and whatnot? Obviously, I would say in the past, they've always been like a community policing engagement and not necessarily full-blown policing by the Nigerian police. So how are they able to, with their lack of weapons or assets, be able to counter the insurgency? Is at that point in time, it makes it counterintuitive, and I don't see personally, anything wrong with having the military being involved with fighting insurgency, because we're not talking about your normal policing. It's beyond that right now. It's totally beyond that. And I hear your argument when it comes to being able to, or you don't support, you say you do not support, what do you call it, the state policing because of the abuse of the governors, which I agree with you. And I think on this show we've been able to have discussion around that, but there has to be a way to redesign and incorporate state policing in Nigeria. There has to be a way. It's not sufficient, just like right now, to have a centralized policing to deal with our issues. Every region state has their own unique way of approaching insecurity. And it's quite clear. It's proven in the West and perhaps other parts of the world that you have to localize policing, and I think that, but we can't say for the sake of these governors that they don't care much about their people, not do the right thing. We have to, as a nation, be able to find a way around it. And quickly also, I've said it on the show before. Using the old definition of fascism, which is the strict regimentation of the economy for war. If using that definition, I would say also that, look, when it comes to insecurity, it has to be all hands on deck. We have to regiment every aspect of the economy of the country to fight insecurity, be it the police, army, navy, or whatever. We have to use everything, vigilantes or like Amotekun or whatever. We have to use everything to fight insecurity. You can't just leave it to the police. It's impossible. And to wrap it up, do you think Nigeria is a country or should be a country? And do you think at this point in time we are at war as a nation? Thank you.
All right, brilliant, Prince Daddy. Prof.
Well, that's a lot of questions, Prince Daddy. I don't know which one I'm not sure I could deal with all of them. But you see, I'm actually impressed that I don't know whether it is consciously or subconsciously, but you do distinguish between police and policing. So policing, now people are not saying of course, policing should be localized. That actually is the central thesis of all of the presidential commissions on police reform. 2006, the Madami report, 2008, MDC Yusuf report, 2012, Pario Sayende report. Everyone agrees we need to localize police. Okay? But now, there is a framework for decentralization. But governors don't want to hear decentralization and localization. They want to control. They want to own their own police. So right now, we have one police force creating abuse and mayhem. We should multiply that by 37. That's madness. What we need to do is precisely that. Drill the police down to the points of need and make sure that there is adequate accountability at that level. Now, is it necessary, therefore, am I saying that managing an insurgency is necessarily a police duty? No, that's not what I'm saying. But we then need to find out where indeed insurgencies exist. You know the interesting thing? All of these deployments become open-ended. The JTF in the Niger Delta was established by General Abacha in 1994. This year makes it 30 years since the JTF was deployed in the Niger Delta. It was not supposed to be there for 30 years. It was supposed to be there as an expeditionary deployment, surgically address an issue and leave. It has become an open-ended operation. The Joint Task Force in Plateau State, in the Middle Belt, has been there for nearly 15 years. Ditto for the one in the Northeast. So what is it? These things have become economies of their own, fighting so-called insurgency. And look, if I've spent the past 20 months or thereabouts on the situation in the southeast of Nigeria, and for the most part, much of what you have in the southeast, over 75% of what you have in the southeast, has nothing to do with IPOB. In the places where you have the worst killings, IPOB does not exist and cannot survive. If you take Obosi in Idemili North, of Anambra State. Or indeed, if you take the Demilis, north and south, there is no IPOB there. The IPOB people who tried to get in there were liquidated by the business model of crime in those places. All right? But what does that tell you? This is a policing proposition. But if you represented it as a policing proposition, you will not get money. So if I want to get Abuja to release money, I tell Abuja that I'm fighting secession. That escalates the nature of the issue, and I get quick money to go and fight secession when I know it is not secession. Now, if you go to Obaru, next door, Obaru has a bunkering problem. All the states around the Oguta River, Oguta Lake, have a common problem. That is Delta, Imo, Anambra, Rivers. Okay? Every one of those states suffers an exposure to the same pathologies. But and none of that has to do with IPOB again. But what do? Once we call it secession, there is money to be made. And because these things have become sources of revenue for those who are supposed to run them, we continue to perpetuate that narrative. And it's the same thing for many people in the south of Nigeria. Everything is pastoralism in the north, which is not true. And when you go through the pathologists in the northern Nigeria, and northern Nigeria is extraordinarily diverse, from Adamawa State to Kebbi State, right? The diversity is bewildering. Adamawa State has like 89, 90 ethnic and national groups. But for all of us in southern Nigeria, we don't make the effort to discuss or understand or digest northern Nigeria and its diversities. We simply put all of them down under one pathology. And my point is quite simply this: you cannot manage insecurity by failing to understand what you're suffering. And at the moment, we are not interested in understanding what we're suffering. And the people whom we are trusting to do it are invested in making, most of them, not all of them, but most of those people are interested in making money out of it. And that's why these problems are unending.
All right, brilliant. You're up next, Baba, and we can vary the topics beyond insecurity. The professor has a vast spectrum of knowledge. He has more than a working knowledge of most topics, so we can vary it if we can. But Baba, you're up next. Introduce yourself to the professor, put a position to him. Baba.
Yes, good evening, Prof. My friends call me Baba, and I joined from the USA. I've been following most of your discourse on the Nigerian television stations. And firstly, most importantly, one man, please pardon me. Your platform is not a funeral home, but I think I will crave your indulgence if we can observe 30-minute silence.
30 minutes?
I mean 30 seconds. I'm
right.
Very sorry. I respect industry, more so great industry. They are talking about the passing of Herbert Wigwe, the wife and the son, and the Ogunbanjo helicopter crash. May God rest their soul.
Amen.
It's a big loss to the country.
Absolutely.
If we can observe just 30 seconds silence, I will appreciate that.
All right. With the professor's permission, we can do exactly that. So I'll play this. All right, may their soul rest in peace. I wasn't aware of the personality, so you have to tell me a bit more about them later, Baba.
Okay,
Baba,
Albert
back
Ingwe,
to you.
that's the managing director of Access Bank. He's well known in that industry,
The
and he just established.
co-founder of Access Bank, actually.
Yeah, and also he has a university in River State, a very beautiful one, and is just a baby one, just starting. I wish he had lived to nurture that university to the height of his dreams. Yes, Professor, my time is short. I have house guests. I just sneak to make this. Do you think, in your considered opinion, that Nigeria is on the brink? That is one. And two, do you think Peter Obi will have been a better president than Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Thank you, Prof.
No, thank you, Baba.
So sorry, on the brink of what? Expand on that so that the professor has the fullness of what you mean.
Total collapse, going asunder to your tent, O Israel.
Okay.
No, thank you very much, sir, and thank you also for reminding us of our shared and collective humanities, with the memories of compatriots whom we lost in this crash on the borders of California and Nevada. I actually like to marry up your question, and apologies to Prince Daddy because I missed I didn't respond to his question on whether Nigeria should be one country, because I see a relationship between the two questions. In the wider scheme of things, actually, there is nothing spectacular about Nigeria, right? In terms of just there should be no exceptionalism about Nigeria. Nigeria is 923,000, just under 924,000 square kilometers. In Africa, that's relatively small. It's 32 or so million people. That's less than Pakistan. And now, in terms of land mass, it's relatively small, actually, in the African sweepstakes. It's smaller than Niger, it's smaller than Mali, DRC, Algeria, Tunisia, I could go on, Mauritania, Angola, South Africa. Now, in terms of diversity, I'm not even going to talk about India or China or any of those. Now, I don't think there is any problem that Nigeria has that cannot be solved with half-decent leadership, which sadly we've not been blessed with. It looks like Providence blessed us with so much. It decided, you know what, we were going to be too arrogant and ungrateful, and they needed to teach us a lesson. So they made sure we have this process of producing terrible leaders. With the exception of those, the lot who led the country at independence, but even they had their challenges, which is why we ended up with a coup and a civil war. Now, is the country on the brink? I don't know. What I know is that the current trajectory is not sustainable. That means the country needs a course correction. How we arrive at that course correction, I cannot tell you I have any immediate recommendations for. Quite clearly, the electoral process should enable the country to course correct. So you can suffer for 4 years. But if you have the assurance, if the people have the assurance that their votes can count and will be counted, and that whatever that outcome is, irrespective of whoever emerges on the basis of honest count of the votes, the person should wield the reins of power. That, I think, will give us the basis for course correcting. But at the moment, that's not what we've got. At least not since 2019, I'd suggest. And if you look at the numbers, my own proxy for credible election is the proportion of contests that end up in court. Okay? In 2007, 86.35% of the offices contested ended up in court. By 2011, 51% ended up in court. We've cut it down by 35%. 2015, 45% just under 45% ended up in court. That's way less than half of the offices contested ended up in court. That meant that even the candidates who lost, in most cases, agreed that they had lost, so they didn't go to court, including at the presidential level. Then it started climbing up again. In 2019, 54%, just under 55% ended up in court. As we speak, in 2025, 81% of the offices contested have ended up in court. That for me tells you a story. That as long as and when you look at the correlation, public dissatisfaction correlates very easily with these numbers I've given out here. This tells you something. When people believe that the government that is instituted represents them, they are willing to forbear. That's not the case. Would Peter Obi have made a better president? I don't know. That's a hypothetical that only God or Babalawos can answer. Where, as I said at the beginning, we're where we are, and we've got to stand on your mandate or on his mandate.
All right. Brilliant. Excellently put, Professor. Ekene, you're up next. On mute. Introduce yourself to the professor and put a position to him. Ekene, you're up next.
Yeah, one man. Thank you for the great show you are showing. Yeah, your great work in building Nigeria. So I thank you very much, Prof. Welcome to the One Man platform.
Thank you.
One of the best. Yeah, thank you very much for
one of the. Are you sure you want to rephrase that? One of the. Oh, okay, still. Sorry, I'm only joking. Put a position to the professor.
Yeah, Prof. Welcome very much. I appreciate your sincerity. I've been following you a lot. So when I heard you are coming, I said I must be here tonight to interact with you. So, but my question is just simple. Yeah, just giving a background of the security issues, the history of it, and all that, which is very understandable. But as a Nigeria, my name is Ekene, speaking from Lagos. So, living in Nigeria for the past few years, and what is going on in Nigeria, for somebody like me, I think we don't have serious governance and serious people to pilot the affairs of this nation. Do you think Nigeria is more of theory than practical? Because sometimes their argument and their explanation to matters weaken somebody like me. So how do you think that Nigeria talk too much instead of reacting to issue? Especially the kind of explanation you have given to the issue of security that is happening in our country. And it seems what I see is that your perspective is very different from that of our governance. Our president, our governors, what you just said tonight is very far different from their thinking. They don't think towards that direction. It's just as if the citizens know more than the governor, the people that is governing us. So why is it like that? Why is the mind of our leaders very far from the issue on ground? And a lot of Nigerians help them to be
all right. Let me push like to manage the time.
Yeah, Professor. Why is it like that? Thank you.
I don't know. I'm not in public office at the moment, and I'm obviously not running for office either. But I'll answer your question. I'll try and respond to you denotatively. Let's take Abuja as it is now. Anyone who's lived in Abuja for the past decade would know that the insecurity situation in Abuja, the landscape was getting quite complex, and the likelihood of insecurity creeping to the center of Abuja was very high. On one end, you have, Abuja is locked into, this space hedged by 4 territories. At one end, you have Kaduna, and the bandits of southern Kaduna from Kagoro were not too far away. At another end, you have Niger State, from where they were not too far away. And now Ansaru has a faction in Kogi State, which is at the southern tip of Abuja. And at another end, you have Nasarawa State, where there's been a build-up of pastoralist challenges over the recent past. Did it require rocket science to understand that you were going to have challenges in Abuja? No. What was the response? Appoint Wike as the minister for the FCT. And what has he done? He is busy trying to run the government of Rivers State for a third term. Why would you think that having a man in Abuja, run Abuja, who is more interested in Rivers State than in Abuja would not be particularly helpful to the insecurity situation, to managing the insecurity in Abuja? I don't understand. Now, is managing Abuja rocket science? I don't think it is, because Abuja is a garrison town. If you look at all of the axials, you will understand what I mean by Abuja is a garrison town, a garrison settlement. So how do you manage? Now, the only reason we are not talking about insecurity in Abuja is because it's affecting rich people or richer people. Because in the rural communities of Abuja, the insecurity had already got there by a few years back, and people were already disappearing, and banditry was affecting a lot of communities. But people were not listening because this was affecting expendable people. How do we do this? Have responsible public officers in the right places. And I get back to the issue of legitimate governance, because if you are concentrating on how to rig the next election rather than fix the problems that you've met, it's not going to work. And let me repeat myself. You will be amazed at the amount of official literature on the shelves of the Cabinet Office on every aspect of insecurity in Nigeria, bar none. Identifying names, identifying people, identifying causes, giving you recommendations, solutions. But we're not interested because government, for the most part, is transactionalized. And as long as you're transactional, and why do we transactionalize government? Because we need to extract the money to be able to rig the next election. If you are not interested in addressing this issue, we are not going to fix insecurity. I'm sorry.
All right, brilliant. Professor, I sent you a message. Rational Mind, you're up next. Have your camera on if you can. Introduce yourself to the professor. Tell him where you're joining from and put a position to him. Rational Mind.
Yeah, one man. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Professor Odinkalu. I must say this is a moment in my life, I would say, that I will be talking to you. I remember many years back during the June 12 struggle, I read a lot about you.
Wow.
In the newspaper, your activism during those era. And I'll be talking to you today. It is a moment, I would say. Thank you once more for being here to address some of the topical matters with regard to our country, Nigeria. I just have I have several questions, but I would try and see if I can condense them into
condense it so that we can get as many people in before the professor has to.
So, well, I think some of them you touched on some of them, but I think your answers were not too satisfactory to me. They were vague. But first of all, I want to ask you a question about the Nigerian education system. The other ones are also important, but that I want to ask you. So, do you see, considering those times when you grew up and now, considering now, would you say that there's a gradual, let me use the word, I mean, it's a word I will call on, I will just coin that word by myself, a gradual illiterization of the Nigerian people. For example, you talk to our security agents, the police. Some of them can't even express themselves. They can't even talk proper English. I mean, when I mean proper, don't get me wrong. I mean, English is official language. They act like they are just not well trained. So you see that also across the society. But then, would you say there's a gradual elitization of the Nigerian people, and which has brought us to this moment in the Nigerian history that on this same platform here, another platform, you see some Nigerians that will come here and they will argue in a way that you just like, where are these people from? So would you say that's the case in Nigeria? And talking about the electoral reform, I want you to touch more on that. Would you say the last electoral reform that was done by the past administration that was enacted, would you say there was any impact into this last election that we had? Was there any impact to it? Was that any result we could hold on to that it really helped? Because
in terms of improvement, you mean?
Well, improvement, did he, I mean, was it to any benefit to Nigerian people? Because I think one man played earlier the Channels News, where the Justice of the Supreme Court was talking about how the former Senate president got back, despite there was a section in the electoral law that says you cannot do that if you've. So would you say, just let me, I just want to throw that, I'll ask the other question, we'll have to go around again. So the education part, gradual elitization of the Nigerian people, and the electoral reform, what would you say on that?
Well, the electoral reform question, thanks, is pretty easy to answer. The Electoral Act 2022 was supposed to have solved a lot of our problems. It clearly didn't. And part of the reason why it didn't is judges. Judges simply subverted the law entirely, which is why we have my good friend and classmate Godswill Akpabio as Senate president. He didn't run, but the judges gave him a seat. That's why we have Lawan in the Supreme Court. In the Senate. He could as well have been in the Supreme Court when you think about it. He didn't run. The Supreme Court gave a very disgraceful judgment in his case, returning him to effectively returning him to the Senate. David Umahi in Ebonyi State was running like Akpabio and Lawan for other seats. The judges methodically subverted every piece of reform. And that's why I'm a skeptic about investing in electoral reform. You cannot invest in electoral reform when the system is run by crooks who are entirely unprepared to basically respect the rules. And where we have transferred responsibility for managing the rules for electoral management from the electoral management body, that's INEC, which is established for that purpose, to judges, who then who accept bribes, by the way, to issue decisions that even they cannot defend. So we've transactionalized the judicial process for the purposes of subverting the electoral system, and it is frustrating electoral reform. And that is why systematically and deliberately I am focused on addressing the judiciary, because my view is that is where our problem now is. So what's happening? People are packing the judiciary with their judges and with their children and their mistresses in order to transfer the venue of judicial decision-making from court halls to bedrooms. And in bedrooms, people decide what should happen with what you and I are talking about and calling reform. And therefore, we've got to focus on the judges. At least that is my own theory. Others can find what they need to fight, but I've decided this is where I'm going to focus my own little energies, or whatever energies I've got left. And the issue of education, you've talked about the police, you gave the example of the police. So let me work with the police. And why is it that the police or policing assets, personnel don't look very literate? It's because in the past, police training institutions were the places where you went to get the best. In the SSS currently, when they're looking for proper people to lead SSS units, they go to the SSS training institutions, because those are the people who help you foster training and doctrine and professionalism. But in the police, if they send you to a training institution now, it's a punishment posting. So all the police training institutions have collapsed. And because training institutions have collapsed in the police, that is why you now have a poverty of training, doctrine, and professionalism. By contrast, when you go to the armed forces, you see that if you're posted as the commandant of the NDA, you are the cream of the cream of the cream. If you're posted as to the National War College, you are the cream of the cream of the cream. But when you're posted to a police training college, for instance, you are actually treated as drag. Okay? So it is a reflection of a society that no longer takes training, doctrine, and professionalism seriously. And it's across the board. In our educational system, we're no longer producing teachers. Teacher training, and that is, which happens at the tertiary level, has collapsed. And if you're not producing and replacing teachers, that means you cannot sustain education, and values and standards necessarily have to fall. We can easily redress that if we wanted to.
All right, Brian. Does that satisfy your question, Rational Mind?
Yeah,
Rational Mind.
It does. Yeah. Well, I just was thinking maybe we should talk about more of the solution too, but I know time will fail us if we have to go that. But I think
yes, let me make sure all voices are heard, and then if the professor is still happy to be with us, then we can open it up for a free for all. Ajale Koko, you're up next. Introduce yourself to the professor and put a position to him. Ajale Koko.
Yeah, thank you, Mama. And thank you, Professor, for coming to have
Thanks a lot.
Interaction with us on this platform today. I've listened to you on several programs before, and I really admire you that you stand for human rights and defense of human rights. So my name is John Lekoko. I live in United States. So let me ask this question. You are a human rights activist. Why do you fail to stand by one of you guys that are human rights activists? But instead, you took side with a politician who have failed the country. You supported Obi in the last election. Obi cannot be exonerated from the situation, the bad situation we have in Nigeria today, politically. Yes.
Sorry, let me spare you your troubles. Why?
Sorry, Professor. Who was the other personality? Who was the human rights activist that you were suggesting the professor should have come with?
Yeah, I'm going there. So
yeah, I think the professor wants to pick it up. So yeah.
No, but there is an assumption here that because you can't come up with statements, and I'm not going to let you go lightly. You supported Obi in the last election. Can you please tell me why you think so, or why you say so? Where is the evidence?
I think I heard you on. I listened to your interview. Some of the interview before the election.
Where?
Maybe on channel or so.
Saying what?
I cannot really, but it looked like you were on board with Obi for president.
You see, this is the problem. This is the problem I have with this kind of conversation. If you are going, no. If you're going to make this the basis, so no. I will not allow you to land. No.
Okay.
No. Go ahead. If you are going to make this the basis of your question, then you either have your facts properly lined up or you withdraw them. No, because this is the point. So, because my name is Chidi, I have to have. No.
Why? You
will please need to support your question, or you withdraw it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Who did you support in the last election?
That is none of your business.
Ajale Koko, if I can come in.
Who did you support?
That is absolutely. Now, if you were interested in that, you should have asked me that question to begin with and not make assumptions. So I'm not going to dignify you with a response.
Okay, fine. Let me ask you the question there. Who did you support in the last election?
I will not dignify you with a response on that particular matter, but unless you withdraw your original supposition. And I'm not going to let you go lightly, no, because people feed others with their prejudices and so think that we're all going to have to live with that. No, absolutely no.
Oh, okay.
Ajande Koko, can I rephrase that question and see if Professor finds it more palatable? I think where Ajande Koko is leading you to is that why did you not lend the weight of your personality to somebody like Omoyele Sowore, whose backdrop in activism and fighting for the human dignity is more aligned to your body of work as well. So I think is that a good summation of where you want the professor to be, Ajale Koko? Ajale Koko.
Thank you, Wama. Yeah, that is where I'm really. That is the point I'm really trying to make.
So why were you not more frontal in the support of somebody like Sowore, whose politics aligns with your body of work?
If that is the question, you see, I'm prepared to deal with it. But what I'm not prepared to deal with is people afflicting me with their prejudices. Okay? Now, and I was on record way before the election. Listen, I worked with Professor Jega in setting up INEC between 2010 and 2015. I understood, at least I saw the inner workings of INEC. I saw the current chairman of INEC and I left him because I did not believe that he has got the core of what it takes to organize a credible election. And if you read me, I was on record. I wasn't hiding about it. My view in writing persistently, repeatedly, was that the 2023 election was going to be a joke. I actually wrote a particular piece that outlined 5 particular issues that were going to control the 2023 elections. All of those things came through. So, knowing that the elections were going to be a joke, I wasn't going to be interested in wasting my emotions or sentiments in investing in an election that was predetermined. If you read me, Ajanle Koko, you would not have said what you said, and that is why I didn't want to let you go lightly. Omoyele Sowore himself, that you speak of, who is my brother, himself would say exactly what I have told you, that the elections were primed and programmed to be a joke, and they turned out to be a joke. And if you want, give me your email address. I will send you what I wrote. So this is not, I'm not inventing things about the elections. But no, I wasn't going to waste my emotions about an election that was going to be a non-event, which is exactly what it was. Sowore himself says so, acknowledges so, knows so. Why was I going to disturb myself?
Ajale Koko.
Oh, okay. So, well, that's fine. I mean,
but no, if you watched anybody on any Nigerian TV channel say what you claim, that person could not have been me. And I say this with 1000% assurance. Go and do your research.
Okay, that's fine. So what you are telling us, or what you are telling me now, is that you did not support any candidate in the last election. You didn't.
And you can go and do your research, or as people like to say, go and verify.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, my second question is this. Actually, on the issue of state police, you vehemently oppose that idea.
With everything I have.
Yeah, you vehemently oppose it. So,
right now, at this particular time in Nigeria, I'm not opposed to it at a different time, but at this time, I'm opposed to it.
You are opposed to it. So, considering the fact that Nigerian state it look very it look like Nigerian state is very, very incapable to secure the country now, considering the level of insecurity we have around the country. Everywhere is heat. There's no part of the country that is spared with this insecurity that we have. So what is your own solution to this problem? Because Nigerian police look very, very incapable. They lack the capacity now. They cannot do the job. So what is the way out right now?
That's what
Professor, with your permission, I think you've spoken widely on that, but I'm keen to get one more personality in at least, and then we'll see how you're still feeling. Let me go, Ajale Koko, with your permission.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say.
I think the first phase of when the professor came, he spoke widely on insecurity, the panaceas to it, where the country is getting it wrong, and all of that. So he was quite extensive.
And another thing, he said, he opposed your suggestion that we don't have to have a 1 million strong army to secure the country. The border is porous, particularly in the north, wide open. And with the problem from the Sahel region, criminals pouring into the country, occupying our bush, our forests. In every part of the country, we have all these criminals there that are not even, we all in the south, Fulani. Yes, I'm not saying that we don't have some Nigerian Fulani that, are criminal, as we have some in Yorubas and Igbos that are in other parts. But most of these criminal Fulanis are not Nigerian-born Fulani. They are Fulani criminals coming from Sahel region into Nigeria. And you are saying we don't need a 1 million strong army to secure that country in such a way that we can have a better security in the country. So I don't know why you are so.
Professor, do you want to hold your thoughts on that in abeyance? Let me bring another personality in, and then you have a real catchment of a man of prestige. Introduce yourself to the professor, because I'm keen to have everybody on the screen speak until the professor tells us he's had enough.
So maybe we take everybody on the screen because I've got to run off shortly.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm trying to push the conversation. Man of prestige. Tag on to what Ajale Koko said so that the professor can have introduce yourself and put a position.
Okay, thank you, one man, for presenting Dr. Chidi today. Dr. Chidi, it's honor to have you on this platform.
Professor,
it's honor to have you on this platform.
Please, sir.
Okay, having said that, I know you want to leave us, because you've been here for a long time. I don't know how long you've been here, so I'm gonna make my story short. I was going to ask you a question in reference to what's happening in Nigeria right now about the falling of Naira. Any way to implement a better policy, but I'm not going to ask you that because there's a statement he made that caught my curiosity. You said the election we have was already arranged and predetermined who's going to win it. If you're going to make that statement, I'm not saying you're wrong now, and I'm not saying my assumption is wrong. Why did Obi win Lagos when that is the state of Tinubu? If everything is pretty much orchestrated like you stated, I'm just curious. Can you hear me?
I hear you very well.
Yes.
The rules on declaring a winner in presidential elections in Nigeria are very simple. A headline grabbing showing. There's some report coming from somewhere out there. So I'm a little distracted.
Yeah, Prestige, mute yourself. We can hear your television in the background. Mute yourself. Sorry, Professor, carry on.
But a headline grabbing win does not make a presidential victory or outcome. As I said, I wrote up the scenarios for what was going to happen in the election. That was exactly what happened. So why the fact that Obi, for instance, was allowed to, get ahead in Lagos, did not change the landscape of what was programmed to happen in any way, did it? No. If you were here at the beginning, I did say Obi won in River. Tinubu did not win River State. Obi won in River State. Obi won Nasarawa State, by the way, and Obi won Benue State. If you looked at the returns that were not announced, but this is the point is there was a program that had to unfold, and we're where we are with the election, and part of what is happening now, as you can see, is that the illegitimacy wave around the Tinubu presidency is not going to go away. And it is in response to that he has assembled the team he has assembled in the cabinet, which has consequences for all of us. Because a person with legitimacy would have assembled a different kind of team. And that is why legitimacy is such a central thing. Now, if no president would have the defense team that Tinubu has, the defense minister is the immediate past governor of Jigawa State. The junior defense minister is the immediate past governor of Zamfara State. Both of those are in the Northwest. And this ties me into the question by Ajanle Koko on the security situation. Now, both of them are in the Northwest, and the security pathologists in the Northwest are evident. They're very well known, but that they don't provide a monopoly of all the security exposures that we suffer in Nigeria. So if you have two defense ministers from the Northwest, what do they know about the maritime domain? And Ajanle Koko, if you go to respond to you, you're talking about the porous borders, right? Yes, if you go to Ilela, for instance, or, if you're trying to go from Mayabelwa to Cameroon, it is very clear. But have you ever tried to use Nigeria's maritime territories? Have you tried to go from Ikang in Cross River State or Okanafung, for instance, to Akwa in Cameroon, which used to be Bakassi? Or have you gone to Ekondotiti in Cameroon? Or have you gone to Malabo by the waters? Because if you have, you're not going to be as gung-ho as you are about the situation in the north. Because what is happening in Nigeria's maritime domain is extraordinary. We're in the Gulf of Guinea, and the Gulf of Guinea is the most deadly waters in the world, bar none, for piracy, even including when you count the Gulf of Eden at the moment. Now, so the problem, of course, is that we have people running our defense infrastructure who don't understand the maritime domain and who don't have a care about it. They don't know what's happening in the lower river Niger. They don't have a care about it. And if that is so, how are you going to manage your security exposures? And who tells you that all you need to do that is to assemble 1 million army? Because now you have a situation in which the army is running its own air operations. Air Force is running its own air operations. There's no coordination, and we're bombing our people and killing our people with mistargeting decisions. So I think we need to be a little more careful and thoughtful in how we move from point A to point Z without traveling through point B to begin with. I'll yield there. I've got to try and run because I've got a friend who's coming in from the airport, and I've got to try and get them.
All right. Is that a goodbye, or can you take one more? Or
Okay, one more question, and I really have to go.
All right. Aizon, as you said, as you heard, the professor has to dash off to the airport. So, Aizon, you're up next. Aizon.
What do I do? Yes, thank you, Prof. And then thank you for recognizing the name. It shows the vastness of your experience in Nigeria. So I'll make it very quick. So given what we've seen in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Central African Republic, in your opinion, based on the fact that you've read all these reports and you familiarize yourself with the security situation in Nigeria, how real is the threat of the Fulani militia in Nigeria? And then the other piece is, according to a UN report I saw recently, we have over 30,000 IDPs in southern Kaduna and over 1 million in Benue. Yet it seems like our government is dragging its feet on trying to get these people to go back home. What are your thoughts about that as well?
I mean, the internal displacement problem in Nigeria is very huge. And I mean, that was supposed to be the reason. Sorry, there's another question. Maybe can we take that as well, Ife?
Yes, if I come in, you were quite eager to, Ife, yes, let's hear from you. Be quick, the professor is pressed for time. Ife.
Yes. Prof, thank you very much. I'm very happy you gave me the opportunity. I believe every country has an ideology that helps it to have some sense of stability. We have some countries that are based on religious ideologies. We have some which are more economic inclined, and we have some which are more nationalistic inclined. When I say nationalism here now, maybe in terms of ethnic majority or from a monarchical standpoint. Looking at Nigeria, we don't have any of these, and I want to believe these are part of the problems we have. Do you think, since we don't have a fundamental ideology helping us to have a sense of nationhood, do you think any leader or president for any part of the country can really unite us, looking at our economic woes, our security woes, and historically you find out that when we have a southern president, they fix the economy. When it goes to the north, everything go into comatose. So that's just my question for you, Prof. Thank you very much for allowing me again. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
No, thanks. And that would probably be a fantastic place actually to adjourn for the day. But let me get back to Aizon and the question about IDPs. The IDP problem in Nigeria is vast, and there are different sources, from conflict in the north to inundation and then ecological situations in the south. Whether you're talking about Bayelsa or Rivers or Delta or parts of Anambra State, it's inundation essentially that causes that. Conflict in Benue State, lots of parts of Benue State, including parts of Greater Makurdi, for instance, have been wiped out, and settlements, people massively displaced as a result of the activities of these armed header militias. Now, the claim is that the header militias are from outside Nigeria, which actually is not fully supported by the evidence. Yes, of course, there is a vast pastoralist community in West Africa, as a matter of fact, stretching from Morocco down to as far as Gabon, as a matter of fact, on the west coast of the Sahel, of the Atlantic and into the Sahel. But the fact of the matter is that a country that is interested in containing transboundary movements of these populations would absolutely do that. The evidence is, in many cases, certainly for electoral advantage, some senior politicians did import militias for political purposes. Those senior politicians are known to the security agencies. They won through and then won immunity, and as a result, we are where we are. I don't want to get into this place and start naming names, but we know who they are. The security agencies know who they are. They know what transpired. And if you read the Vanguard last weekend, you would have seen the story. The front page story of Vanguard last weekend was that a senior politician was being tracked by the security services for being implicated in banditry in the northwest of Nigeria. We know who that person is. Now, the point is, it suits politicians in many cases to be able to, or security agencies in many cases, to be able to to protect these people. And sometimes, if you speak to the managers of the defense and security uniformed services, they will tell you that when they want to do things to interdict these people, the politicians themselves stop them. The politicians exercise constitutional authority because they're occupying office to say you cannot do that. And because they've got to obey civil authority, they will call off the operations. And I'm not giving you hearsay. These are things I have heard myself from frontline managers of defense and security institutions in Nigeria. Okay? And so we have forced displacement as a result of a mix of factors that are not being managed by the politicians. The response was supposed to be the creation of the Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs. The ministry was created, however, to, one, provide financing for certain particular things, and two, punish Yemi Osinbajo by removing the NEMA and removing social investment from his portfolio and transferring it somewhere else where it was supposed to make money. That was exactly what transpired in 2019 when that ministry was created. And that's why it has never really functioned. So can we do better? That is one area in which you don't have to reimagine a lot of things. It is easy to do better on the humanitarian front, but we're not doing that. Which takes me to a first question lastly. Nigeria, I think my own view of Nigeria is we have invested in constitution writing, but not in constitution making. Now, and I agree with you, every country has got to be underpinned by a set of agreements. A constitution is not just a legal document. Before being a legal document, a constitution is a political settlement, agreed and binding amongst the populations in an intergenerational format. And I'll give you two examples. The United States became independent in 1776, but the Constitution of the United States was not adopted until 1789, 13 years later. And it was negotiated and agreed, and it has lasted since then. India and Pakistan were partitioned in August 1947. India did not get a constitution until November 1950. It took India 3 years to negotiate through its constitution, and it has lasted. In Nigeria, what did we do? Whenever we have problems, or whenever we need to, we invent lawyers to write a constitution without discussing it with the people. So there is no political bargain that underpins the Nigerian coexistence project. And in the absence of a political bargain, all we do is when we have problems, we call one another names and we try to shoot one another and kill one another. And that, unless and until, in my view, we are able to get a political bargain to underpin our coexistence and spell it out for ourselves, we are going to continue to have these problems. So if this is a summary way of saying, I totally agree with you. And on that note, guys, if you don't mind, I'll have to run along to try and do some family responsibilities.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you very much for doing this, Professor. A real delight, a brilliant session. Thank you for doing this. Hopefully, this is not the last time we'll see you, and I suspect it might not be. So, thank you, Professor, for joining us. Have a good rest of the day, and have a good night. So that was Professor Chidi.
And beware of spinners. I'm really sorry we couldn't get to you, but I hope.
No, you got to him. It was okay. Rational Mind. It was the one asking you about education and whatnot.
Okay, guys. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Professor. So that was Professor Chidi Odinkalu, who joins us to talk us through all matters Nigeria. So let's have a micro musical intermission, and then we come back and audit how that session went. But of course, first, the K guides.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. àkùkọ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ó lè jò. Jò. Jò dáadáa.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀.
Òkìyà ojú òjì náà ó ta káàdà èmi. Ayé ìlú.
Ikú kò ní ríwà àgbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Death have nothing to do with us. So there it is. That was the excellent Professor Chidi and Slam Odinkalu, who came to regale us with the vastness of his knowledge and experience. So thank you to the professor. So now we audit what just transpired. Let's kick it off with Let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with Kulata. Kulata. So how was that? Did we glean anything from that? Are we any the richer for the experience? All right. Let's kick it off with Ajale Koko. Can anyone still hear me? By the way.
Hey, one man.
I can hear you, woman.
All right. All right. You the rational mind. Kick it off for us. How was that?
You asked of me, have you?
No, I was asking that how was that? Were we the richer for having him here? Did we glean anything? Did we learn anything new?
Yeah, one man. I think he did his best. He answered the question to the best of his ability, and I'm just surprised that he thought that I was trying to go tribal at him with my question. Maybe it's still no, I wasn't going tribal at him with my question. I was just, trying to ask question, and to me, I think he shouldn't have answered my question the way he did it, telling me that is it because Chidi is an Igbo man is doing. I don't think. He should have done that way, trying to paint my question as if it's a tribal question. It wasn't. So I think I will look for the video where he sounded.
Koko, you stated the obvious, so it was just trying
if you can find that video, I will forward it. I will forward it to him.
Not only forward it, we will play it here, and I will look for that video, because before the election, he was tilting towards Obi. He was so critical of Tinubu, critical of APC, and hearing him today saying that he never supported no country. I think.
What was your question about? Were you trying to pin him down to Obi? Is that what you were trying to do?
Let me say this.
That's how it come across.
Let me say this, Babaja. The guy never.
I can hold on. Let Adeleko answer that question, because your question. I beg no vex. Can I beg? Hold on, please. Because your question come across. If it would be me too, that's how I would take that question. Maybe you meant something different, but that's how. I mean, even Larry himself is saying it here. Was it Larry that made that comment now? So the point I'm trying to say is that the way you phrase that question, it comes across like you're trying to and that was what he himself said. Is it because his name sounded Igbo? Because he said his name is Chidi. Does that mean that is that why you're trying to pin him with so what was that question all about?
No, the question was he didn't let me land my question. He cut me short along the way where I was asking that question. So what I was trying to point out at him is that, he should have supported Shore because he's an activist. He's a human rights defender like Shore. And they should have mobilized other human rights activists across the country, that this is one of our own. They should not make a mistake as they did in 1999 when they fought for democracy. And they abandoned when it's time to contest, they abandoned the state for politicians to take over, and then we have seen where we have landed today with politicians running that country. I mean, criminal politicians running that country for 23 years. So I was trying to know from him why he cannot come out strongly, why they cannot, mobilize, their fellow, human rights activists and support Showore that have shown courage, that have shown, courage and a man that is, very, 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 very truthful and showing patriotism to save Nigeria, and to rescue this power from this criminal politician. Why? That was what I was trying to know from him. But he took his offensive as if I was tribal because I was, I don't know the way it sounded to him. But,
Hey, Ajali Koka. This is what said. I think both of you, we are right and wrong. Because when you started that question, he should have let you finish. Then you can come to where you are right now, But he didn't let you finish. He just kind of assumed because of your preliminary. Right. So that's why I say both of you are right and wrong. I think somebody, I don't know who he supported, I'll be honest. I've only seen him once on the
I'm not right.
I don't know his philosophy.
That is wrong.
Man of Kosi, let me say something.
He came to answer question here. He should have let me land it. Then he can answer my question properly. So, but he took it.
Let me say something. The reason why he got angry is this. You're trying to make him believe or make the public believe that he supported Obi, which to me, maybe because of the way he answers question, talk about legitimacy and all that, you think that he supported Obi. But for me, I know the interviews you are talking about and all that. If you watch his interview, you might think that he's supporting Obi. But one thing I'm sure of the prof is that he never came out publicly to say, this is my candidate. I watched almost all his interview before the election and after the election.
This particular interview, if I may remember, I think it was.
So I don't think I really saw any of his interviews. So, even if he speak in the manner he speak, he said that Tinubu didn't win reverse and all that, then you think that he's supporting Obi. But my point is this: he never. That is why he's told you to go.
Not because of that. It was because of the interview.
Not even because of that.
Not because of that. It was because of the interview I watched him. Maybe on Sheung or on Arise, he was very, very opposition to APC, and he was supporting Obi. And listening to, he was wearing a kind of white T-shirt, round neck T-shirt. I listened to this thing, and I was. Anyway, I will try to pull it if I can get it.
That would be the best thing to do now. Just look for it then, and then we'll move on from there.
I will try to. I will try to do that if I can get it. I will pull it out and I will send it to one man. But other than that, there are so many things he said that I cannot agree. He doesn't want us to have more military personnel, to defend the territorial integrity of the country. It doesn't want us to have a state.
Well, you understand?
No. Well, he gave a reason, but he's talking about electoral integrity being the panacea to insecurity.
Yeah. And
I wasn't sure that I was 100% with that. But then,
with him. I will not agree that with him.
I won't even agree with that.
There are two separate things. Security matter is different from electioneering matter. So we cannot model things up for us and think that we just take it like that and it can go easy away like that. No, they are two different things, and we can model them together. So that's the way. I think I disagree with him totally on that his position, and I believe a lot of people will disagree with him as well. So, but other than that, one man, I think I will commend you for bringing him, and I will thank him as well for coming to spend some few, hours with us here. And I hope he will come back next time to have fun again on this platform. So that's my position. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Tony. So, Tony, you heard from the professor. What did you make of it? Tony Africa. Tony. All right. Rational mind. Okay. I think we rational. Okay. There he is.
Can I go?
Yeah, you can go. I think rational mind. Your device is not connecting properly. Mute and unmute. So I Hughes. Yes, let's hear from you. Feedback. Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I don't have that much feedback because actually, when you first saw me, that's that I just logged in because I've been done. But having said that, I feel that he didn't answer my question because I wanted him to go in deep. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm right. If you're gonna go in deep that the election was rigged, I wanted you to answer me. How come? Did they just apportion Lagos to make it seem like I'm ring the other side? I don't know. I'm just saying he didn't answer my question. That's the only thing I'm going to say. The question that I asked him. So I'm not privy to some other things you all discussed. So I don't have that much comment. I mean, he's a good, guest to have, but I have an issue because he didn't answer my question properly, in my own opinion.
All right, brilliant. How expansive was he in terms of what you wanted him to speak to? Did he satisfy your question? Ife?
Yes, he satisfied my question, and another thing for me is, it seems everybody knows the problem of Nigeria having a foundational problem, but we just like to beat around the bush, trying to think that we'll get everything right, not fixing the foundation. If the foundation of Nigeria is not well defined, it will not give us a sense of direction, and that's why what the sense of security is to Mr. A is another thing to Mr. B. How the economy should run in the north is different from how we feel it should be in the south. What's it called? Rational might talk about education. The way we see education in the south will be different from how we see education in the north. I'm telling you, maybe in the south, Ajanle Koko could be right, southwest could be right that we need a state police. That's why we have Amotekun. That could be right in their own sense that they don't need it based on what's happening in their own political climate, because he was using the example of is it Hope Uzodinma and Hope Uzodinma on one person based on how they have used the security forces in their domain. Cite example of the state governors. So it's sad that the foundation of that country is not defined. And unfortunately, if we look at all the countries doing well around the world, they have a foundation, that they have an ideological foundation, they base their state or their nationhood on. Nigeria does not have a foundation. We don't have a religious foundation. We don't have a statehood, state or ethnic base or royal monarchical based foundation. Neither do we have even an economic based foundation.
We did way back in the 50s. The founding constitution that brought Nigeria about, when we had the regional system, the founding fathers understood those differences. That was why they had it the way they had it. It's just like Yoruba people will say, so Nigeria is going on a decline because of that foundation. So if we had gone with that,
he was not willing to commit to. I'm not sure that he committed, the professor, that he believes that Nigeria will survive as an ongoing entity. I think a lot of people try to.
Yeah. Okay, go on, please. Go on.
One man, what I believe is, if he further answer that question, he will more. I don't know his worldview of Nigeria itself. Maybe we should remain as one, or we should fix the foundational problem. The problem about fixing the foundational problem is you raise a question. Are we going back to the regional system, or should everybody divide? If you raise a foundational problem, because virtually every region in that country has a divergent ideological worldview, you find that the best answer to that question is everybody go to your tent, O Israel. That's the best answer.
Sorry to interrupt you. If you
no problems, rational mind. You know, me and you, we are the only Oduduwa Republic on this.
Yeah, but my point is that if you listen to what he said, I mean, sometimes, he answers questions, but sometimes if you don't really sit down to listen to him very well, that's why I said sometimes his answer seems like too vague, too general. But if you look at what he said, you listen to what he said, what do you think when you have people who draft your constitution are just lawyers who don't even take into cognizance the other ethnic factors that are around it? They just sit down, just cook up a book. They didn't consult with other people, like besides their own professions. I don't know if people catch that when he was saying that. So that's the problem. You just make up constitution that we don't even know. Some people just sit down somewhere, they write it without even consulting with the people who are the owners of that country. I agree that these people too, these lawyers that drafted the constitution or that wrote the constitution that we now have the 1999 constitution, they are all lawyers. But the thing is, you need to also consulted people that will put their own input into it, like the traditionalists, the people there. I mean, the founding, the monarchs and everything. Just consult them. So
exactly.
Ideology of what do we want? This is ideology we want to have as a country. But Nigeria does not have any idea. Can anybody tell us on this platform, economically, like somebody, like the first said when he was trying to put the question, economically, nationally, or even technologically, what ideology do we have? If not just like a criminal enterprise by some few guys, a few people to continue. That's just the ideology of Nigeria.
I'm laughing, but it's something that I always, whenever I sleep, it's something that normally rings my like. And that's why I find that irrespective of our talents, we're always scattered about. Everybody's looking for a country or a space that suits where he can work best. If somebody does not go to America, you go to Russia. If you don't go to Russia, some go to Iran, some go to Sudan. Because we don't have an ideology.
But you understand that the founding fathers, they understood this, and they had an ideology. I don't know if you've listened to Tafawa Balewa when he visited, was it during the...
Yeah, Tafawa Balewa has an Islamic ideology.
When he came to America here, he visited America, and he came, and then he was speaking. I don't know if anybody... Woma, can you dig out that video when he came to America here?
But rational mind. Even though they had an ideology, it was not so widely accepted. What do you think?
Well,
because they did not so put us at large.
You see, Nigeria was still in its nascent. It was still in it was still a fledgling country then. I mean, in the sense that when I'm not talking about the pre-colonial, I'm talking about the post-colonial now. When the Nigerians themselves, they were the one who were the head of their government. So how many years? I mean, it didn't even last up to like 6 or 7, 8 years before they had to scatter the whole thing. If they are allowed it to flesh out, to evolve on its own.
Okay.
But my point is this. There at that point, these founding fathers, they had an ideology. The ideology is that we would run the system as an ethnic base. Everybody, your own region, develop your own region. And everybody was competing at that time. A lot of the people today, all these people that talk crappy, that comes and support some criminals on TV, a lot of them, they got education back then. I was also myself, towards the latter part of it, I was educated through the, called? The Awolowo kind of education. I got it too. So my point is this, is that is it. Because the whole thing was that people-centric. We want to develop our own people. Everybody was competing. The Eastern wants to overtake. So my point is this, that this is the kind of ideology, and Nigeria was progressing. So, but then when they got to abandon that entirely now, look at how we declined. So if we don't go back to this, I mean, I'm not saying we should go back to regional system. If we don't not sit down and renegotiate the whole thing in that country, forget it. Anything we talk here is just meaningless. You cannot start saying you want to heal a sickness by just healing the sick. I mean, you need to go to the very foundation of what is really causing that sickness. So that's what I just see. I mean, he answered some of the question, but sometimes his question, his answers were just like more general, more not too clear, not too vague, just kind of vague, So for me, that's what I would say. He did very well. He answered the questions the way I think to his own ability.
That's his style of conversation, though. In none of the interviews that I've ever seen with him, it is never really full frontal. Because he's an academic as well, so he always speaks in broad strokes. But let's bring in voices that we've not yet heard from. So the star. Hopefully you listened to our interaction with the professor. What did you make of it, this star? The star. Oh, all right, let's go to Mike if the star is not ready. Mike, are you there?
Yeah. Hold on.
How much of it did you catch our interaction with Professor Odinkalu?
I missed most part of it. When I came in was towards the end. I think when Charlie Gogo was asking a question. That's the part I woke up, man.
Ajale Koko, he always wrestles them to the ground. And look at my guy.
Yeah, when Ajale Gogo went to stereotype him. Yeah, I would have honestly. Ajale Gogo was going to ask a very good question. Why it is supposed to show? I would have liked to hear that. Well, unfortunately, Ajale Gogo should have gone straight to say accusing of supporting Obi because honestly, the guy never publicly supported anyone. I know that for sure. I never see him come out to say I am obedient or anything. That's why he was offended. But I think one might trying to rescue Ajani could go quick by saying, "Oh no," and he gave Ajani a chance to mention the name of that person. Like to say that name. Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
If he had let the show, the guy
Exactly.
he would have digested it better. But
that would have been a very good question because
Ajani Koko, he likes to slap them a little bit first before.
Yeah, it would have been a good question because I wanted to see why he didn't jump behind Sowore because the guy should have. People like him should have been behind Sowore and things like that, or at least if because that's your line, you're an activist, yeah. So
All right, if no one else wants to speak on that, I want to play this little clip. This one of the most viral clips today. I want to play this little clip, and then maybe Prince Daddy can lead on it if it's there. If it's not, then anybody that wants to can lead on it. Does anyone still want to comment on our interaction with Professor Chidi?
Yeah, I want to.
All right, go on. Let's hear from you, Larry.
So yeah, I think he actually tried, but there are some things he said that I do not agree with. Number one, when he was talking about the issue of illegitimacy as the reason why we have security issue, I do not agree with that. Because the security issue we have is not politically motivated and it's not one of the backdrop of the election. So I do not agree with that, number one. Another thing he said I do not agree with was when he said Wike was not a good choice for Abuja. I do not agree with that. Because before coming to the US, I've lived a decade of my life in Abuja, and almost everything I have today is in Abuja. And if you ask me, I've seen El Rufai, I've seen Bala Mohammed, I've seen this other guy, right? Presently, if you ask people that live in Abuja, they will definitely tell you that Wike is a very good choice for Abuja. I don't know what he has with Wike. Now, the security in Abuja, the security issue in Abuja, this is not the first time that we're having security issue in Abuja. If you remember, even during Jonathan, there was a whole lot of security issue that almost everywhere.
It was worse then. That was the worst that
Yes.
Abuja went through.
Almost every road in Abuja, you always see, where they had to close one part of the road and make everybody use the other side. So for me, for him to have said that, I don't know what he has with Wike. Wike can actually have one or two issues with rivers and everything. But for me, right, being someone that have my business in Abuja and I pay taxes in Abuja, Wike is one of the best things that has actually happened to Abuja. And I'm happy that Wike is actually there. And with what he's doing, I can tell you, if I had to
can you tell us why Wike is the best?
Okay. In terms of infrastructure, I can tell you that ever since Wike got there, every abandoned infrastructure in Abuja has been reopened, and most of them are almost done. If you go to Abuja,
reopened and done as well. What do you mean by reopened?
Yeah, almost. If you see, there are in Abuja, there's a lot of roads that were kind of half done, and ever since Wike got there, number one, Wike didn't bring new projects. All he just kept doing was to continue doing some of those projects and finishing some of those projects. And he's done a lot. There are several roads that Wike has actually opened. And for me, I think he's actually doing what people in Abuja actually want him to do. And if you look at Abuja, look at civil service in Abuja, for instance, every civil servant that works with FCTA is presently happy because Wike has been able to help them do what no one has actually done for them before. Because with this, with the FCTA administration having their own permanent secretary, where they are actually now independent. You know, civil service in Abuja is done that, and infrastructure, Wike is really on top of that. And when it comes to security, he has done what he could do, but we should always remember that there is limits to what he can actually do. All he can do is to support the security and give them what they want, what can actually help them, which I think is actually on top of that. As far as Rivers is concerned, right, he can have one of two of his issues in Rivers. He can have one or two issues in Rivers, but as someone that have lived in Abuja, that have most of my family in Abuja, and have a lot of friends in Abuja, and have my business in Abuja, and I pay taxes in Abuja, I can tell you, aside El-Rufai, Wike is actually the best thing that's actually happened to Abuja.
Is that not what he's trying to do? Is he not trying to beat El-Rufai's record?
Yeah, it's just 8 months there, so I don't know. He might actually still beat that at the end of this thing.
But then this one you're saying, because I have people also in Abuja, from the report I'm getting from over there, it's not like what you are even telling us here. I don't know.
Okay, hold
on, Larry Johnson. Maybe you live in my Governor's Hill. I mean, is it Governor's Hill? What do you call it? Is it Governor's Hill? Asokoro area, those areas. You live in those high posh areas, Gariki and all of those areas.
Okay.
So, but then if you're talking about Kubwa, talking about Pape, Nyanya, all those Tunga, Maji, Tunga, whatever, all those areas there, going to like we're going exiting towards where they have JAMB, is it JAMB office?
Okay.
I mean those areas. Some of my people I have there, they're all telling me that no, nothing is going on. So it's whatever you maybe those areas, those Gariki and those.
No, it's not like that.
So what are you talking about? Give me an example.
It's not like that.
Of these areas.
Even all those places you are talking about, right? In every area council. So what you've always seen in Abuja is just that there's a lot of, the abandoned things in the area council. FCT just focused on AMAC. But what Wike has actually done is each of those area council, at least 2 projects are presently going on in each of the area council. Go to Buhari area council, there are projects ongoing there. Go to Gwagwalada, there are projects going on there. Go to Kuje area council, there are projects going on there. Go to which other area council? So almost all the area councils now have FCTA presence. And don't forget, each of the area council, Abuja is just like each of the area council also have their chairman. And it's not everything that FCTA is going to do. Each of the chairman also have to do 1 or 2 things. But ever since Wike has actually gone there, was it not last week? Wike was in Kuje last week to flag off projects in Kuje. He's done the same thing in Gwagwalada. He's done the same thing in Buhari area council. So when people say Wike has not, because that's why I said, as far as infrastructure is concerned, he has done what El-Rufai was the last person that actually did that. The other guys, from Bala Mohammed to this other guy, the only thing they were interested in was land. They were not really interested in infrastructure. They were just interested in land racketeering. So, and ever since Wike has actually gone there, I can tell you that Wike has done a lot. Wike, and if you look at financing of projects, IGR in FCT, everybody is willing, right, to even pay taxes in FCT. Like my properties in FCT, it was really, me paying ground rent, and several other people that have neglected, not paid ground rent for years. When they saw that this guy is actually doing infrastructure and nothing stops you from paying your ground rents, everybody started paying ground rents. So I don't know, when people say probably he has not done, because all those places you're actually calling are basically places that fall within the area councils, and each of those area councils also have their chairman.
So there you go. So hold on. Larry.
Yeah.
I'm speaking like somebody who lived in Abuja.
Yeah.
Who used to live in Abuja.
Yeah.
You see, in Kubwa there.
Yeah.
Across from Kubwa there, is it Dutse?
Now, where now?
Hold on now.
I have that conversation and then we move on because a lot of us don't actually live in Abuja. So
yeah, I know. We don't live in Abuja, right? So, my point is this: you see, when El-Rufai was there,
Yeah.
El-Rufai was making a huge stride in Kubwa there, in Kubwa. He was, there's a pipeline there. I mean, this guy was, he was bringing sanity to that area. But now you're telling me that because he was developing Gariki, what's it called? Sokoro, those areas. Then it means that he's walking.
No, that's not what I said.
Everybody was walking everywhere. Was doing projects
that's
everywhere.
not what I said. If you go to Kubwa, even that
that's
Kubwa,
what you said. You said they're under councils.
No, that's not what I said. You were talking about. You're not even talking about just Kubwa. That Kubwa that you said. If you go to Kubwa today, there are several projects going on from FHA coming down to this new place that is close to Duse Alaji. There are several infrastructure going there. That is why you see that land in that place now. A lot of people are buying land in that place because there are a lot of infrastructure going on there now. Even if you go to that area where this military housing, you see a lot of infrastructure presently going on there. I can tell you that, like, presently for you to get the land, 600 square meter in that place now, it's nothing less than 19 million, 20 million. And why are people really rushing to those places? Is because of the infrastructure that is currently going on there. So that's just it.
All right. Let me play this clip. This was one of the most viral clips coming out today. So watch this, and then if Prince Dad is there, I want him to lead on it. If it's not, then whoever wants to pick it up, pick it up. But guys, watch this.
Then it's time for us to just put the imperial hat back on to say, we're going to govern those countries if you're incapable of governing yourselves, because enough is enough. We're done being invaded.
Because our own national security risk is at stake.
Exactly.
National security interests are at stake.
You can say that about pretty much all of Africa. They're incapable of governing themselves and benefiting their citizens because the governments there are all about looting and pillaging and lining their pockets and going shopping in Paris instead of actually making their country better.
People on the left are going to watch this. They're going to say, wait a minute, Eric Prince is talking about being a colonialist again.
Absolutely. Yes.
All right. So that's Eric Prince, the head of Blackwater, which is the largest conglomerate on this planet, 3 times over the nearest one to it in terms of size. And he's now putting forward now that Africa should be recolonized. So have you seen that clip, and how do you respond to it, Prince?
Yeah, hello, Wamba. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
I'm not sure if I've seen that clip. I've seen a little bit of it. But anyways, he wants to recolonize Africa, which may not be a bad idea, actually. It may not be a bad idea, really.
We've spectacularly shown a lack of capacity to govern ourselves. So, why not recolonize?
Right, yeah. I see what the guy is saying, but since he wants to put Africa out there, let's put him also on a scale. So
I completely disagree with that, by the way. Well, continue, sir.
Mike, you're a traditionalist. But anyways.
I'll tell you why. Go ahead.
But see, the guy, to the reason why he said that, is it because BlackRock or the companies that he runs, they have good intention for Africa? Is that why he is saying that? And that will also portend that is a moral agent in the sense that he wants to do that for the benefit of African people. The question is, are they giving money to African nations out of the free will from all the profits that they make? This man himself is involved. If he is the head of just like you said, BlackRock, they are involved in a high degree of monopolistic activities across the world.
Is it Blackwater?
Blackwater.
Blackwater Defense.
Blackwater. Okay. Well, okay. Well, still, given what he does or the company that he leads, they're not moral agents. But at the same time, it's always good. See, sometimes personally, I like to. It doesn't matter what the messenger is. Actually, it doesn't matter if the person is saying the truth. I like to go with the truth, though the person may mean harm, as long as the person's truth is the whole truth. There's no doubt.
Prince, look at it this way: the Africa is of strategic importance to the rest of the world in terms of the resources embedded there. So that's one thing. The world relies almost more than any other space on Africa in terms of resources, and then almost to the last country, every country in Africa is badly governed. He's telling you, as we all know, that they are self-serving, they kill each other. All they ever do is loot their resources and take it to Paris. He doesn't especially care, but the disruption to world trade that bad governance has in Africa has on the rest of the world, he's saying the rest of the world should not and must not stomach anymore. It is now time for grown-up adults to go in and take charge of Africa.
Yeah, I heard you well, man. See, again, I mean, the man talks like a rational mind. It lacks historical context in his presentation. Well, I mean, if you follow the history of Africa right after the colonialists, right, you can see the handwriting of the West in mostly on the entire continent. Okay.
Now you're making sense. Now you're making sense. Go ahead.
The destabilization of Africa is not by itself a void. It is the machination of the West in all degree. Now you have to defer to such books as Failed State by Noam Chomsky, and he talked about how Africa has become a source of raw material for the West. It's not in the intention of the Western powers to allow Africa to grow by any chance. But guess what? Now they have the right partners, like the mafia, our African leaders. They are their strong partners. They, because of that greed, which is natural to most human beings, or all human beings to be greedy and selfish, they have assumed the power, doing the work of the colonialist or the Western world. This guy, you can tell from his, people talk sometimes, you can look, this guy is lightweight. He doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. He hasn't read much. He's not well read. But again, it doesn't dismiss that his point is valid. And my position is, look, it doesn't matter what somebody does to you. Okay, at the end of the day, you have the responsibility to lift yourself up. You're not going to expect your victimizer or the person that victimized you to be the one to help you up. It's not going to happen. So yes, and right now in the global context, right, Africa is such a unique place to capitalize on.
So which part do you agree that it should come and colonize us there? You should come and govern us. Which part do you agree with that? Because that's where you started from. It's like you're not changing your view, and then you still accusing us that we should not expect. I mean, which part? What makes you agree that you should come and recolonize us?
Because we've not shown capacity to be able to govern ourselves.
The two words I use all the time when it comes to Africa is leadership and the ability to organize, leadership and organization. Those are the two words I commonly use. So not like I agree with the guy, because trust me, well, Mike, I've said the same thing also. Like, look, let these white people come and take over. Because when look at South Africa. Let's not kid ourselves.
Really?
Let's not kid ourselves. Look at South Africa. When the black people start to rule that nation as the people in power, the country is going down the toilet. What are you talking about?
No, South Africa never went down the toilet. I think what you can say, hold on. What you can say was the black population, which were largely very impoverished and also undereducated and everything. When the black, when they start putting them into the system, of course, you included a bunch of population that have been left behind into the system to create a fair ground. Of course, it's going to drop. It's not going to be, it's going to drop down. So that has nothing to do with just because they are black or anything. Because in the past, the black were just excluded. So the South Africa is just white and white society. You understand? So when you got to take the bunch of poors along there, of course, you're going to drop. So you can't. Let's stop that excuses and all this idea that we can't. Wait. This idea that we can't govern ourselves. The question is, you ask those guys is, when great leaders came in and they started performing. Why did the same West assassinate? What is it that it's so consistent that whenever Africa had great leaders, they get assassinated by the CIA, and then you impose somebody terrible on them. Example with Congo, when Patrice came in, he had ideas. You assassinate him, you impose Mobutu on them for 40 years. When Sankara came into Burkina Faso, say, listen, this economic model, the West is imposing on us, we're not going to use it. He dumped it and created he came up with a new idea, new system. And Burkina Faso started advancing, begin to develop, came in assassinating. Even when Murtala Mohammed came in, he said, okay, what is this? What is this deal they're going on? These people may go on sign with them. It's like, no, we have to nationalize our oil. They took him out. Murtala Mohammed within 6 months. When MK Abiola came in, started coming up with different. So these guys have been interfering. Even Gaddafi, when he was ruling his country, the country was doing well. They took him out. And look at Libya today. Now you will blame the Libya can't govern themselves. When they had someone governing them, you took him out, and then you're coming on telling us we're monkeys. When brilliant economists approach African leaders and say, listen, the economic model we are using is not going to work for us in the long term. This is just a slave system where the West designed for you. It's just to help the Western countries advance. That's all it is. Any lead person that wants to interfere with that, they take them out. So this idea, the same people will come to you because you're so ignorant of the facts and tell you that, look, you can't govern yourself. Look at you. And then they come back in and take it and govern you again. And you say, yes, so yes. Come on now.
Okay, Mike. So everything you said, I do agree with. That's why I said that man lacks historical context when it comes to Africa, and should defer to people like Noam Chomsky and others to learn more. But again, it doesn't dispute the fact that, look, in the early stage, right after most African countries obtained their independence, yes, we had like strong opposition when they truly wanted to be independent. Such people like Kwame Nkrumah was at the forefront of such liberation, being a Pan-Africanist. But again, time has passed, and you see, I said it earlier, you can't expect.
What do you mean time has passed? Isn't it still going on? Are you kidding me?
Well, time has passed, just like I said.
How long ago they took out Gaddafi? Time has passed. Was it during Nkrumah time? Are you kidding
me? My point here is that, look, if you know your challenges, if you recognize what your problems are, it's incumbent upon you to design solutions to fix that problem.
But part of the solution is not for the white man to come and govern us. Come on now. Well, your solution is that the white man should come and take over and govern us again.
Mike,
take us back 1,000 steps, 1,000 years back. Come on now.
No, Mike,
my issue with you is not that you say we shouldn't solve our problem. My issue is that you want the white man to come and solve it.
Oh no, okay.
You want to dig us back in the hole. Come on now.
That's a stretch. See, that's a stretch. I don't entirely believe that. But given the way things are, we might as well say that. But I don't entirely believe. I don't believe that.
You should never say that. Please.
Well, listen, and you know why I can say that.
I always know you. You have this inferiority complex. You believe this white man is, and I think your religion is the reason why you're reasoning like that. You see white man as your God and all those things. So you see them as this superior race of people. And these Africans
no, Mike. Okay, before you attack Christianity, which is your MO, let me tell you, you live in the West, and most of you guys do. And I wish, what's it called? But anyway, most of people live in the West, and in the system in which you live in, you appreciate that system because why it works and it's efficient. There's no doubt about it. So when we live in a place and we see things, the way things progress and how they are structured, why wouldn't I say, well, if these people were in charge of an African nation or Africa, they will replicate the same thing. That's if they choose to do that. So there's nothing wrong with that. We're speaking for.
They will not replicate it for you. When they were in South Africa, they didn't replicate it for the black.
Well, they
will not live with you. They will not sit down and watch you enjoy your life or progress.
Mike,
these are people that know. Listen, these are people that know.
You can't continue to point finger at people.
You are the one taking us there. I'm not pointing finger. We are there. There's no need of me pointing finger. I'm already in a circle, so there's no pointing finger. We are in a circle of the conversation. So it's not like I'm talking about something. I'm pointing finger at somebody else. That's not what we're doing here. We are the ones saying if they this, and I'm telling you for a fact, when they did, they're not going to do it for you. When they were in South Africa doing their thing, they kept the black away. They don't want them. In fact, they didn't want to share how they are doing it. They don't want you to progress.
And so that's the thing, Mike. And that
so you should know their nature.
What they do, and
all right. Yes. Make that point, Prince Daddy, and then after that, let's bring Ogbeni's voice into the conversation. Back to you, Prince.
Thanks. What the white men did or are doing is nothing. Is not unique, and it's not unique to Africa or Black people. They've done it around the world. The same thing is done or replicated in South America, in Eastern Europe. Also, the same thing happened. See, the need to marginalize other people, okay, is nothing unique. Anyone with power would do that. Okay, it's incumbent upon us to negotiate or find ways to go about it. And I'm saying that, for example, when the rise of China, the rise of China should have been a golden opportunity for African nations to have partnered with Chinese, okay, the Chinese people, and leverage their strength for China's appetite for natural resources to elevate themselves. But guess what? Our leaders are not doing it. Just like I said, they want to point finger at what the white people
Well,
do.
Mugabe tried it. There are people that have tried it. Even
all
some,
right.
there are leaders that have tried it. They were taken out. I've told you that already.
All right, let's bring Ogbeni in. Ogbeni, you're a little bit late. Our guest just left, Professor Odinkalu. I was thinking he's right up your street. You've been a law lecturer like him, but did you catch any of our conversation with him? And if you did not, what would you have liked to have asked him?
Well, first and foremost, I don't know where he lectures. I know they call him
Well,
professor.
I think it's at a Tufts University, something like that, isn't he?
What? I don't know. Don't let me confirm what I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where he lectures, and I'm not sure I've really seen any of his publication before in the academia. But that's by the way. I'm so sorry. I didn't see your sticker on time. I would have probably tried to delay my journey a bit before going to take my flight. Yeah, I greet everybody. Good morning from Scotland. Mike, I can hear you there. I think Rational Mind is still in the studio, and everybody, Kulata and other. Yes, I've listened partly to what Professor Odinkalu said. I'm fine, but by the I recently, don't let me say recently, I think for a while now, I've seen Professor Odinkalu as I put him in the same bracket now with people like Aisha Yesufu, Dele Faro, Timi, and others. They lament about Nigerian problem. They are part of the Nigerian problem. Let me start with that. They are part of the Nigerian problem. They lament with the Nigerian problem. They were part and parcel of past government in Nigeria. It was part of Jonathan government. It was heading I think Public Complaint Commission or something like that back then. And then, so they were defender of government back then. And then they would criticize government a little bit and defend government a little bit. And then they were hedged out of government. And then they move on the side of the critic, on opposition to government, and now they lament about the governance. The question I like asking people like that, if I've been in the studio, is when you were there, just give me one landmark achievement that you made that today people can point to and say, oh, when Professor Odinkalu was here, he did this. You see, I see Nigerian problem recently now as problem complaining about problem. I was in Nigeria, was in November. I was in the okay, I won't mention the person's name, but a public office and a top public officer in Nigeria. And so one of my friends, a senior advocate, who just became a senior advocate, took me there and we were gisting. We're talking about Nigeria. And the public officer, he was also lamenting about Nigeria and lamenting about, and I reminded him that, but you're a public officer, you are there. If you are lamenting about Nigeria, then you should resign and leave this place now. Because I won't expect you to be lamenting about Nigeria. You already have the machinery of governance. So what are you complaining about? And for me, if you've been part of government before, or you public officer at a point in time, and then you had every opportunity also to make your own, little impact in the society, and I can't see any, then you just keep quiet and stop lamenting. That's the way I see it for my own angle. He mentioned one or two things which I would have asked him. One of it is this: he believed, which I saw Kulata trying to, take me into that angle, but he believed that until we get our electoral system and electoral system in Nigeria right perfectly, without any question of legitimacy, therefore, nothing will really run in Nigeria. Particularly, it narrows it on insecurity. that the insecurity in Nigeria will continue. And that takes me back to his brief history and the report of 2011. I'm not sure I has really deeply read that the report of 2011. I don't know. And reports that have come before 2011. Boko Haram report didn't start with 2011. Boko Haram was not 2011 thing. It started long before then. You should recall those set of guys from the Sahel coming down and later form an alliance to become Boko Haram along that Borno side. I think you need to go and read a bit further about origins of Boko Haram. It didn't just start in Nigeria. They migrated down, but they found during our not First Republic, now the Third Republic, they found a fertile situation on ground to veg on, and that was what allowed them to be able to settle down. And because of the complacence of our government back there, they were able to fester on. And today, and then the politicians was able also to use them to achieve their own purpose or goal. And ever since then, we've been battling with that trouble today. And it baffles me also how he felt Boko Haram and this kidnapping and others are not the major problem we have in Nigeria. And his reference to the major problem we have in Nigeria is the court clash, the ritualist outside there, the community clash that happened. That has always been a problem in Nigeria, even from before independence. That is not the insecurity we're talking about there. We're talking about insecurity that has element of terrorism in it. You can't be comparing it to court that is doing court clash and all these things. We're talking about crime at the level of terrorism, comparing it to. So for me, I think he's comparing what is not comparable at all. And
it was cherry picking.
Yes, and to now say illegitimacy. Is there any election in the world? And I keep asking, I don't know. Even in the UK where I am, you see those MPs that lost the last time in the SNP guys, few of them that lost in Scotland, to date, when they do what they call monthly surgery, you see them still coming out to tell you they lost the election because someone cheated them, and human beings will naturally complain. So out of 200 million plus Nigeria, until the entire 200 million plus say, oh yes, this man they voted for. And he made reference to 2015 and said, Buhari actually won scarcely in 2015. And I just laughed because I knew what was his reaction to 2015 election. So now he woke up how many years after to say, oh, Buhari actually won. See how our leaders could be. And then I wanted to ask him, okay, if Buhari actually won in 2015, then what about 2011? Did Jonathan win? Okay, Jonathan won in 2011. Then why was insecurity after 2011? Till that 2015 was the height of insecurity in Nigeria. Boko Haram was bombing them. Abuja was completely ungovernable or unhabitable for us. I was in Abuja. You go to church, you go to mosque, you go to police station, you go to mall, you go to everywhere. You see they will barricade everywhere because bomb can blow anywhere. They went to Inspector General office, blew bomb there. They went to UN house, blew bomb there. They went to Yanya bomb blast, blew, and so. But Jonathan won 2011 because nobody can challenge that 2011. Jonathan actually won scarcely. There was no issue of legitimacy. But Buhari was everywhere around, crying around that he lost because they rigged him out. Yet, so what's the connection between that legitimate government that Jonathan had in 2011 and the insecurity? So for me, I see it as a reductionist approach. When you are too simplistic.
Ajale Kuko somewhat accused him of being an obedient, and it looks as though from the thrust of your submission so far, it looks as though you lean in sympathy towards Ajale Kuko.
When I started, I said I put him in the bracket of the likes of Aisha Yesufu, Dele Faro, Timi, all those gangs that lament only about Nigerian trouble. If you ask them to provide solution, they won't tell you about solution. They will still go back to that problem and be talking about our problem. Recently, I've removed Patutomi from that gang But when you look at what Patitonia have been doing recently, it will criticize government and profile his solution. It will tell you, this is what I think should be the solution. This is what I think they should be doing now. And he will even tell you the little gains they've been making. But these are a set of guys that will never come, in their sadistic approach, they will never tell you, oh, these are the gains they've made so far. Because I remember you were asking him that, were these things not accumulated issues of misgovernance over past that now cascaded into, oh, they will just find a way to just, they were explaining it away as if, oh, the problem started yesterday, we were in heaven before. The government of the day just brought hellfire upon us.
Well, hold on. You said you knew his reaction in 2015. What was his reaction in 2015 when Jonathan lost?
His reaction in 2015 was against Buhari's government.
So what was the evidence for that?
Okay, I will go online and pick one and send to you.
Okay, send to us and let's see.
Okay, so maybe you'll be okay with that. Throughout,
let's see it.
Let me give you another example. Throughout El-Rufai time in Kaduna, Professor Odinkalu was one of the ones that fought El-Rufai to a standstill. And then I had a question. There was insecurity in Kaduna. El-Rufai won clearly in Kaduna. There was no doubt he won that election. 2015 election I'm talking about, he won that election. Now, my question now is that, so what's the connection between the Kaduna insecurity and the legitimacy of El-Rufai? It has no connection. The insecurity in Kaduna predated El-Rufai's regime, but El-Rufai did not undo it well because El-Rufai started playing extreme religion politics and everything with the thing, and then the Fulani thing with the thing, and that escalated.
Benny, you are saying something that we did not hear here. I mean, where are you getting all this thing? We are all here. We heard what this guy said. Why are you bringing all this? Because the only time you used the word illegitimacy was with regard to Tinubu's presidency, and he proposed a solution as to how he could have even gone about it. If
no, you don't.
Let's assume that.
Rational man, you don't get what I'm saying.
He said,
he propounded what I can call a thesis here, and his thesis is this: the insecurity in Nigeria will continue unless we first address the issue of legitimacy with government. Yes or no? Did you hear that?
I didn't catch that.
Oh, you didn't catch it. That
was my question. That's what he said. And I was telling him that, I mean, other countries, irrespective of the kind of government, legitimate or not, insecurity is not an option. They fix it. So I did not buy into that argument.
But Nigeria is a different. You see, this is what we do. Sometimes we just, I don't know, some of us, and you say you're a static, I mean, oh goodness. And then
if you got something to say. Don't just be saying, this is what we do, this is what we do, this is what we do. Land a point now. Don't just be interrupting that guy since and we know what you're interrupting about.
I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing somebody here. So please.
Then keep quiet, man. When I was addressing Prince Daddy, was that not landing point? And you're telling me to stop interrupting. But you are interrupting. I'm not even landing any points.
Yeah, Baba boy.
Hypocrite. I beg.
Carry on.
I'm not landed now. Look at it.
Land.
You will never land, man. Just let's move on.
No. Let rational mind land. Then when he can.
Oh, good luck. Let's see him land.
But we had him here when he was talking here.
Yeah.
That part where you're talking about, where he said he was talking about insecurity and how he legitimized. Sometimes we do something here a lot. We like to do some kind of comparison that does not really fit in what we're even trying to compare it with. Nigeria is a beast of its own, in the sense that somebody just said here, it was fair, somebody said here that if you notice a trend in Nigeria, whenever a southerner comes in, he arranges the whole thing, another comes, he scatters the whole thing. It's a trend we see. It's a fact that we've seen over time. Especially we come starting from the 1999 democracy we've been practicing. We're not talking about even the military from the military guys that were from the northern part. When they came in, they just ruined the whole thing in that country. So my point is this: is that you really, it can also invalidate whatever election. Normally, it should not be. I agree that it should not be. It should not be a yardstick in legitimizing or illegitimizing an administration that comes in. But in the Nigerian kind of context, that is how it has been. So
rational mind, you didn't get my problem where You didn't get my point well. See my point. He made the point. The point is very clear. There's no way you can argue against his cold fact. He made the point. Let me tell you, he said insecurity in Nigeria is local. I don't know if you heard that. And he also went further to cite example of Uzodinma and use Uzodinma as a litmus test to tell you why insecurity and issues they have in Imo State will be difficult to resolve, because the legitimacy of Uzodinma on its own is an issue. I don't know if you heard about that. Then he used example of Buhari 2015 to tell you can't question legitimacy of Buhari in 2015. Now, he narrow it now to the present government, which he said he believed did not win that election. And he cited the example of only Rivers and Nasarawa, and to him, he concluded he did not win that election. Now, when you put all these things together, I don't know the way you put things together, I'm trained to put things together and make reasonable deductions.
Sorry, he was even wrong about Nasarawa. Obi won Nasarawa, by the way.
I know now he was wrong, but you know their way. Now, when you put all these things together, the thesis, don't let me say thesis now, the theory he has brought out, or the hypothesis he has brought out is simple. His hypothesis is this: the main reason why we have insecurity in Nigeria is because our government that have been trying to address insecurity in Nigeria has been rooted in illegitimacy. So for them to approach people to resolve issue of security, it will be very difficult for them because they are not accepted by the people. That's the meaning of legitimacy, whether you are accepted by the people. And I'm saying that theory is wrong. That theory is just coming from the sadistic approach of the obedience that professor belonged to. Is wrong.
Oh.
And I'm giving you
you guys are just brilliantly said. Brilliantly said.
You're taking it out of context.
I'm not taking it out of context. That was what Prof said.
Maybe we didn't hear. We all hear something differently from what you're saying.
No, that was what Kulata was the one who even asked that question. That was when I was landing. If I was landing at that time, I was on my way home. So I switched it on and I was listening to them and I was just laughing in the car. That was what he was saying. And my own is that's wrong. That's not true. And I'm using the example. Okay, he used Uzodinma, and I said, okay, let's say Uzodinma legitimacy was an issue. Okay, good. And I said, okay, what of El-Rufai? Let's use El-Rufai as instance. And he happened to be an actor that fought El-Rufai throughout El-Rufai time. For what? For insecurity, you rightly he did so. And I supported him back then. I still support him today. He fought El-Rufai. In fact, El-Rufai charged him to court.
Let me ask you a question, Ogbeni, because I was surprised that when I'm not sure who put the question, and then the professor said that if you don't fix legitimacy in governance, you will struggle to fix.
Not me.
Yes, yeah. Kulata put it. That it really baffles, because those are two separate and distinct things.
Sorry. It baffled me too. It said election, not governance.
It's a wild hypothesis, a wild one.
Yes. And that lent me towards where Ajan Lekoko was pushing him towards. What did you make of that? Is there a is not good governance, but legitimacy? Is there a governance between the electioneering process? Is there a nexus between the electioneering process and insecurity? I couldn't quite wrap my head around what you were saying there. Do you get my question, Ogbeni?
Yes, I understand, and you are still that your question is what my answer is bringing out my answer again. My answer is that they are of what do you call this thing? In philosophy, they call it law of excluded middle, or what do you even call it? Meaning they run on different parallel. You don't say because, and what do you really mean by legitimacy? Let's to start with. That's the first question you ask. Okay, what's the legitimacy? You have constituted authorities in Nigeria that deal with election matters. People question election. They question election results. The constituted authority would take it over from there and declare whether you have a legitimate government or not. Your constitution determines whether you have a legitimate government or not. And on that issue, they decide, okay, this is a legitimate government. Now, when you talk about question of legitimacy, yes, some few individuals will be there. Some people may be there which they will always be embittered until the government frees you away and they will go back to contest. Majorly, opposition and their supporters. In all countries, opposition and supporters will always play their opposition politics and tell you, oh, this government of the day is this and that. So, and that's why I call it, I say it's a reductionist approach to conversation. When you have a real conversation before you, and sometimes they call it strawman argument. So you just bring something that you think relates to it, and you overflog it, and say, therefore, you just make your conclusion out of that. So for me, I won't say I don't expect it from Professor because I've been listening to him over time. I know his approach to things like this, but I don't know. I think I think those guys, that is set and co. They are now they've tested power enough now to be sober with to carry themselves now as leaders that prefer solution. That's the way I see it now these days. Something like what Fashola is doing presently. When you see Fashola now, he talks like a statesman, okay, that prefers solution. I just bought his new book. That's his new book on Nigerian political discourse, something like that. And when you see the kind of things he was saying there, you know, oh, he's telling you the understanding of Nigeria that he has worked with and he has seen it in the corridor of power, and this is what he thinks should be solution. You won't see him, it's not, maybe he will tell you he's supporting a government, he won't tell you he's against. He'll be referring to Jonathan's days, Buhari days, different days, and then putting things together to say this is the way forward, this is where we should be heading to. But not at this their age, which they've tasted power, they've had enough in their life, they have a lot of things, they are and they should be more matured and more sober in providing solutions to Nigerian problems.
When the professor said Tinubu did not win that election, where did you think he was headed to?
Is the obedient approach now. Yeah, I even thought he would tell us who won the election, and I thought you were asking. In fact, I thought that should be a follow-up question to say who won the election.
The honest real. I think we are all taking this guy out of context. I don't know if what I heard was different from what you guys said. Let me say what I heard. Talking about Uzodinma and the legitimacy issue, is that he said the way Uzodinma became governor was a problem in the first instance, in the first place, which in a sense we hear people call him Supreme Court judge. I mean, one man, you knew how you began all this thing at the beginning when you started playing us, Professor Justice Datijo and all of that, and how all this thing began, whereby the Supreme Court had to give a third or a fourth runner-up in the election because he was. Let's just not leave that. I don't want to. My point is this: he said, when you give such a person to handle a state police, that becomes a problem because he will use it against all his adversaries. That was why I think, from what I deduced from what he said, was the reason why he was kicking against state police. Because if you leave police in the hands of this despot, this mini despot in ruling their own various states, it's going to be a problem.
No, sorry, what, rational, please, sir. Sorry, Ogawaman. That was where the guy fumbled. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Why this fear of the unknown? When are we going to start then? Are we going to be waiting for 100 years to...
Hold on. He said, look, Tony, he said at this time, I'm not supporting it. Which means
when, for example, the other time they said that this boso, this cupboard, they don't want us to handle it. People are holding cupboard. They are coming to eliminate us in our bush and everywhere. Then we are saying, no, if you give a cupboard to people, they will be killing each other. You see, it's just pure stupidity. That is why
there are ways. Hold on. I agree with all of you. Whatever you say, that we need a state police. I'm for it. But I see with this point that at this time in Nigerian history, in that country's history, we cannot afford to have these mini despots.
That is the starting point. Because when you have the state police, which the governors will be under, and every other civil servant,
I'm not making myself. I don't know if I'm not coming. Tony, I'm trying to say something to you. It's like you're not even listening to what I'm saying. I'm not saying state police we're not right for state police. But he said at this point in time in the Nigerian history,
That is that is the bone of contention now. That is when is it going to take place? We have to set up those things immediately. It's a certain point where the governance will be.
How can you set it up when you have mini despots in their own states managing affairs and using it against?
And that's why we should be supporting Tinubu. Hold on.
Sorry, Tony. Rational mind. Is it more a case of setting up state police, or is it the case of ceding more power over the policing structures in each individual states? Because we've often seen when the CP of a particular state defers not to the governor but to Abuja. So is it more a matter of amending the constitution to give the state more powers over policing rather than having state police?
Let me answer that question real quick. So, you see, I believe there are many ways to. Some people don't like me using that word because they love their pets. So there's different ways
to skin a cat. Everybody knows it's a phrase, isn't it? So don't worry about all your Americans with your woke everything is.
No, I'm not woke. Don't get me wrong. You see, I have this emotional intelligence because I know I've said it in the past, and some people some people around me here, they just get annoyed. Like, oh, why would you want to eat my rabbits?
Well, one-man platform, so your emotional intelligence is not clicking. Nobody cares about cats here.
We are from the villages.
So anyway, people around me here. So anyway, my point is this: I think we need state police. I've championed that in the past, but in the way Nigeria is set up right now, I think we should not go that route because I'm afraid of some of these despots in person of governors in different states using it against clamping down on their enemies. But
okay, one man stop me before. Hold on, Roshana Mike. Hold on, Roshana Mike, please.
Let me talk. Let me land.
No. See, let me help you out.
No. Yes. I think he's capable of helping himself.
Let me land.
Coming after him, Tony. Yeah.
Yes, I beg you, Tony. So, if we really want to go to the state police, then we should now let local government to have their own police. You get it? So my solution to this is this: if we're going to create state police, also create local government police. Let each cities run their own police.
It should be local government police, not state police.
Well, the state has police. Here in America.
Barely.
Is that what?
I said barely. It's mostly municipal level. It is mostly municipal level, but continue.
Dude, I don't know why we always like to argue all these kind of things. I don't know where you live here in America. Every state here has their own. In fact, they have their own national.
Most of the states is at the municipal level. Go and check.
I agree with you, but I'm saying state has their police. Each state has their own police. The municipals, the cities, the counties, they have their own police. The campuses have their own, the colleges have their own police. So what are we talking about? Why are we arguing about this? So my point is this: is that if that's the route we want to go, I'm okay with that. So that way, if I commit a crime in a particular city, it is the city police that will arrest me, not the states. So my point is this: is that we need to just sit down and see how we can fashion this out. But for me, that we only create state police and then forget the municipal police and forget the local government police, then that is when we're setting ourselves for another failure with these despots in personal
government. Can I interject, please? Can I interject? Hello? Can you hear me?
Go on.
Yeah. You see, the truth is, no matter how we want to go back to all this state police, it will still lead back to this constitutional review or how we really want to govern ourselves, something that I always talk about. I'm telling you, if we raise the issue of state police in Nigeria now, the northern approach to it will be different from the southwest approach. Remember when Amotekun was created, the primary objective of our Keti was to give them access to AK-47, which the Buhari government kicked against. So part of the things they said it was what's going to happen to the northerners in the south. In fact, there was a time, was it on one man's platform, that this guy came from the north and was saying no. One man, it was on this platform, right? that he was kicking vehemently against what's it called, having state policing. So
yeah, I think that was a guy called Q.
Exactly, and something just starts striking my head with that. What's it called? Interview you had with him. I was like, okay, does it mean that they don't see a southerner competent enough to handle any force-related parastatal in that country? Is that their what's it called mentality in the north, that as long as the military, the air force, the navy, the police system is, they should always be at the end of affairs? And that is one thing that we are running away from that state policing thing. For it to work, the northerners some of the northern states have to key into it. Unfortunately, they won't key into it because they will see it from a vindictive approach, vindictive approach. And we in the south will be the ones suffering from all this, their insecurity. Okay, let's say, for example, look at all the killings that have been happening due to kidnapping, and we know most of the people, or majority of the people in those areas. Assuming we have state police, do you think any kidnapper will still be in the southwest? Let's be frank with ourselves. Do you think we have kidnappers in the southwest? Even as maybe legitimate, begin whatever we may have, do you think we have kidnapping in the southwest?
Why do you think we won't have?
I don't. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Ife, my brother, me. So how far? Can I come in now? Because one man said that I should come in after Rational Mind.
Okay, let me quickly why I believe that we not have kidnapping in the southwest is, or at least in Lagos State, and by extension in my own part of the local government, Badagry, is they will be handled in the way we think it should be done. Not a situation whereby somebody kills or eliminates a person's life, then you are now taking them to one stupid prison to be later released back into the
when you cannot ask you a question.
Then how many kidnappers have seen the route of the law according to the Constitution of Nigeria? So
none at all. It's catch and release. Catch and release.
When you cannot ask Obeni a question, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Obeni, nice to hear from you. I always listen to you. But my question to you, I'm deviate a little bit from what you're narrating right now. When you came here a few weeks ago, a month ago, you stated that the APC came to clean Nigeria mess. So my question to you, I don't know if you're APC stood, so I don't really want to accuse you if you're APC member, but you're based by your own support the party.
Look at that comment. I don't know if you're an APC stood.
Hold on.
You've already accused him by putting it out there now.
Responsibility. And take a responsibility and say, okay, the buck stop here. This is our, whatever mess is ours.
What's
instead
the question,
of just deviating and propaganding. So can you answer that? Simple.
What's the question? Sorry.
I just asked you, when is APC gonna take responsibility and say the buck stop here, instead of saying we are coming here to clean up your mess? Is it how long have you been in power? It's about time APC take responsibility. Whatever is happening right now.
Okay, let me quickly answer that. First and foremost, I'm not an APC person. I'm Tinubu person. I'm pro Tinubu.
Okay, it's all good. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I've never told you there's anything wrong in him. Even if people say there's something wrong, it is my conviction. So I'm pro Tinubu. My first day on this platform, I declared it, and I've never changed that.
It's refreshing actually that somebody will actually own up to their political alignment. But
I love it. Okay,
yes.
Just let me pose it.
Go ahead. Political alignment
Somebody said
You
you
said?
are APC. Said it's not APC. Said this. Look at
I
the
said
thing.
I'm pro Tinubu. I've always been saying that.
Just
I'm
say
a
you are
Tinubu
APC.
person.
You cannot separate APC.
I was just going by your narrative that
Why
you
can't
support the
you?
party. But anyway,
Why?
Ratnaman, let him answer my question, please.
Why can't you separate it? Let me give you an example of somebody like Femi Adesina. Femi Adesina is never an APC person. Femi Adesina has never been pro Buhari from the 80s to date. He will tell you he's not an APC person, but he's been following Buhari from the 80s to date. So I'm a kind of person that have been following Tinubu since before 1999, in the days of CDC, my university days. I've been following Tinubu's politics, and I've been following him keenly. So, and I'm still, so when he started contesting at president, I said, yes, this should be the right candidate I think I should go for. So, Tinubu doesn't personify APC. So that said, when you say, oh, when will APC hone up, I think you've not been sincere with them. If there's any of these guys that have honed up, any government we've had in Nigeria that have honed up to the fact that they are trying their best, but their best is not the best, I think it's this present government. Let me start with Tinubu himself. In all the speech Tinubu has delivered, Tinubu has always been saying it. I knew the enormity of what I've come to do. We are not achieving it now. We are on the track. It is the job I've taken to do, and nobody should pity me. He kept saying it. And I've not seen any of the president, even including the almighty Buhari, said that before. Including Jonathan, said that before. You can prove me wrong. I don't know if you listened to Cardozo recently. If you listen to Cardozo, I listened to him. The totality of what Cardozo have come to tell them in the Senate and every fora that has been appearing is that, see, yes, we met a system that has been rotting. No doubt about that. Except if you think we're in heaven before and we are now in hellfire. But it's our responsibility to do our job. And he told them what he has been doing. This is what we have tried. This is what we are doing. This is the little gain we've been able to achieve for now. This is how people have misrepresented my statements, but this is what I meant, and we'll be forging ahead. And it showed positivism and optimism. We are optimistic about what we think we can gain from this. I don't also know whether you have listened to Edun before or Wike. You listen to Wike. Let me come to Wike's side. This is also the message Wike has been passing. I listened to Wike recently, went to a place, some traditional rulers went to give them cars and security on issue of insecurity there. And I listened to his speech. What he has been saying is that, look, this government has come to tackle whatever is the mess on ground or whatever they are doing, but they are trying their best to do what they are doing. But this is not the best we have gotten so far, because this is not the best the government wants. So if there's anything you want them to do, maybe they should cut their head because they met a mess and then they're trying to clean the mess. Then they should say, oh, we did not meet the mess, so we met heaven, we turned it to hellfire. Or I'm trying to understand what exactly you need from them. If the president himself could come out to say, it is my job, don't abuse anybody, don't pity anybody, whoever abused me is right to abuse me because it is my job, and I've said I will do it, and I'm trying my best, and I think I will achieve that. What else do you expect if there's no negativity in us assessing a leader talking? I've seen leader in the Western world. That's the way they address their citizens, to tell them things are not right now, but we are trying our best. So I don't know what you expect me to do, to now say, Tinubu, you're a madman. I expect you to turn the whole country to heaven within how many years of mess of how many years ago. And that's why I love the two major questions one man asked Professor Odinkalu today: removal of subsidy, and then floating of naira. He asked me specifically, what's your take on it? Do you think they shouldn't have done it? I have my own take on subsidy. If you want me to share with you, I don't think subsidy, I'm not an economist, I'm just a lawyer. But from little I've read about subsidy, in a developing country like Nigeria, where we don't produce much as we consume, and we have this high taste for foreign things or an importation vis-a-vis. So I don't believe subsidy should be removed at once. I think there should be gradual removal of that subsidy, and I think that it shouldn't be removed completely, probably until we have all our refineries on ground, or until they allow Dangote refinery to start working. At least something that could cushion that effect enough. That's my own personal belief. But if you now compare to Tinubu, I tell people, first and foremost, I keep saying it, Tinubu was not the one who removed subsidy. He re-echoed it. And for somebody like Professor Odinkalu to say, oh, the way he said he wasn't part of his statement, which all of them were always a written statement, as if they had access to his written statement, as if they were the one who even wrote it. But he just added it to it, and the way he even say it. So the way somebody said something is what we call the effect. Where did they study their own economics? So if the principle is demand and supply principle, then the way I come out to express it is what will determine the demand and supply pool. Or I don't get, people canvass that argument, but the argument seems to be too simplistic for me that the way he just came out and said subsidy now removed. That is the issue.
But you're leaving out a part what he said. So again, this is context again in what he said. You only just want to pick one part of what he said.
I can't see all what he said now.
Okay, what he said was that Tinubu, you assume that Tinubu was prepared. This is a guy who said he has been prepared. He has been prepared for this. That he has all the economic team and everything. In fact, he was even talking about, okay, let's assume that this illegitimacy issue is a problem for you. Look at the kind of people that he brought to work with him.
Like who and who?
But you just that part. Is that what?
Mention some that you think is not fit.
Ogbeni, I'm not in the Tinubu camp. I won't tell him how to rule. They say he's a master strategist. He knows what he's doing. They need his brain.
And then keep quiet and let him do it.
Look at, you said what?
You don't think you should keep quiet? If you know you can contribute to assess his government, then it's time for you to just keep quiet and let him.
But I won't give him the answer to because he said he's ready. He's ready.
That's what
when he said,
you don't have answers, rational mind. Just want to complain.
You don't have.
Because I'll never give you answers. Even if I have
but a simple sadistic approach. You see, do you know the way sadists think? Let me tell you the way sadists think. You see, sadists think they know all, but they must not say it so that you don't steal their idea.
No, strategies. What is the idea?
I said, can we? Sorry. Can we clarify something with? Please, can we clarify? Can I clarify something? Can I clarify something with rational mind, please? So you're saying that for the love of country, even if you have the answer to the question,
I know this love of country.
Hold on, please. Can you hold on, please? Can you hold on, please? Can you hold on? You were saying now that if, from your own mouth, even if you know the answer to the question, you will not tell Tinubu because it claims to be expected. That's what you say. Like you will not help your own country because you don't have your own person in power. Just to clarify,
you won't box me into one corner with this.
I'm just clarifying. I'm not boxing you.
You are boxing me into kind of questions. Listen, this is how I want to answer that question. Let me just quickly address Ogbeni on what you say. You were saying that he just went on talking about subsidy removal. He says, it was not part. Yeah, he said all of this. But what he was saying was that he said that you assume this guy was ready because he came in. We know what. Let me just leave all those part. Let me not bore us with that. But you assuming he is ready, that he has all the things figured out because he said he's the most prepared among all the candidates. That he came in. And look at the kind of people that he's giving us to work with him. And now you're asking me to give it, to provide you a solution, how he's going to do it. Even if I have it, am I going to give it to him so that he can go and work it and then start claiming to be his idea? What have we not said on this platform before? What have some few days ago, we were talking about patriotism. The next day, what am I hearing from your president? He was reading your national anthem to the whole public, which means they come here, they listen to us. We don't just only come here and criticize. You won't say because I'm answering your question, Babati. You will not tell me when to provide a solution. You won't tell me because I will have to. If I want to do that, I will do that. So many things we've said on this platform. These people, they come. I know they have their moles they send here. Maybe some of us here on the screen, to some of us their moles who work. Maybe someone like Kolata, I'm sure, because he went to Nigeria recently.
Rational man is a mole now.
Parabale. So, I mean, we're talking about something. This is about an unpatriotic leader in the person of the president. And recently he's talking about patriotism, reading us national anthem, reminding us of the words of the national anthem, that we should be all rise of compatriot and all that kind of crap. I mean, these people, they listen to us. So it's up to them. If people like myself, other people come here, you, Babati, every other person, we provide solution here. I will, you not tell me when to provide solution to them. I will do that when I deem it fit. So my point is this: is that you won't box into one corner with that. I would provide solution when I deem it fit, and I know they've been listening to us, because some of the things we say here, we'll hear them the next day in their in their whatever from Aso Rock. So, Benny, let's also put context to everything we say here. Don't just
rational mind.
Yeah.
If you trace it back to where I was before, I did not ask you to provide solution. Why? Because
no, I'm not saying you, but about team.
Okay. So then what I was saying is this. I won't repeat all what Professor Odinkalu said now. That would be too. I don't even think I have that intellectual capacity to pick all what he said and be regurgitating it word for word. I can't do that. I don't have the capacity. But I'm just picking the major ones I listen to, and I'm trying to let us understand what I find faulty. There were points he also made which I agree with too now. So it's not all the point. And that's why, if you observe me, my approach to assessing things is nothing is totally bad, nothing is totally good. You pick the one that is good, you leave the one that is not good. And that's why when you see them coming out and say, but Tinubu said he's prepared. And then I ask the question, what's your definition of being prepared? So your definition of being prepared is less than a year, you should turn the giant to heaven? Or your definition of being prepared is that less than a year, then we should price of petrol should be £50, $50, 50 naira, or what's your? I like asking that question. I would have asked him today. So, what's your understanding of him being prepared? What do you think he would have done differently? He assuming he's prepared. So then tell me any president in Nigeria that you can say he was prepared. Or say Obasanjo that can you really say he's prepared? So for me, when you look at policy in no sense, if there's anywhere I find serious fault in this government, and I keep saying it, is that they are extravagant spending on things I think don't matter now at this stage, which I think they should cut cost completely. For me, and there are some fundamental restructuring I'm still expecting. I don't know when they will start doing that. If after 1 year plus I see them not doing it, then I see the direction this government is going. Then for me, I start saying that I don't think they will do it. Restructuring. For me, let me tell you, and I think I've expressed that here.
Sorry, before I go further, if you don't mind. Just to ask, so do you think these people, which I think they probably disingenuous for the most part, by the way, do you not think that they're expecting Tinubu to hit the ground running is enshrined in his 30 years in governance or in power or in politics? And he's been campaigning to be the president for such a long time that I think it's incumbent upon him to hit the ground running. We let him do in 6 months. But I thought I asked that.
But that's naturally impossible.
I agree.
That it's naturally impossible. I've never. I like using where Fashola said something in that his book, Nigerian Public Discourse. He said there's something he called the challenge of unfair comparison. There's a chapter he titled "Challenge of Unfair Comparison," and I think my reasoning resonates with him too. That okay, we should stop comparing ourselves with some areas of space that are very incomparable. We should look back in our history and see what exactly is wrong with us. What can we find in our system that is not in another system before we start comparing our system with another system? So these days, I don't like really comparing directly. But when you look at it objectively, you realize that I don't see any government that would, with the level at which, with the kind of rot we have in our government, as at the time Tinubu took over this government, I don't expect any government within 6 months. And I remember when one man asked us after the election that what's your expectation, what's your time? I don't know the way he put it, like the time you start seeing whether this government is really doing what they are doing or not. And I said, for me, it's 1 year plus, and there are some areas I am looking at. One of the areas I'm looking at is this restructuring thing. Now, my own definition of restructuring may not be the same with others, because I know everybody has his own definition to some, they believe restructuring is to dismantle the own country and let everybody go home.
Well, do you know that the National Assembly has started
sorry, rational mind. Let me bail out, hand over to Mike so I can shuffle Babati in, who dipped and came back. Crown, Ayo, and Prince. So thank you to all those. So thank you to all those. Thank you everyone, and especially Professor Chidi Odinkalu. So thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. Mike, over to you. Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
You guys continue now, Harry.
I think I was trying to put a position.
Yes.
I forgot what I was.
Rational man, let me tell you what has always been in my mind about restructuring. One of the major things.
I just remember now talking about restructuring. Are you aware that they said the National Assembly has started
constitutional reform, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but you know now, rational mind, many Nigerians, or don't let me say many, there are so many Nigerians that believe that it's not to reform the constitution, it's not to amend it, it's to dismantle it and start a new constitution all over. I don't believe in that. I believe we should be working more on what we have. And I believe that electoral act, they should put that electronic transmission. It is time now they should be thinking of it and ingrain it in the electoral act very early enough. So that by 2027, we won't stick to, people will not be crying about it again. And they will tell you technical glitch. And there is nothing the world.
Actually, Ogbeni, I disagree. It's not electronic transmission that is the cocoa.
That is the
it
problem.
Is the collation that is the cocoa.
But that collation, do you think there will be a system that will be collating that thing? Because what you have as your form is is still a manual paper.
We need to get rid of it.
I also think so. Immediately you are pressing that thing and you are thumb printing, then you should be converting it to data directly.
Exactly, converting data and collating automatically.
Collating. That's what I also think. So that's the only way, because if you have that thing, there's no way you will snap that thing and then to convert it to data. I don't know, the IT guys will know that,
but is it not prone to hacking? They can hack it.
Everything has risk and pros and cons.
Have its own risk. But let me tell you what I think about our system. See,
but then with a ballot paper,
my idea may sound very radical. First and foremost, I don't think we need that National Assembly building in Abuja. I keep saying it in every program I find myself. I don't think we need it. For me, I think every senators and representative must be mandatorily live in your constituency. It must be mandatorily. You must have office in your constituency and you must be living among your people. That's the first way I think insecurity will be reduced in Nigeria.
So how do they tie in? How would they appear for speaking?
So for me, their voting should be done electronically. Everything about them should be done electronically. And now, if you have to now move, you shift base. You move from base to base. That is when you are debating probably some constitutional and major issues. Why am I saying this? Now, they come home during election. They distribute rice and blah, 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 and everything. Then the moment the election results is being announced, they are back in Abuja for the next 4 years. You don't smell them around. You don't see them around. They take governance completely away from people. People don't see them. They don't relate with their people at the constituency level. And so they don't feel the insecurity. The few ones that you see going to National Assembly and be like almost crying, I'm talking about this insecurity thing. We have to do something about it. We have to da. Many of those guys, you see them crying about these insecurity things, are guys that were actually going home to relate to their people. Majority of them don't do. And that's why for me, I propose it is a mandate. Let me give you an instance. For instance, in the UK, for instance, now, every MP has mandatorily what they call surgery. So their surgery is the more like town hall meeting. So they will send notice to every home to tell you.
Sorry, Ogbeni, just a quick question. I thought they get allowance to have offices in their constituency, I believe. They get allowance
to have allowance to sit to
have office, yeah.
Office.
So they don't. Okay.
So they get allowance to sit in Abuja, and they get you know the funniest thing, Nigeria. Do you know they have relocation allowance? to settle them in Abuja. Very huge money to buy houses. The moment new election like this, you see property in Abuja will just like skyrocket because the new set of guys that are coming are buying properties, buying everywhere, buying properties everywhere because they give them money to come and settle. And my problem is I see something wrong in it. Your constituency voted you. You should stay more there than staying in Abuja to do what are you doing in Abuja in the office, and then they'll be looking for contract and project all there. Stay in Ado-Ekiti. You stay in your Europora, you stay in your Akure. Then
let me interject you at this point. Okay. Now you said something earlier. You said, "Oh, we should not change this constitution. We should just try to fix it in piecemeal."
We should amend it. Yes.
Hold on. Now you just said something. Now you just said so many things.
Yeah.
Which, if we're to put those things into constitution, like, okay, sit down your constituency.
Yes.
Your constituency. Do your attend your plenary by Zoom or by teleconferencing or whatever. Or remove the national. Do you think these guys, knowing how they make money or how being in Abuja, physically present in Abuja, how it makes them, whatever gains they accrue to them, do you think these guys will work that into this constitution? Don't you think that we need, hold on, I'll end it with this. Don't you think we need to just write a new constitution and make these people pass that constitution? These people will not be involved. I don't expect these guys, this set of people in National Assembly, to do anything to the benefit of the Nigerian people. Let's bring in people, external people that are part of this present National Assembly.
So you're proposing a sovereign. So you're proposing a sovereign national conference.
Sovereign national conference, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but that's a waste of time.
You know my
it's a waste of time, but then in piecemeal that he's talking about, this piecemeal, change this today. 2 years after that,
we need intentionality. We need piecemeal to allow us to think through what we're doing.
It will not work. We'll continue in this
It will work. That's how other people.
Hold on, guys. I think the point. No. I think the point that they're making is that even in America, you always propose amendments down the road. So if you need to keep amending and keep improving whatever
amending these guys amended. You are expected to amend something.
Well, if you can okay, that's a different
mind. Yeah. We have been amending over time. If you follow Nigerian constitutional, if you follow Nigerian, our journey from 1999.
I understand. But
I think we are on the 7th alteration now. We are altering our constitution, I think, for the 7th or 8th.
And how has that impacted the country? That's the question.
Yes, it has impacted. You see,
in a good way.
Let me tell you. Yeah, in many ways. In many ways, it has impacted. You see, and that's why you see, we have to be very more clinical in our assessment of Nigeria. Yeah, we are Nigerians. We may not, but let's stay back a bit. Look at 99 and then look at now. And look at our constitutional journey and say, have we really? Yes, we are not where we are. There is no country in the world that will tell you this is where we want to be. Everybody still wants to project further. But have we taken a step out? Yeah, the answer I will tell you yes. There are a lot of steps so it now takes you back to what have we amended? Do you understand now? So when we go more specific on what have we amended, then what are the impact that they have made? There are so many that we have amended that have made an impact. Do you get what I'm saying? So, but what's the issue here, and what am I canvassing? Don't forget, the Constitution is a big document. It's not a document that contains just one thing. It's a lot of things that is in the Constitution. So if you say we dismantle the entire Constitution, we'll start writing it again. For me, I keep saying it's a call for anarchy. Because if you destroy that Constitution and you say you want to write again, even within the time you want to write the new one and the time you destroy the Constitution, what should guide your conduct will be another issue again. So you throw yourself into a state of anarchy, or
it's very simple. It's very simple. Let's not convolute this whole thing.
Okay, so how do you do it?
Hold on. Okay, now. So if the new Constitution, there's a time frame for it, 2 years, Sovereign National Conference. Because if you guys say we were going to go the route of this piecemeal, so if you are to go the route of this piecemeal for like 20 years, we're still on this amendment, whatever crap they're doing in National Assembly. So my point is, let us use. I'm still talking now, please. So if we use the let them use the current one for now, pending when they will finish that sovereign national conference, they write the new constitution, and then after that we enact it into law, and that one, the former one, the become obsolete. So in a tandem, they should be using the one for now, doing whatever they have to do, administration, governance, law, until that one is finished, and then they enact it into law. That's it. It's as simple as that.
It's a waste of time.
So, before you answer, can I put in a question?
Okay, yeah.
Good. It's good evening, everybody. It's I don't know. We are really more confused now. How do we? I want to direct this question to Rashanama, sincerely. How do we select? Let's assume that you are right. We want to dismantle this constitution, which I don't think is practicable. How do we select those that are going to represent us? Is somebody just going to handpick them? Are we going to vote them in? What constitution will be enabling that action itself? Because if there is not backed by a constitution, everything, whatever they do, somebody can take it to somewhere and it should be nullified. It should be a nullity. So how do we handpick those people? Is it going to be at the whim and caprice of an individual like Jonathan selected people that went to the confab? How do we start it? And you say sovereign national conference. What is sovereign within a sovereignty? How can we get sovereign with it? So who is going to be the member of this sovereign national conference? Who is going to constitute it? On what basis? Where will they derive their powers from? The power to do that. Who is going to give it to them? I really want to be educated.
It's an act of parliament, sir. So there will be a motion in the House. Somebody has to move that motion for that.
So the motion will be to dissolve the previous constitution, and as at that time there will be no law in the land, right?
No, there will still be.
The act of parliament can be charged to court to test its constitutionality, because the real answer is they have to amend this current constitution to say that you can do a national sovereign conference.
We are still going back to amendment. We are still going back to the amendment we are talking about.
That's why I said it's a waste of time.
So the idea that, look, we don't have a constitution, the constitution is this, is piece of paper, we just disband it and throw it away and have a new one. I want to link those two. How do we disband it and have a new one? Where is that new one coming from? If it is not premised, the power is not from this constitution that we have so ridiculed, and so everybody that the thing does not seem to go their way. Sometimes they will just say, oh, we don't have a constitution, the military gave us, blah, 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 blah. So how clinically do we go about it? How are we going to select or elect the people? Say that again.
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question, Bishop?
Yeah, I muted myself already. I said, go ahead. I muted myself already.
All right. So my point is this. You see, we're making this look as if it's so hard for us to really get this done. If we want to do it, if there's a will, there's a way. And there's a way, there's a will, as they say.
That's not answering the question. That's just like balderdash.
Somebody asked me a question. Let me answer the question. This is my own, how I see it. Now, the point is this. Amend the current constitution. Say we're going to put we're going to adopt a national sovereign conference where we're going to select people. Now, yes, the question is, how do we select these people? It's a very difficult question. And I know I cannot give you right off the bat here that, oh, this is how we're going to select the people, because I cannot tell you how. But I know if there's a will, there's a way out of this. Now, this is how in my own opinion, how it should be done. We would involve monarchs from. The way I feel we should do it is this: identify those ethnic groups and very possibly sub-ethnic groups within the Nigerian space. Let them nominate within them. Ask them, each of them, let them go to their respective areas and go and deliberate. Pick one person or two person. I would suggest they bring in both an expert and a monarch or a traditionalist from that place. An expert would be somebody who is maybe a lawyer, or it could be whatever field that person is. Let them bring him or her to join. If possible, let them be three each from each subgroup. Let them come and talk about their own part of how they see, why they want to become part of this new arrangement. So, like I said, I cannot give you, because it's a question you just asked me right here, I wasn't really prepared for it. But what I'm trying to say is that it can be done if they want to do it.
Can I also add to
Let me cap it up this way. Let me cap it up real quick. I know some other people want to talk. Put an amendment in this current constitution. It's going to be a national sovereign conference that will bring about a new constitution. Let everybody vote on it. Now, send those people back to their respective community, sub-nationals, whatever. Let them constitute people within there that will nominate three people. So let them decide, however they want to decide it. And let us now start a national conference.
Why can't that sovereign conference present amendments and then we go amend?
You see, you cannot.
Do you know?
You cannot.
Okay, let me even push back. Let me push back at rational mind. Rational mind. Now you have actually started the solution by first compounding the problem we have. Let's go to the question of subnational group, or what do you call them, ethnic nationality that you mentioned. I will just give 2 examples. If every ethnic nationality is going to bring 3 people, so let's take, for example, the Yorubas. Say you are going to bring 3 persons. So Yoruba bring 3 persons.
No. That's how it is. Egba, hold on. Egba bring 3. Ijebu bring 3. That's what I'm. Well, this is of Yoruba.
Okay. No. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. How many are we?
So identify those sub-Yoruba groups.
I understand you perfectly. How many are we? So let's go to the north.
Don't go to the north. Let's stay in that southwest. Let's take Lagos as instance.
Okay. So in Lagos, we have 4 or 5 national ethnic group, right?
I mean, basically about 3 of them. There are worries. There
are more than 8.
I don't know. I don't know the 8 people we're talking about. I only know of 3. So I don't. You see, let's see.
You see the complexity now.
We are going. No. You got to know. You see, this is what you are trying to do. You're just trying to make.
Hold on. We are having a conversation.
Bishop, wait. National mind. We are talking to these people on this platform. You can understand that there was Obia cabals on this show. In their mind, there's only 4 ethnic groups in Nigeria. Everybody, so just be careful when you deal with them. In their mind, they only have the big 4. Everybody else can go kick rock. So when you just have that at the back of your mind when you discuss it, have the discussion with them, they will never be for some national conference because they have this dominant act that it's a Wazobian country and everybody else. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Babati, I don't even understand what you just said there.
I don't even understand.
My point is, when I'm advocating for a sovereign national conference, is to address the issues of smaller tribes, more ethnic groups, to have a say in whatever. You can always have amendment down the road. But the initial, whatever you have at the start, they have a say in it. Now, what happens is, minority groups, when they speak by themselves, go on like that. But if you have a sovereign national conference and they come together, they have power. Okay? So if you have an individual person and a group person form a block within that space of the sovereign national conference, now they have a say in what you have to do in shaping whatever you have as a constitution. Now, the main part of the whole argument is the sovereignty of that conference. And legally speaking, I'm not a lawyer, but I know you require an act of parliament to enact that. That means there's this paper I read from this Nigerian professor from the University of Texas in Austin. I did a breakdown of what it should look like. And he talks about even the House of Rep, they will also be involved. They will have rep in this conference. It will not be outside of the preview of what we have right now. They will also be involved. The old idea is to address the concerns of everybody that calls itself Nigerians to have a say in whatever you design as a constitution. That's the whole point. But I've noticed something that when people talk about the need for a conference or they are very dismissive of this sovereign conference, there's this undertone of this being dismissive from the Wazobia perspective
Nigeria is not a Wazobia country. I keep saying that. And if you want to have a true country, you must have the smaller groups together, must have the say in whatever you have at the initiative as a constitution. You can always add to it later, but that initial document has to truly reflect the will of the people. So when you say we the people, it must be from the Fulani guy from the north to the guy in the west. That is a true constitution. It's not the government itself. It's about everybody feeling a sense of belonging in the country. That is the whole thing.
He's even muted. Maybe he doesn't know he's muted.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Did you hear? So I was. So the whole time
I heard you though.
Okay, but that's my point. It's a sense of belonging in the country. Okay.
But that's not how we feel here. How I personally feel is there was a conference in 2014. Can't we use that?
No, Kulata, it was once again, hold on. The sovereignty part is what was missing. It wasn't legally banned. There was no act of parliament. That is what you need to make it legally binding. Somebody has to move a motion in the house to say this is legally binding. So whatever you discuss there will be upheld by the court because it was moved by motion. So if you want a true sovereign national conference, it has to be through the act of parliament. That's how it works. For a true sovereign. So I'm discussing the sovereignty of that constitution. Okay? Not to forget the last thing, there was no sovereignty, it was just a political jamboree. But if you want a true sovereign conference, it has to be to act of parliament. That way, everybody that constitutes in Nigeria will know. Okay, when we formed this document, even my uncle, my rep in my own area had a say. Now, that you might change whatever they say, but initial document, everybody has to have an input. But what happens is this? Those smaller groups come together. When they come together, they form a block, a powerful block during that constitutional debate, right? So they are able to challenge your big boys, the bars of Fulani outside, because the smaller groups have the number to at least influence what you're discussing. Okay, we want local government in our area, we want more states, we want ABC and this. Then you start deliberating, you start having that conversation.
Can I ask Ogbeni a question? Does the Constitution permit whatever Babati is saying?
No.
And it doesn't right now.
The Constitution doesn't permit anything sovereignty outside the National Assembly.
So Babati so then.
Can they walk it into it? Can they amend it? Amend the section?
You have to amend the Constitution.
Okay,
so that's what I'm saying.
Please. I was off. So now that look, these people that are you guys are saying that they always come during the election exercise and then they go back only to see them again once in a blue moon. It's just same people that these legislators that are looking the money that you expect them to do the right thing for us to be talking about conference, whatever. The best thing, look, we haven't got time for this kind of rational mind suggestion that we should start to talk together again. No more to talk. The time is over. The game is over. Let us go our separate ways, and then the portions that will come out of all those this nigger area should be governed by our respective local people. Then where we know each other.
I disagree with Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, put your email. So let me put some. I'm going to put some papers to you.
No, that's Tony that just finished talking, not me.
No. But the argument that you cannot have a sovereign that making a case for sovereign national conference. So I have a couple of research from University of Texas by Nigerian professors.
There's no way Party would have thought that was you talking.
No. And also from Howard University, I've read various research.
So what did they say?
The old argument is that if you go the amendment route, the voice of the smaller groups will never be heard. They would never have a true say in whatever you amend because it would never truly reflect the will of the people. It will reflect the will of the majority, but the minority will always be in the shadow. That is the whole point. So if you do, the whole point is the sense of belonging from the start, from the get-go. Then we can add, then we go down later the road. but the initial document has to reflect. So when you say we the people, you will truly know yes, the document. Because in America, when they did the we the people, they've had they've had over 18 right? Okay, they've had many amendments. So that initial document is what still keeps them together. That is what you need for it to have a true country. So I will just leave your email down the road. I will send it to you because they are lawyers like you, they are professors as well. So you can see the arguments where they're coming from, and they're making the case for a sovereign conference.
Babati.
So to have a true country, yeah.
Babati, when anytime we talk about redoing this constitution, people always throw in spanner in the wheel just to bring this. What about this? What about this? You see, I believe if there's a will, there's a way. If we do really have that will to want to effect a change in that country, we will
Rational mind. The reason you get those kind of reaction is because within the confines of the constitution, what you're saying is simply not possible.
I understand.
No, okay, no. Listen to I beg of you. Okay, you don't listen to what he's saying. Within the confines of what you are complaining about, it's like somebody defending the Bible with the Bible. Like if you already had an issue with the document, you can't defend that document with that same document. If I had an issue with it, you can't defend that book with the same.
Hold on, Babati.
That's the point.
Babati, you have to agree to jettison that document, and the fastest way to do that is to call the military to cancel the whole thing.
No,
so you can do
no. I'm not doing that route. No, don't that. Come on, No, come on now. Don't go. Nobody's going to military.
Let me flesh out this thing. I don't know if maybe I like Mike will say, I don't ever land, but let me just say something. I know I land, but yeah. You see, but what I'm trying to say is this: is that okay, fine. If you people want to put that spanner in the wheel that you cannot jettison this constitution, it's still there, it's still a sovereign one and on its own. It was I agree. Okay, why don't you amend a portion of that or put something work something into that current constitution that say by the act of the parliament or this so date, we are constituting a sovereign national conference, and let Tinubu or whoever is the president at that time, let him be on board with it and sign it into law. When they amend that part, hold on. They sign it into law that the National Sovereign Conference will be through the act of this parliament or this day, we are setting up a National Sovereign Conference that will bring about a new constitution.
Hold on, just let me. I want to just do something. I'm sure you will not mind. Look, that word itself is defective from the beginning. You cannot have. Let me finish. You cannot have sovereignty within sovereignty. Look, if you have one sovereignty will give way.
Sovereignty over sovereignty. What does that even mean? I don't
You
know
said you don't know what sovereignty means.
I know what it means, but I don't even know how you are even using it.
So you are saying that the parliament and act of parliament will pass into law a sovereign national an act to convey a sovereign national conference.
Is it not done? It's not something that can be done.
That can be done as well.
If a constitutional hold on, if a constitutional assembly says on this day we agree that a new constitution will be drafted by a sovereign national conference, and the old parliament agrees on it, the president signs up on it, and then they constitute it based on whatever they've worked out.
Okay.
And they bring about a new constitution.
Okay, just hold on. Pause for a second. So it simply means if the parliament empowers that sovereign national conference that you call sovereign national conference that is supposed to be independent and all powerful, but somewhere along the line, the National Assembly is no longer happy with what they are doing and now say, okay, look, even though we gave you the power of sovereignty, we are taking that power away from you. So what happened to that sovereignty?
They are still part of it. No. Please, let me do this way. Let me send that document to you guys so you can read up on the framework of it. Maybe you don't know.
But what Bishop is describing is never done anywhere. You can't sign something in the law and you say, we are not agreeing again.
So what is the hold on. What is the Ajale Koko? Stop now. Ajale Koko, stop now. Hold on. Let me hold on. We have had several sessions of the National Assembly of our Constitution. What do they call it, when they want to make amendment? What did they do to the former one? That's the defunct. This 1999
alteration.
So
you can't say, oh, we are not doing again. If they want to amend, it's a different ball game.
I don't understand.
Can I ask Ogbeni a question? Can I
we
ask
sign
Ogbeni a
something
question?
into law. Oh, we don't want that law again. It's not done. Amendment is different. Amendment go
Can't we?
through some kind of process. But let
Ajani
me
Korejen question.
okay.
Question.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Can't we? Can't we have an amendment that is a major rewrite? Does the amendment have to be okay? Just this section? Because I can say, okay, I want to amend multiple pages in the Constitution. Am I not allowed to do that?
You're allowed to do that now. So
why are we wasting time?
So the issue is this. So what are the areas you think should be amended majorly?
Exactly.
And who will be right? No. Okay, just guys, stay with me. And also speak to okay, who are the people that will sit down to write?
Because don't forget,
would they be part of
whatever you want to alter? Don't forget that you take it around all the House of Assembly,
all the states and for ratification. I get that.
I am with you on that. That's you're missing the whole point. Now you can write. What I'm saying is that the people that will be involved in writing that will be people that are doing all parts of Nigeria, as opposed to just having some people to sit down to even talk about.
Who are the people that write the current amendments today?
They are our senators now.
You are missing the point.
Whoever is
you are missing my point. But those guys don't really reflect the will of the entire people that
those guys are across all the states. You have 3 senators for each state.
I'm saying it's not really reflective of the will of those people that they claim to represent.
How is it not? Those are your representatives.
Of who?
Of you and I. Osun State, we have our own. Ogun, you have your own.
You are missing.
Bayelsa has his own. They're minority state.
When
which other minority states? What are you guys talking about?
No, you have this Wazobia mindset. That's what you do.
There's no Wazobia. I said Bayelsa has 3 senators that are Ijo. And is that Wazobia? Edo State has 3 senators that are Ido and now
it's not getting the point.
Apparently, you don't have a.
What's the point? Those are your representatives.
They are not representing you. That is why you are living in darkness.
You guys are not serious, Joe. You guys are not serious.
Let me say this. You see, Nigeria, if we have serious leaders, serious people that really want to transform that country, we can rewrite other constitution. It's been done in some part of Africa before. Particularly South Africa. Hold on now, let me land. They transform from Pretoria way of governance into constitutional, constitutional authority that we have today, and which brought about regional government in that country today, the same that we used to have in the First Republic. So South Africa have done it. The Pretoria had a constitution. They were running that country then. They transformed into that to what they have today. They broke up the region into, I don't know, maybe they had like 6 regions, or maybe 3 or 4. I can't remember, maybe 6. And each region are running their own, the way we used to have in the First Republic. And when they were writing this constitution, the Pretoria, what do you call it? The Pretoria constitution was in place, was still running. And when they completed writing that constitution, they wrote the date is going to take effect. And since that day that the new constitution took effect, the Pretoria constitution died. So we can do the same.
Don't go too far. Don't go too far.
So we can do the same with this constitution if we constitute constitutional drafting committee and they wrote this constitution. They are going to put the date, and the National Assembly agreed to that constitution. There's going to be a date that this new constitution will take effect.
Exactly.
And the old one will cease
Baba
to
Dale Koko,
operate.
let me correct something here.
Yes, sir.
First and foremost, South Africa did not have sovereign national assembly or sovereign national conference. There
I'm
was
not talking about
no.
sovereign. Forget about that word.
That's where I'm
Sovereign.
starting from.
Sovereign.
I'm coming.
But
Baba Dale Koko.
yes.
Just give me 1 or 2 minutes to just run this through.
Okay.
First and foremost, South Africa did not have sovereign conference like Nigerians crave for or they talk about. What South
No.
Africa?
You see that sovereign, the word sovereign is
Yes,
contestable. People can define it in different ways. Don't let us
it's
even
even
go to
difficult.
sovereign.
It's a call.
Ogbeni, what is more important is to write a new. Don't let us go about
I'm coming,
suffering
Baba
or
Dale
no
Koko.
suffering.
I think I get Adale Koko's point. What he's trying to say is they wrote a constitution that carried everybody along.
Everybody along. That is
So
what I don't care about
let me
suffering.
explain how
What is
it
suffering
happened
got to
now.
do in this?
Can I explain how it happened? See,
Okay, say it,
when you say
Ogbeni.
something carry everybody along, is the narrative of those one that they carried along. To date, some people are still complaining in that same South Africa, and that's where I'm going. What South Africa simply did was that they had what they call Constitutional Assembly. So the Constitutional Assembly has a tenure of 2 years to work on and to draft a constitution for the country. We've had something like that also before. If you study our constitutional development too, we've had Constitutional Assembly that drafted, in fact, we call our own Constitutional Drafting Assembly that drafted our Constitution 979, and we have Constitutional Review Committee also that actually reviewed our Constitution before it became our Constitution. We've done that also before. Don't forget, South Africa coming from the apartheid regime, which was a foreign regime on them. So they were able to change their constitution. And what did they do? They had a constitutional assembly. So those constitutional assembly are selected members in the society that they put together, and they are majorly elites putting together to draft. They drafted for the country. And after their 2 years of expiration of their work, they submitted, and then it became what they call Interim Constitution Act. So it was that their Interim Constitutional Act now that automatically now became the law that you have their parliament using today. And ever since then, their parliament has continued amending that constitution because there's a provision in that their constitution that allows the parliament to continue amending it. Now, flip it back to Nigeria. Have we had something like that before? The answer is yes. In 1978-79, we had Constitutional Drafting Assembly 2. They drafted this thing for us. It took them months, not just a day thing. When they drafted it for us, they submitted it too. And then the first Senate we had in Shagari time, they endorsed it and it became a law for them. Then by the time military took over and everything in 1999, when we were about to come back to another civilian government, they felt, since we have drafted the constitution for ourselves before in 79, why do we need to draft another constitution again? And they said, okay, let's just review this constitution and then continue using it. So if what we want now...
hold on, by adding Sharia.
Where do you see Sharia?
Yeah, go and check the constitution, the so-called paper. You know, you see how many times that the Islamic
There's no
Islam
Sharia
it's
in the
quite different from
constitution.
1979. 1979 constitution
There's
is
no
quite
Sharia.
different. You know, I mean,
it's not that different.
Just go and check it. Just go and check it.
Which section now? It's a bundle of those. Do you know how many
No,
provisions
I'm not a
constitution?
lawyer. You know that you lawyers, I respect. We do respect. You know that even if I buy somebody now, you will still defend me. The country is not working. You know what I'm saying? So Ajani Koko said that we should go back to the Federal Republic. Where we have regional government.
Wait,
Now say no.
Now. If you commit a crime in the US or Europe, lawyers will not defend you. Is that what you are saying?
They will defend. They will defend.
Sorry.
But hold on. The Constitution of 1979, people like great men like Chief Awolowo, Inahoro, they participated in it, which is okay. But why should they not just hold tight to that in 1999 instead of making a one?
They did.
If you pick 79 and 99 constitution, there is hardly, in fact, you see a progression. they progressed further in 1999, having looked at the weaknesses of 79 and their experience in 1983, they improved on it to have
So,
better condition. And ever since
yeah,
then,
but I get you, sir. I used to enjoy your submissions here. I respect you, and hold on. Hold on, sir. Can't we see that things are not working since 1999? That is
I won't say
so
things
are
are
you
not
expecting these people
working.
to come and adjust the constitution to suit the
Mr.
common
Tony,
masses? That's what we're talking about. Let us just go back to that regional system. Yes.
Tony, please.
Yes.
Were things working before 1999? Tell me
Yes,
what was working.
at least, my
What
brother.
What was working?
Look at the rate of naira. Look at the the looting. Look at the looting. Look at the looting. Yes, today now, somebody died, in a helicopter crash. I'm sorry, but just imagine we have no ICC football club, we have no bender insurance, we have no nothing. So we are just
Helicopter
going
crash
to.
that happened in America.
It
Come on,
happened
Tony.
Yes. Hold on. This guy was going there to go and watch the Super Bowl. What do you concern Nigeria man with Super Bowl? Why can't you die? Hold on. Why can't you die? Go to watch Bender Insurance. Bender Insurance Football Club. Today, all of you are saying that you are a fan of Manchester, you are a fan of Arsenal. Why you don't? Where are the all things be equal? Where are the fans of our local clubs? Look at the state of our stadiums.
Tony, where are you? Tony, where are
I'm
you?
in Germany.
Yeah, in Germany. Why didn't you remain in Benin? Why don't you stay in Benin and be cultivating plantain and palm oil?
Because this country is not working. Let me tell you something. Hold on. We used to go for generation. We used to go for generation at in a forestry in Ibadan. So we have rangers, and if I go to Benin, the same thing. They hold their pistols. You know what I'm saying? So forest, and I think you are from Oyo State now. Okay, between LA and the Iagoku, okay, Akpata. So that bush there, you see people like soldiers. They call them forestry guard. If you go to Benin, the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But today they say make even Boy Scouts, we people they stop and control transport at Dugbe or Mokola, wherever the traffic light goes off. Nothing is working today. Everybody 10 years they want to have a Mercedes Benz. Things are bad. No schools, no nothing. Even in Ijebu, somebody even offered me an accommodation for free, from this Alausa family, just for me to, retake some of my subjects. You know what I'm saying? So we are just going backward, Mr. Bishop. So that's why I'm saying that it's too late for discussion right now, because we already know the root causes of all our problems. It's because of the particular section of the country. So let Tinubu, no. Now let me tell you guys now. I'm very angry. I'm very mad at you people. Whenever Tinubu is trying to Eurobanize, they quarrel. He want to bring central bank to our place, say no. He want to bring the Nigeria Airway headquarters, now Southern the challenge them again. So what do you want to? That is fundamentals. Let us take the power back from the north. Thank you.
Okay. So let me go back to what I was saying. Ajaniko completely misrepresented what I said. I am saying we say we want sovereign national conference. You are saying the President National Assembly, we should give them the power. You don't give power to a sovereign national conference. Sometimes ago, some people gathered themselves that they want to have sovereign national conference. We all know how it ended. People that now they by themselves, they assembled themselves and they selected themselves and they set up their rule.
And
but the last day, they share money. And the last day they finished, they ended up by throwing shares among themselves, so-called NGOs, so-called lawyers, so-called educated people. Now they select themselves for look. We can be amending this.
Why do you have to throw every spanner in the wheel every time? Look for one.
What do you mean throw spanner in the wheel?
No, challenge any.
Bishop Madalone. Bishop continue. Madalone.
You are not the only one on this platform, Rational Man. Let the other people talk. We are listening.
The constitution is not what it should be. We can be amending it piecemeal. Whether every 3 years or whether every 5 years, we will be attaining it. We cannot do all of them in one first swap. If we amend a small portion today, tomorrow the critical one, we keep amending until America is still amending their constitution till date.
Bishop, I have a question for you. You are Benny, and I just want to know your view of how Nigeria. I just want to know how do you think it will be progressive for Nigeria to be ruled? Is it this form of governance system that we have, or a more of an regional system, a more of an ethnic identity based system? I just want to know your view about how governance can be in Nigeria so that we can move forward or better than what we have.
Okay, let me go first as an amateur before Ogbeni, who is a professional, will round it up. You see, I am a little bit broad-minded, more broad-minded. And I will tell you for a fact, there are very few sections of this country that when we regionalize, that will survive easily. Let's take South-South, for example. If we regionalize South-South, and they say, oh, South-South go and, like even have a country of your own, we are going to have civil war in a matter of years, 3-5 years. They did it in Sudan. They thought that it's going to be like it's a silver bullet that's going to cure.
It's not country now.
Not to the Benin Kingdom. Not to the Benin Kingdom. We own the country today. We own the country.
Hold on now. Because you are saying it's region. Let me land now. They are saying in the region there will be domination of other smaller minority ethnic groups. And that is where the conflagration will start from. Other little groups will spring up and they will say, look, this other one is bullying us. They are dominating us. They are riding us. They are monopolizing us.
Before you go to further, Bishop, before you go to further, let me say this to you. You see, I want to say two things.
National Bishop
No. I have a point. Okay, all right. I want to go with some.
Go ahead. Put the position. I will answer it.
Now, if you're John, this is I have a point on about the other guys. So, anyway, so we don't talk about the Mark.
Which other guy? You never talk sense at all, rational mind. So you're just disturbing.
Let me talk, please.
Please let us ask this question, please. Go ahead.
We have the McPherson constitution. There are so many other constitutions before the one that was enacted that brought about the regional system. Now, where was the sovereign? I mean, there was a government, there was a constitutional assembly, but they found a way to enact this law. I mean, to enact a new constitution. So let us not use this. We have a parliament that is subsisting, so we cannot bring another. It's doable.
No, hold on. Before that constitution, hold on. Okay.
You continue. You wrap it up. Now, talking about the one you just talked about now. I just forgot. Go on, please. Just go on. There's something I want to say.
You said we have constitutions that were handed over to us.
Okay.
That Nigeria was now before we started self-governance, before independence. Exactly. Before the independence, we now wrote a constitution of our own. That is the basis.
1963. We wrote
63. Exactly. Now we have been moving from one to another. It is every constitution has been an amendment of the previous one. 1963, they just changed some part of it. I remember when we came into 1978 Constituent Assembly, it was still based on that constitution. We just changed. The only thing, one of the major things, 1989, exactly. One of the major things. Hold on. The major. Let me finish. Let me land, please. In 1960, the independent constitution, we became Republican, about a republic in 1963. That was the major shift. In 1978 Constituent Assembly, Obasanjo petitions the parliamentary system and imported the presidential system from America. That was the significant change in 1979 Constitution and that federal constitution and the federal system. So now that constitution now took us into the civilian and the Shagari. After Shagari, first and second term, and the toppled, we went ahead to 1989. We have another Constituent Assembly in 1989. Then that Constituent Assembly, Mago, we went through, which was an amendment of the 1979 Constitution, which some people are praising. But go and put the 79 and the 99 Constitution side by side. They are just, it's significant, but it is just amendment, tickling here and there. Is it tickling now? Here and there. That gave us the 1999 Constitution.
19 states to 36 states. Just a few items in the exclusive list.
whose
In
benefit is all of this
1999,
thing you're talking about?
in
How has it benefited the
1999,
common man on the street?
you say what?
How has it benefited the common man on the street? 19 states, 37 states, whatever. I mean, how has that
Under
destroyed the country?
okay, hold
How
on,
has
hold on.
that brought
The Jonathan Constitution. You have asked the question. Repeating it does not make it. I've had. Let me answer. No, you say how has it affected the common man? I want to answer you. Now I want to answer you. In 1990, no, not 1994 now, 2014, Jonathan constitutional amendment actually suggested additional 8, how many states when he helped me? They actually suggested additional states. Almost every influencer person that went there got people to approve a state for him.
Yes.
There are almost everybody. We're going to have about 16 or 18 additional states. I'm telling you, we're going to have additional 18 or 9 something states. For me, when I know that the states we have presently cannot even survive on their own, they just created the states to just please some people. 1 second. They just create some. Yes, please.
Please go. I think you've what's it called? Iron out rational minds question. Like, I want to know your worldview. Sorry, how do you view Nigeria should be run? Like, I'm just interested.
If you permit me, I'll use 5 seconds to answer that question quickly.
To answer that question too.
I think Nigeria can never be aligned on a religious ideology basis. I think our best shot is based on economic ideology.
Okay. How about Bishop?
Yes. So if you're asking, if what you're asking is what system of government can help us, and you realize that, look, if people are prosperous, if people prosper in their economic endeavors, many people are not interested in whatever you are doing with political power. If things are working and we can put our thinking cap on and get our system and our country to be working, and we dot the I's and cross the T's in certain significant area. We missed it. We have missed it, and we have not only missed it in governance alone, even individually as Nigerians, we have missed it a lot. Religious wise, we have been, a lot of us have been brainwashed. We are now in second slavery with what religion has done and is still doing to us. I mean, people will have different opinion, but that's my view. So yeah, irrespective of what kind of government, if people prosper, they are not interested. And we make, whether it is regional, whether it is the state, but when people are satisfied, our demands are not really too many. People will not care what system of government you are running.
You are very right. You are very right. Because many countries don't even need a piece of paper called constitution to run their things. It's just a culture of love for one own country.
I want to know your own viewpoint too.
So see, this is my viewpoint, and I would like to go a bit historical before I narrow it on it, because my own is not going to be based on one parameter. So look at it from this angle. 1960 Constitution came. Before 1960 Constitution, there had been Constitution. 1960 Constitution was not the first Constitution we've ever had. We've had 1914 Constitution, which you can call Constitution, but it's not Constitution. They call it amalgamation legislation 1914. Then after that, we had 1922, we had 1930 something, we had 1945. Those are popular ones: Richard Constitution, Lytton Constitution, Clifford Constitution, Macpherson Constitution, 50 something. Then, so down towards that 40s, Awolowo started talking about federal, because and what was the reason? Because they realized that the protectorate or the regional system we've been using was not really working fine, because the interest of the minority groups, the minority ethnic groups, were not taken into consideration in those spaces. So that was what made Awolowo to be agitating for federal system. He was the major person vanguarding federal. Later in Namdi joined him in craving for that. Down to 1960. Now, when they were going in 1960, they gave us a style of government. They recognized our diversity. So within that our diversity, they gave us parliamentary system, and then they gave us the regional system with parliamentary system. So we're running it. You can't say we're running it fine because it was a collapse of that led to 1966 issue. Okay, so but in 1963 we had our Republican Constitution, which we believe at that point we should be, electing our people to governance 2.5 years within which we should be electing them and go. So now within that Constitution, don't forget that the Constitution is a document that contains a lot of things. There will be political structure, there will be geographical structure, there will be economic structure, fiscal policy, judiciary, tiers of government, organs of government. How do you arrange local government area? How do you do local governance? A lot of things are contained in the Constitution. It's not something that you just destroy and then you're having a new one. You can call for anarchy if you are not careful. It could lead to a war that will scatter the entire space. So it's not something you can toy with. It's something you have to be very careful with. So now in 1979, now winding down now to 1979. So look, something happened after that 1966. Now they suspended that 63 Constitution, and then for the next 20-something years that we have around that time, no constitution at all was really guiding us in the real sense. That 1960 Constitution we're still using it, but the military were just doing their. Now within that time, the military had battered our political structure. They had battered our demography. And what do I mean by that? They started creating states, right? Without considering what your constitution talked about. So they've used that state, the creation of state, to dismantle a lot of things within the space that you can't reverse. Now, winding down to 1999, that's what we're using now. What 79 and 99 simply did was to try to manage what the military had actually dismantled that really don't favor us, that we can reverse again. For instance, you say they should collapse, they should cancel Ekiti State, cancel Ondo State, then collapse them back to Southwest. There will be war now. My people will not. Ekiti people will tell you that why do you want to take us back to Oyo and Ibadan? Are we in Ekiti Paraport time?
Why do you always go against the military? That you enjoyed you went to secondary school under me myself or primary school or whatever you had freedom of movement. You have education, you have protection, you have boarding schools all over. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be telling the government why you are not allowing your child to be in the boarding school.
Now.
Yeah, but what are you telling me? The industries were functioning. You hold on. You can refine your oil. What the hell are you guys talking about? You talking about talking down on the military? That's exactly what we need anytime, any day.
Wait now. Let me land now. You have never allowed me to.
I will let you land before you land. In Germany, hold on. Germany, France, England were developed by military.
I've not demonized military. I simply told you their weaknesses, and it's the facts. You can't run away from it. For instance, how do you explain the numbers of local government you have in Kano and compare to the numbers of local government you have in Lagos State? Is it reasonable to you?
No. That one is coming from this sectional domination. That we already know, and that is coming out of the 1999 Constitution.
No. It came from Abacha. It was Abacha who created those local governments.
Yeah, but it's from the particular session. I don't want to make a name of making mention of.
No, when you say session, you see that's the issue. I don't see it so, because there were Diya and so many people within the Supreme Military Council as at then, okay, who were running the government also with Abacha, but Abacha decided to favor his own state. That's the point. Not even the entire North. He favored his own state.
It's still the same thing. It's still the same situation today. Tinubu is still under those that powers that be.
Wait. So where I'm going is this: when we got to 99,
Tony, please land that back.
Okay.
So when we got to 99, we couldn't reverse those things. Ordinarily, those were the things ordinarily we should have reversed and then go back to our 1963. But time and space are gone so far that you can't go back and say, okay, let's normalize Kano. Let's have 17 local government in Kano, but have 20 something in Lagos. It's not possible. You're not going to reverse what is in Enugu and reverse what is in Ondo State. You're not going to reverse Ekiti, that ordinarily shouldn't probably have been created, and Bayelsa, that has 8 local governments below what the Constitution said they should have. But we have to patch them all together. So in 99, we have to patch all these things together and put everything together to allow our democracy to kickstart. So if you ask me now, what should we be running? I call it true federalism. I know the word true federalism sounds esoteric. Now it sounds so ambiguous. that people may be asking, so what do you really mean by this true federalism? This is my understanding of true federalism.
Chief Nahuru's a brainchild. Yes, right on.
First,
True federalism.
we return governance to the local. We return governance to the local level. Even if it is that our local government, we should return governance to local government. We should ensure that our local government is autonomous. And we should ensure that the powers that are reserved for local government in the constitution should allow you to go back to the local government. What are these powers, if I may expatiate a little on some? For instance, somebody was mentioning policing system for that time. My dad used to say that they used to have local police that are native police in the colonial times, that they were not attached to any regional government. They were attached directly to the native authorities. They were the one in charge of that's the boundary Ilu, and onshore forest. You say?
There is also, based on what you were saying, but I've really had the Zangbeta all Egun communities.
Yes. So for me, we should return power to local government. See that local government that we are not taking too serious. Many of our governors now, they rendered local government so useless.
That's how we show you now. That's how we show you now that military government is better now, because all the military government, see government, all the local government functioning. We're functioning. If you go to all these fellow the local government,
allow make it finish now, Tony. Make it finish. This no be military versus civilian. Let him just finish.
Oh, so my point is that we should take government governance back to local government and ensure that everybody maintain his own lane, and ensure that as you are maintaining your lane, then you are performing your own function. At the federal level, we should reduce power to the barest minimum. That's what I think personally. When we reduce power to the barest minimum, first and foremost, nobody is craving for you want to come to Abuja. Abuja, as far as I'm concerned, is like a beast that is affecting Nigeria seriously. And that's why I believe every senator and every rep, you must sit in your constituency. It should be a must. It should be a prerequisite for you. Sit in your constituency, have office in your constituency. There must be regular surgery, or what do you call it now? Town hall meeting that should be done on a regular basis with your constituency. If there is a very thorny issue that is going on, they should be able to assess you and say, this is what I want you to vote for when you go to that place. And then when you see them gathering and sit, it should be once in a while. Do we have that example?
Can I ask a question?
No, let me quickly learn now. Do we have an example? Yes, we have an example. Look at governors. Why do governors sit in their states? Why don't they sit in Abuja? And then why do they go to Abuja every Thursday? I hope you know I think Wednesday or Thursday, they go to Abuja, all your governors. Wow. So the question is, why do they go? They go to have a meeting. Where do they return to? Then they return back to the state who voted them. So that if you want to see your governor, you can see your governor. We know, yes, it's hard to even say a governor. But if it's House of Rep, they should be in their state. If it's Senate, they should be in their state. So when there is insecurity, let it meet them also in their home. Let me give another example. Look at those traditional rulers that were killed in Ekiti. If not because tradition mandate traditional rulers to stay in their palace and stay within their domain, many traditional rulers in Nigeria now must have been sitting in Abuja also and be hobnobbing with politicians. But because their tradition says stay in your place, they are feeling the insecurity now. Traditional rulers are really feeling the insecurity. If you see them now talking, they are feeling it. That's the same way I think our politicians also should be feeling the insecurity at their own local level, so that will ginger them up.
I think you said this before. I think most of us will have this thing. But let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Yeah, my question to you is this: do you think the average Nigerian politician, or the so-called elites, do you think they have a good grasp of what governance is all about? Why am I saying this? Is that look at we talk about different constitutions that were made, the federal system that was enacted in 1979, and how we run a unitary system in a federal system. Because you cannot run a federal, because the whole idea of a federal is the devolving of power to the local.
Yeah.
That's what federal is all about. And most local in the federal system, the local is more powerful. So that is where the people get the benefits of the system, which is the democratic system that they practice. But in the Nigerian context, we have a facade of, in theory, a name of federal system, but with the garment of a unitary system whereby everything is centered around the federal government. So with this, does that tell you that our and we're talking about constitutional amendment? I mean, like, how many years are we going to be amending this crap of a constitution? And then you are telling me that these people don't understand what governance is all about. Because you cannot run a unitary system. And you're saying you are running the federal system. So how long are we going to continue like this? So that's why I said, do you think these leaders, these so-called, maybe they know, maybe they're just trying to, because they are, I don't know. Just tell me, what's your take on that? Let me just leave it at that.
So this is my take on that. If you see the amendment we have been doing in Nigeria over time, you realize that we've been devolving power to the unity, the kind of unitary in quotes now, because we don't run unitary system in Nigeria really, but unitary system in quotes now that we had in 1999 is not the same style, the same type we have now. We have moved a bit from it by amendment that we have done. But I agree with you that our parliamentarians are not, they are not moving at the pace that they should be moving. If they really understand what they are doing, we should by now have moved further. And what are the areas I'm talking about? First and foremost, local government governance. By now, instead of, if you remember Buhari struggled seriously to get autonomy for local government. If as bad and as bad and
the state government fought against it.
That's what Malami told us now. We don't know how true that is. Malami said it. I know Malami said it, but we don't know how true that is. Can you tell us how true is that?
No, there was an, they were expecting them to do that through constitutional amendment. They didn't do it. They didn't include it in the amendment they did under his governance. And then he made an executive order. You forgot? I can't remember executive.
What Buhari wanted to do was he wanted to give the local government autonomy such that when there's general election, will hold local government elections simultaneously, and they will start collecting their own allocation
directly. And that would have made them independent of those governors.
Yes, so there will not be what's it called? APC will win Lagos State, the APC will win the whole of the local government in Lagos State. So there will be diversity in the political.
Exactly.
That's not even the main reason. The main reason is that they want to control the state. They want to control every resources. For example, look at Lagos State. Everything is Sanwo-Olu's. The tenement rate, everything is Sanwo-Olu is collecting everything. The advertisement is why would Sanwo-Olu not give it to?
Look at Anambra State. From 2006 to 2014, no single local government election.
Rational mind. If there is a state, Tony, I beg, Mike. Rational mind. If there is a state that local government is functioning in Nigeria today, one, two, it is Lagos State. Which Lagos? Let's talk facts. You just make everything. If there is a state.
During this time, I did not live during when the military era, when what was his name was there.
We are not talking of military era. We are talking of where they function under military era.
I know what the local government looks like. Even under a military administration of what's his name? Go on. I knew how it is. Telling me how it looks like, how it feels like to live under.
Hello, Koshofe local government. Hello, hold on. Koshofe local government is building houses estate and rented it for people. Koshofe local government, okay? If you don't know, you keep on talking nonsense.
Rational mind. I'm from Badagry local government. I would attest to that. I think what's it called? In Lagos State, the local government, I believe, is the most functional in the whole of the country.
No, Prof, forget.
Ife,
I don't believe that. No.
If I hold on. Ganiyu Mabu rational mind, we just keep it on
no,
the
Mo. Ife, hold on, please. Me, Boo, Mukonsoni, Ketu, Koshofe local government is building house. Not everybody that speaks Yoruba is a Yoruba man, okay, Ife? That's it.
This guy, you see, okay, just say whatever I want to say. When you're done, let me continue.
Rational mind. Can I continue? So look at it, You see our governors, they are our problem. And that's why sometimes when people say unitary government, I said, where do you even see this unitary? Your governors are gallivanting around. If we are really running unitary, Tinubu should be arresting governors now. Why do we have section 308 that talks about immunity? So when people talk about me as that, we don't have any unitary government anywhere. In the military era, when we had unitary government, no military administrator can do any outing. The head of state will sack him and recall him. Go to Ghana.
Ogbeni, here you go again with this unitary something, not unitary. You see,
it's not unitary now.
I understand it's not unitary. We're not practicing unitary, but the structure on ground, the structure that we inherited from the military is a unitary system.
No,
we agree on that. Do we agree on that?
No, I don't agree on that.
Oh, it's not unitary.
Rational mind.
It's not.
See what we see. Let me quickly explain now, so that we don't start on a 40 grand.
Oh, you won't allow me to just land my point. Let me land my point.
Okay.
We have supreme military council in place of a national assembly. These are some group of men.
No.
Just dodge lecture.
No, wrong now.
You said what?
Not national assembly. Call it replace supreme military council now.
It's like you don't understand what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Let me land. That's why you need to let me land.
Okay.
During the military era, we have supreme military council.
Yes.
This group of men who just sit down and just formulate whatever decree, pass it and whatever.
Yes.
And we have their stooges in the place of military governors in states that serve as their high balls in different states. Hold on. Now, after we left we left the military era, they brought about what they call the federal system.
Yes.
Now, both the 1979 Constitution, it was the same process like we had in 1989, from military to civilian. So there were relics of the administrative system of the military that each of these new civilian dispensation that came after them, they inherited. Nothing was done about it. Now they inherited a system whereby the president has absolute power. He controls energy, he controls military, he controls everything that normally should go to states and local government. So my point is this, that these guys who came after them, the civilians, they never did anything about it, like yourself you said. So how do you expect us to have a system that really works for people when they do nothing about this administrative style that they inherited from the military, which is the unitary system with the facade of a federal system under the civilian rule? So you get my drift now. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, but let me answer that. You are not completely right. You missed some points along the line. So now this is the way I see it. Okay, the power given to the federal government, yes, I believe it is enormous, but I believe over time it's been welding. It's been how do I put it now? There are some powers that have been actually shared with the state government. Now, when you look at those three tiers, the one that suffers most is local government. The state government still reserve so many powers, Tony, but they've been so very useless and docile over the years. And because of the kind of citizens standing up, they don't put them on their toes. And that's why I agree with somebody who said that Lagos is still the only state that is really, really working in Nigeria. And when we are citing bad examples, we shouldn't be citing Lagos. We should look elsewhere. I agree with those guys, because when you go back to that same constitution, you see the powers.
Hello, Bishop. Mike, can you?
Okay, let me see if I can.
Okay. So when you go back to our constitution, you see exclusive power, you see concurrent power, and you see residual power. The exclusive power is the one, legislative power is the one exclusively for federal government. And when you say federal government, sometimes I also look at it. What do you mean by federal? Those powers are reserved for the National Assembly. Who are the people in the National Assembly? They are still the people that came from the state and local government and all these areas to come and make laws. Okay? Now, they reserve some powers as concurrent. Concurrent simply means that state can do it, federal can do it. Part of it is education. And that's why you have state government running their own secondary school, federal runs his own. State government runs their own university, federal runs their own. Health is also part of it. You can have your own hospital as a state government. You can decide to have a cancer center and have a tertiary health, whatever you want to do with your money. Federal also can do their own. But over-reliance on the federal is one of our first problems. And as citizens, we don't even focus on our state government. We don't look at what they are doing.
Benny, is that not why we have to write a new constitution that will define the way we have to govern that country, particularly in the areas of resource control and other things that can really make that country work? And that over reliance on federal government, we have to take it away. We will have to stop it. And the state will have to function efficiently and develop at their own pace.
Development
is in the hand of the governors.
Sorry, it's not the constitution that will tell citizens to make their state government responsible. It's not the constitution.
Hold on now.
Already.
Hold on. Okay. The constitution.
It's not true. It's the constitution that does that.
It's the constitution. The constitution.
What do you mean by
that gave room? Hold on. The constitution that gave room for that monthly subvention or monthly allocation.
What do you mean by monthly allocation?
It's talking about the revenue sharing formula between federal and state.
Sharing, yes, thank you. That is the constitution. Yes. If we have to take that away, if we don't take that, then you will not see people holding their governor responsible.
Why do you want it to be taken away?
What do you say?
Why do you want it to be taken away, Babajare Koko?
Yes, it has to be taken away so that every state, every state of the federation can, develop a system of their financial sustainability on their own and not depend on federal government allocation.
Well, yes. Yeah, but Ajale Koko, sorry, we don't need a rewrite for that now. We just go to the exclusive list.
No, we need a constitution that will define that.
So until they take away the allocation before those take.
It's part of the items. It's part of the items on that exclusive list. What's one bed now? I come and modify it, last only.
Look, there are so many other things there that doesn't give a clear term on how that country can really be governed well, and the states can really function well on their own. There are a lot of things holding that country back.
Let me give you a good example of what happened recently, and I was criticizing, and people say, why should I be criticizing? The governor in Abia State. You know, as that governor is landing in office, that governor has not spent that many months in office. Oti dismantled local government council. Do you know who he appointed? He appointed mayors.
Oti. He dismantled what?
He appointed mayors to the local government council now. Mayors. And I said, what's mayor again?
Hold on, Ogbeni, let me understand. Look. So he changed their name from local government chairman to mayor.
Mayor, no, Jensen.
Exactly. Now that's what they call them now.
America wonder.
No. Normally, mayors they come back with one.
Okay, carry.
Call them managers.
constitution,
Constitution
one
one now.
man, rational mind. Why must it be
It's not the constitution.
It's not there. That is not. We don't use
it's
mayor in
local
Nigeria
government
now.
chairman.
So what did they call them?
Local government chairman.
They are local government chairmen, and they can't even appoint chairmen. They elect
election.
No. You will not fault him on that. Don't fault him on that because we see Tinubu and all of them.
Rational man. Why are you yanking?
Rational man. You are talking about go amend the constitution.
Abia State in rational mind. Let me act like Jackie Shake
I agree with you guys.
When the constitution does not give
fine,
you
I
that,
agree with you on that. I agree with you on
does
that.
not
But you cannot
specify
appoint. No,
that
every
mayor.
state governors they appoint their own chairman until when they now ready to do election. They can appoint caretaker, or maybe they call them caretaker, or whatever they call them. They can appoint them.
Sometimes they call it sole administrator, caretaker. They are not in the constitution. All those nonsense.
Hello, Ogbeni. Ogbeni, thank you for what's it called. At least I understand what's it called, the way you see Nigeria. I think at the end of the day, what everybody wants is a form of government that will trickle down to the common man on the street, which unfortunately is not effective as we have it at the moment. But based on what you said, the Sharia note has already created a problem. And the problem they've created is because I heard if what's the calculator said, if the economy is good, if the common man is good, then there's no problem. But in the Sharia note, you find that there will be some economic things you want to do now. You will not be able to do it there. There, in fact, I think as last month, they were saying that there are some Sharia note, they are not even allocating lands for building of churches again. So
my brother, thank you very much, sir. The key word is the Sharia note. Thank you.
So it creates as much as from the south you want to create a system that encompasses everybody. There's already a barrier to that. So
what is that barrier, please? What's that barrier?
That barrier is putting a form of theocracy in the state governance system where you have some Sharia police, the normal police.
So
and let her land. All these traitors.
Okay, land now.
So the Sharia police, the normal police, and in fact, it's affecting. If you meet people in what's it called this Sharia state, it is even affecting the Christian population there, whereby they cannot access university education easily again. I have a friend here now. He's doing his PhD. He said that at this time he was living, there's no Christian student that has been admitted to study medicine in one of those Sharia states. Now, all those Christians will need to go and be studying something like biology, biological science related courses. So putting a form of theocracy into the system creates its own problem. So that's why I was asking, do we want a state that is based on a religious ideology, ethnic-based ideology, or a commercial system? Where in the South we tend to be more commercial. That's why we don't see ourselves from the paradigm of religion. There's still some form of ethnicity, because at the end of the day, you hear something like Southwest local, South t-shirt here, Southeast t-shirt here. It's the time for the Igbos. This is the time for the Yorubas. So for me personally, when this type of situation arises, I think the best thing is, the way I see it is this type of system you've described should be now clustered into a regional system such that if the South likes, even though we want to say, okay, we are in one Nigeria, we are not in one Nigeria, if the South like, they should conduct local government chairman election. As long as it does not affect me in the Southwest, no problem. And if my output, based on the type of system that I've adopted, is going well for me, my tax should not go to another part of the country, because they also see that I'm progressing, but maybe because of their selfishness or myopic way of thinking, which is a general thing to the African leaders or the African system, it should not affect everybody, because you now find out that, okay, for example, US, from what we're seeing in Tinubu's government now, a section of the country believe that they are trying to rule the country. They mismanage the finances of the system. Now, instead of the next person who is coming from the south to move forward, he needs to go back to fix all those messes before moving forward. Before you know everything, 7 years has passed. Then we keep on moving the same cycle over and over and over again. Why not confine me in my Southwest? Let me deal with my problems. Confine the South in the South. Let them deal with their system. The Sharia not, let them deal with their system. Let them deal with their system.
Please, let me interject you very briefly, please. You see, it's sometimes it is easier said. When you take a step, you discover some other challenges and progress. I'll give you a good example. Awolowo started free education in 1957.
Bishop, sorry, before you continue, I want to give you a system that is running that type of system. Russia Federation is bigger than Nigeria. They have the Dagestan province that runs a Sharia system, and it's still under the same Russian Federation. So Nigeria
Russia is not a democracy. Russia is not. So let's just move. Let me give this.
Yeah, in Chechnya, Chechnya.
But it's still under Russia Federation.
Let me give you what I wanted to say.
Yes.
You see, in Nigeria, it's if you can surmount all our problems, Nigeria will be a very big place, but we have challenges we must overcome. I'll give you one example. Oh, regionalism is good. Regionalism is good. Oh, each region can grow their own. In 1955, Awolowo started free education in the Southwest. In 1957, the Southeast kicked in. They started their own free education. In less than 3 months and 1 week or thereabout, that free education collapsed. Almost everybody that aspire and love education sent their children away from the Southeast to the Southwest. These are documented facts. And our school enrollment in the Southwest in that following year that the free education collapsed in the Southeast, more than quadrupled. The facts are there. Now, can you turn them back? They are Nigerians. You don't have any right to turn them back.
Yeah, but
so if one state, let me finish. Let me finish.
I've heard something Lagos State did. Lagos State had school fees for indigent.
But it's still going to be very, very just. But let me finish. I don't know whether they are.
Oga Bishop, Oga Bishop,
let him land now.
No. I want to make a correction.
Understand the point completely before we start cutting off.
Okay,
go ahead. I'm trying to get where Bishop is going. Go ahead.
So the idea of each one help one, we are not saying we must tie down one region for the other. But when if we are not careful, that we have an extremely very prosperous one section and the other, because we are still in the same federation, even though practicing regionalism, people will find their way to the ones that are prospering. And the weight we transfer in development. And at the end of the day, it's almost going to be the same thing. Because where you have a section that is doing very well, and has the power, the ability to lend a helping hand to other people, so that we can go not necessarily at the same pace, but nobody is left behind.
Well, Bishop, you find a way of bringing everything. You have to bring something that is just to show that this is
That's just
I'll continue.
Rational mind. Show my locomotion. What do you mean? Everybody is sharing their idea. Do you listen to yourself when you make your own idea sometimes? I try to bring, what am I bringing in? What did I bring in? What exactly did I bring in? I'm sharing my view, my perception. You are asking some question that I could have regarded as being dumb. I never said so. I allow you to have your say.
Bishop,
why don't you let me have my say?
Bishop can continue, sir. Continue.
No, you don't sound condescending when other people are making their point.
Bishop, man, alone. Continue.
So, as far as I'm concerned, federalism is beautiful if all of us, but every step in development come with its unique challenges. The problem, you are not seeing it now. And the really reason why you are not seeing it now, because you have not started implementing that solution you think is going to be like, pro everything with. Immediately you put that solution in place, that system. When we were doing regional, what do you call it? Parliamentary something. People thought that the presidential system will cure all the problem. We do this, we do that, and they brought it. And we are seeing the problem. No matter the system you bring, in as much it is being run and managed and midwifed by human beings, that selfish needs and the rest comes in. Problems will come. We don't run away from them. We confront them and tackle them and solve them. Otherwise, trying another one will still bring another kind of problem. Trying another one will still bring another problem. That's what we have experienced over the years, and not running away from it.
Okay, I understand you. You mean that the operators of the system is the problem, Oga Bishop, the operators.
Let me answer that.
No. I want to interject earlier on that the people of Southeast did not come to the Western side to go to to get their free education. It was the people that speak their language, because in the Western region we have also Igbos in all this Asaba.
It's not even true. Hold on, Tony. It's not even true that it collapsed. I don't know where Bishop is getting those facts from. Yes, indeed, people move southwest, and like you said, Tony, we in the time past, in the 60s and early 70s, after the Civil War, Yoruba people have a way of roping people, even people from Calabar, they will look at them as Yoruba and as Igbo. Even people from Ikwere or they look at them as Igbo. During the time we're talking about in question, the Western region was doing well when it comes to education. When Awolowo declared free education for the Western region, of course, people from the Southeast, people from other part of the Southeast, the Waibom, BBO area, even from the creeks, they all came down. But that did not collapse. That free education collapsed. It's not true. It never collapsed.
That's not my mind. In the southeast, hold on. You have just misrepresented facts. Let me correct you. You have just misrepresented facts. You have just misrepresented facts. Hold on now. Hold on. Let me correct the fallacy. You have put out a fallacy as a fact here.
Hold on. I am not going to hold on. Let me talk, please. Let me talk. Thank you. So that it collapsed. There is no historical record to that.
He said collapse in the southeast.
What?
That's what he said.
He said that it collapsed southwest.
No.
He
said southeast.
I know he said southeast. Collapsed. Southeast.
He said no. This is what he said. He said Southwest started free education, Southeast too started free education, but theirs collapsed in 3 months. That's what he said.
That was where I came in to say that. Hold on, National Mind, please. Mr. Kulata. Hold on, Mr. Kulata. The people of Southeast, they did not come over to our place because we have the Igbo speaking part of our Western region. So that is whom these guys refer to as a collapse system, and then they cross over to us. These people are Westerners.
Were they cash strapped? Can I land? Were they cash strapped? Yeah, they were cash strapped. They had problem with finances, but balancing their budget. But that their economic, their educational system collapsed. It's not true.
Nobody said educational system collapse. I said free education collapse.
Collapse. That's what he said.
Okay, listen, or borrow
free
somebody's
education in South.
Let me repeat myself.
He said their free education in the East collapsed. He didn't say their education collapsed. The free education that was introduced, model after that of Awolowo.
Is that what it meant? Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's what he said.
All right.
He didn't say their education. He said, but they could not continue it. They couldn't manage it. You understand? In 3 months, that's what he said. They said they returned to the way they used to do it before they introduced their free education.
So Bishop, many question does it now mean that, let's say they continued, they will not have devised means to improve and make it function again?
I've not answered your former question.
Yes, Ogbeni. Yeah. Ogbeni, okay.
Okay, see my take. You see, one of the narratives I like correcting, and I like correcting it with facts, is this narrative of, when you have Northerner there, they come and destroy, then Southerner will come and build. I just laugh. Where are our facts? I always ask. From 1999 to date, we have more Southerners in government than Northerners. That's the fact. Obasanjo spent 8 years. Yar'Adua spent less than 2 years. We put Jonathan there who spent 6 years. Buhari, the only Northerner who spent 8 years. Now we have Tinubu.
That's not the only time the Northerner has been there now.
We have more Southerners than Northerners. From 1999 to date, we have more Southerners than Northerners.
But we're talking about from the time Nigeria has ever been.
He made it clear. He said from 1999 to today. That's the context he's speaking of. So
that's the point I'm trying to make. They said Southerner, they said Northerner.
Ife is here now. Ife that made the comment is
here. Rational mind, that is selective listening. Now, what for you?
No. Ife, you are here.
It takes only 1 year. It takes only 1 year of a Northerner to destroy 30 years.
That's the narrative I'm trying to speak to.
What I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to say from the governance of Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying.
The Southerners tend to be more, what's it called? Resourceful than the Northerners. That's what I'm trying to say.
Resourceful. That I don't agree with that indices again. You see, and that's why I said let us always put facts into context into our issue. I remember on this platform we have analyzed Murtala Mohammed Obasanjo era here before, and relatively, or to a larger extent, we agree that Murtala government would have been a very good government, but because he was pro-Russia and pro-Soviet Union, he had an EU. But they had very good programs, and to date, we believe it was that Murtala Obasanjo government that established so many foundations, major foundations of what we are still standing to get in date. They made radical reforms and some foundational things in Nigeria, civil service reform, local government reforms, a lot of reforms.
Teacher training college.
You said?
Teacher training colleges.
Yes, training colleges, police. They were the one who created restructure our police. They did a lot, and that is a Northerner.
It destroyed our police, though. They destroyed our military too. They fired too many people.
Well,
anyway,
in academics, people must come and also, that's your take too. But generally, when you look at it, they made a very major reforms. It was that same government that nationalized most of British properties in Nigeria. British Petroleum become African Petroleum, indigenization policy, feed the nation. A lot of landmark reforms came under their administration. And when you look at it, put together, that is a Northerner escalated in the Southerner. Now, let's look from 1999. From 1999, for instance, you have OBJ. Yeah, OBJ did his own. Goodluck Jonathan was there. A failure just like Buhari, because I don't know, whoever wants to be exonerating Jonathan will still come and do it. But Jonathan was a southern man like us, like me and you. Jonathan, as far as I'm concerned, was just a failure in that government, just like Buhari. So what did he do that Buhari didn't do? So, but we have this general narrative of, Northern, as if they are dumb. There are people that don't think at all. They just come and plunder and get all the money in a way. Then after then, a Southern will now come there and do the magic wand and rebuild it.
But Mike, let me interject now, please, sir, just for 1 minute.
But Ogbeni, we have history to that now.
Yeah.
Okay, give me the history, sir.
Please, Ajani Koko, Oga Ajani Koko. Please.
Give me the
let me talk
history now.
to this guy. Let me talk to this guy. Let me talk to Ogbeni.
Tony,
This
if you want to
railway
interject,
construction.
you just let the person land or interject.
Please. Ejo, please, sir.
Don't speak off topic now. Speak to the point. Don't say the same thing.
Very quickly. So, Ogbeni, please, it will take 1 year of a Northern leader to destroy 30 years of progress by the Southerners. So let me tell you one thing.
Not true.
No, hold on. If you don't see anything wrong with these people, that they will use your money to build about hold on. 3,000 kilometers of rail line to another country instead of using it, between Lagos through Ekiti, Ondo, Edo, Delta to Calabar and Onitsha. You said that you don't see anything wrong with these people. That do you know how much it? Hold on. Do you know how much it costs? Hold on.
You get your point.
Do you know how much it will cost? Do you know how much it will cost? Do you know? No, hold on, Mike. Do you know how much it will cost to construct a meter by meter of a rail line? Do you know how much it will cost? I know you are a lawyer. Go and check how much. The 3,000 kilometers.
So, Mr. Tony, I'll repeat again.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with tribe. Under your
that is mismanagement. Mismanagement.
Tony, let him respond now. He accused the owner as for action of one man. Come on, relax. Let him respond.
Okay.
The irony was Jonathan was the one that commissioned that rail line, but
that's where I'm going now, Kulata. In fact, God bless you. That's where I'm going. See, I said it has nothing to do with tribe. That project you are talking about, Jonathan commenced that project. That is your Southern brother. Apart from that,
it's not my brother. It's not my brother. Jonathan is a Mr. Badlock.
Okay. Let Tony calm down.
Okay, sorry. A Southerner,
but let me put history to what we are talking about.
No, Baba, under that same our Southern brother, because he said it's not his brother, it's my brother now. Under that, the same my Southern brother. NNPC refused to remit $20 billion into the coffers of CBN or Nigerian Treasury. And the man who whistleblow it, a northerner, because you said they are the one that like destroying things, he whistleblow it, and he caused the man his office, and he was disgraced out of office. That is under my Southern brother. So my point is, it knows no tribe. If you relate with all these politicians, you understand, they don't know religion, they don't know tribe. It's just between me and you, we are talking about tribe. Forget all those tribes. It knows no tribe. It knows.
Let's hear Ajani Koko now. Let's hear Ajani Koko, please.
Okay, so people that are saying it, that when the Northerner is in position of president or head of state, they will run it. And when Southerner come, the Southerner will, repair it. And when Northerner come, just vice versa like that. We have history to that narrative. When Obasanjo handed over government in 1979, he handed over a country that was very buoyant economically, a country that was on the right track of, on the right track towards advanced, industrial and advanced country. What did we have in 4 years during Chagari's regime? A northern leadership regime. It run down the economy, the country. The history was that was as at the time that Buhari came in as military officer, the GDP of country of Nigeria was minus 15. All right? So that's number one. Number two, the same thing when Abubakar took over that government. Handed over to Obasanjo. Economy was at the lowest ebb. The country was on the brink of collapse. Obasanjo came in, revamped the economy, make it work for every Nigerian. Teachers were well paid, civil servants were well paid, teachers were building houses, they were buying cars. The middle class re-emerged. All right? So, and when he handed over to, what is the name of that man? That man that died?
Mario Yadwa.
Yeah.
Within the short time that Umari run the country, if Umari had run the country for 4 or 8 years, it would have destroyed the economy of that country.
Well, John, don't forget that it's Obasanjo that's handpicking the people, his successors, right?
Oh, no,
So,
it doesn't whether I'm pick on the Nigerian.
Look at let land now. Look at let land now. They go somewhere.
Yeah. So when he handed over, when Yaradua governed the country, some basic things that Obasanjo left, like the issue of, what do you call it? Our refinery.
Privatization.
He has already sold this refinery to Dangote, to Odetola, and all these things to make it work in the best way that, just private hand. What did Yaradua do? He destroyed those agreements, and that was what landed us in so many economic crises that a lot of people did not even know. Because if he didn't revoke that license to Dangote, Dangote would not have the one that he went to build in Lagos now. The one for Port Harcourt, they will have, re-engineered it in such a way that will have worked better. You understand what I'm saying? So, and the issue of electricity that we are still battling with will have been solved today as well. There are so many things that Yaradua man did. There are so many things that he did that the council he revoked that affected the economy. Though, like you said, that we agree with you that one of our brother, Jonathan, that one fumbled as well because he allowed corrupt people. They were looting and doing things face to face. But what did we have when Buhari came as another Northerner after that one? That one destroyed everything now. Did you look at all the cases of Northerners that have governed that country as civilian president and even the military? Who among them have done better? Both the military Northerner and the civilian Northerner. Who among them have done good and built the economy in such a way that that is on record that the economy was on the right track, that the economy was very buoyant.
Ajaniku, can I interject you? Can I interject you?
None. So we people that are saying it, Ogbeni, they are not on the they are not saying it out of fallacy. The history and facts are there to that effect.
Ajaniku, can I interject you?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start from where you just stopped. There is no historical fact. It's just fallacy. And because it's been repeated severally and severally and severally, of course, we are beginning to say,
Didn't
well,
you listen to me, Bishop?
I
So you
listen
did
to
not
you very
listen
well.
to all those.
I
So
listened.
all those ones is a fallacy.
Let's take them one after
All
the
I
other.
said was a
If you
fallacy.
allow me,
There's no
let's
historical
let
fact. No,
let's
did you
take them
disagree?
one
No,
after the other
Did you
now.
disagree? Don't hold on. Don't say it's or everything I said. Don't describe it. If you disagree with
I
me
did not say what
on
you said.
Shagari, hold on. If you disagree with me that Shagari did not run down the economy of that country, did not brought in crisis,
You see,
Baba
competence,
But
let him
Ajaniko, allow him
explain
to
his
say something
competence,
first
point.
now.
and
He
every
hasn't
one of
even
them
said.
competence,
that I mentioned, if they didn't bring
competence,
in crisis,
and
then mention it. Don't say
Baba,
I'm
everything
coming.
is a
Let me
fallacy.
land.
But Ajaniko, at least allow him to say, allow him to
Let me
respond first before you know what you will
let him
respond to.
respond now.
exactly.
He's telling you it's
You
not
see,
about
I'm
tribe.
saying it's not about ethnic or
It's
tribe,
not
but you have
tribe.
created some things that are not correct. Let's go back to where you started from. Muritala Obasanjo. Obasanjo left a very buoyant and economy to the military and the rest. That's not true. Look, the challenges of those days were not the same, are not the same challenges we are facing today. We knew when Obasanjo left, some things were in place, we had the opportunities. But Obasanjo had 3 major carryovers. And I will mention some of them just because of this other conversation. The challenge of Aida report, civil service reform, that Muritala laid off hundreds of thousands of people. The challenge of that nationalization of British assets were there. One thing was that he did right was that he handed over, and we were looking forward to a prosperous nation. The Nigerian army, I cannot quote the figure now, of people they laid out after the Civil War ended in 1970. 1973, they laid off hundreds of thousands. And the people that fought in the Biafran War, criminality quadrupled. Violence, crimes, and the rest quadrupled in Nigeria. People that ran away with military rifles and the gun. The police tried to absorb some of the people that fought the Civil War into the police. So there were multiple of problems. The problem is this: comparing to now, when we look back, we think it was hey then, but that time the number of complaints and cry. These civil servants that you are talking like this, that they were middle class, they were living glorious. If you know their songs, then the people that were laid off under Muritala and Obasanjo implementing the Aida. So, but of course, it got worse in 1980 when civilian came, and we always know that there is a distinct difference between military and civilian regime. Because military does not need your approval. There is no National Assembly. It is do this or don't do it. The National Assembly is always the first victim. So the military can say they rule by fiat, by decree. Nobody questions them. Nobody audits their book. Nobody does anything. So whatever they do, only as Shegbeni. So let's now move forward because I don't want to take too much time. We had our experiment with military civilian regime, which was mismanaged, and we did not allow to go. And when military came, we jumped into the street and we celebrated them. My point is this: people have had opportunity to rule Nigeria. Many have messed up. That Bubangida that you are pointing at as a military regime, which I did not like, even though naively, I mean, out of Navy being naive, I celebrated his coming in 1980. No, I did not like his coup. It was Buhari I celebrated in 1983. I remember I celebrated Buhari because, of course, some of us saw what Baba Shagari and his cohort has become. And especially in the Southwest, we kind of have this disaffection for MPN. And you will see what happened in Ondo State with Akiamo Buriowo and what happened in Oyo State when they manipulated and won with Omolulolu Noyo and Akiamo Buriowo in Ondo State. So fast forward to what happened. Sorry, somebody has his mic on. I'm hearing myself back. Can you help me mute your mic, please? I don't know who that is. Please help me.
If can let me mute.
Okay. So now, fast forward Thank you very much. So fast forward again to what we were saying. Whether it is what's his name now that you mentioned, Yaradua. When Yaradua became president of Nigeria, the socialists in our midst, in quote, the civil society organization, the Nigerian Labour Congress, they were the one that were shouting, Obasanjo sold all this thing to his crony. Three major things that I still keep saying that I regretted that Yaradua did was, number one, the reversal of the price of petroleum, because Obasanjo put in place a mechanism to deregulate the petroleum sector gradually, and he increased the price that it should be continued. They shouted, oh, Yaradua reversed it. Obasanjo increased VAT. Oh, the civil society and the NGOs, championed by the Southwest press media. I want to emphasize that. Championed by the Southwest media, dominated media, shouted, oh, they made Yaradua. Their opinion was, oh, everything Obasanjo did, oh, because of the hatred and the rest. He reversed the sale of the refinery. They said, oh, he sold it to his cronies. Every time you open the radio, television, every time you open radio, they are always talking about, oh, Obasanjo, oh, he sold it to his cronies. He sold it to his cronies. Hey, oh, they have to reverse it. Nigerian Labour Congress went on strike. He has to reverse it. He reversed it. He listened to the voice of the people. And he did a popular thing, because as at that time, the popular thing was that reverse the sale. I challenge anybody to bring contrary evidence to that. The same thing happened to Niger. Oh, he sold it to his crony. He did it, blah, 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 blah. He reversed the sale of, he reversed the VAT. Well, Obasanjo increased VAT to 10%. This one that we are now trying to increase to 7.5, that is causing so much boah. Obasanjo, I mean, so Yaradua reversed it. Yaradua reversed the sale of petroleum products, and some people still salute him today. Oh, he's one of the best in Nigeria. And I tell people, he's one of the dumbest. The sale of Niger.
No,
They reversed it.
But Bishop, what you are doing eventually is you are still backing the fact that the Northerners have always.
No. Hold on. I said something. I laid a foundation. I laid a foundation at the beginning. I said it is not a tribe or ethnic thing.
No, we are talking of the leadership.
We are talking about leadership. That is what
I know now.
Yeah, but sorry, guys.
Right.
I would like to put another narrative here. I think people are focused on personality, but in a lot of times, Nigeria's economy is based on the price of oil. For example, during Shagari's government, remember we had someone needs to mute. Remember, we had an energy crisis in the 70s. So in the early 80s, we had an oil glut problem where there was so much oil outside, but the demand for oil was low. And I'm reading Washington Post back in the early 80s, our revenue dropped by more than 50%. And then we had no reserves. So we have this issue of we'll get a buoyant economy when oil prices are high. When oil prices are low, it goes down. So to a large extent, it's not even the president that controls our fate from an economic perspective. Yes, better management is always good, but a lot of our fate is tied down to the price of crude oil, because that's 80% of our foreign revenue source. So Shagari had bad timing.
You are very correct. Coming from an oil boom.
We came from an oil boom, so our budget was messed up in the early 80s.
Was completely messed up.
The treasury.
During that, when the Middle East had the war, where they refused to sell oil to America,
hold on. Let me finish my statement. So the two people I can genuinely blame for mismanagement is one, Babangida during the Gulf War oil boom. Where did that money go? Next one is Jonathan and Yaradua, because they mismanaged oil boom too. So Buhari came in an unfortunate time, but it's still messed up.
No, Kulata.
Wait, let me finish first. Let me finish first. You have to let me finish.
Let him land, man.
So a lot of times when you look at how our economy performs, like 2015, that was the shale oil crisis.
when Saudi Arabia was trying to drive American shale oil production to the ground, which they successfully did. They drove the price of oil, it reached like $30. And it created a lot of budget issues for us. So our economic fate is tied down to crude oil. But I will blame leaders that mismanaged crude oil boom. Buhari mismanaged the boom during the what's it called, this war. Babangida mismanaged his own. Jonathan too mismanaged his own. So that's how I look at it, not by personality.
Okay, Kulata, let me quickly say something. No, Bishop, just a minute. I will leave the stage for you. Sorry. Kulata, see, you oversimplify it as if the oil is the only thing that controls the economy. You look at it from the fiscal side, revenue side. What about the monetary side?
It affects it now because it affects it. You have, I mean, inflation and all that stuff will happen when hold on. You want me to answer your question? You are talking like if I'm only taking one side from the other. They affect each other because when we have, I mean, we're talking about our reserves at this point in time crashing, our foreign reserves, and when our foreign reserves are crash, then we have to devalue our currency. That's a lot of what happened in the 80s. And then we had massive inflation throughout in the 90s. It's a carryover because our fate is tied to one product, really.
Okay, Kulata. When Obasanjo took over power, we had oil revenue issues. Remember when it destroyed the toll gate and started increasing pump price gradually? You understand?
His first year, yeah, his first 2 years, his first year, yes, the oil price was low. It rose by the second, it started rising by the second year.
So he started doing his own policy to the point that he even raised enough funds to even pay our debt up to give us credibility, to reposition us so that Nigerian businessmen they could do better with the international.
That was an extraordinary period because we were just leaving military government. We were just opening up our economy again. We were under sanctions, and then so a lot of goodwill and dollars were pouring in, and we also had debt forgiveness, and then we also had the revolution of telecommunication. So there was a good timing, and there was also the fact that we were just moving from military to civilian, and goodwill coming from a lot of countries.
See, very easy to explain away. You tactically ignore the banking reform. Things were not that easy initially under Obasanjo. It was even the second time that things started moving very well. You underplay.
I was in Nigeria back in 1999. Ola.
I was in Nigeria.
Things were tough. Things were tough in 1999. It wasn't still like 2021.
Kulata, I'm surprised that you're narrating Buhari's civilian regime.
I'm not exaggerating this regime. We had an oil boom during the Ukraine war. We had oil boom during Ukraine war.
Do you know why you cannot exclude Buhari exists? Excuse Buhari because he did his economic.
I'm not excusing Buhari. I'm not excusing him.
Thank you.
We had an oil boom during the Ukraine war. Now, what did we do? He mismanaged that Ukraine war crisis. Now, that was his opportunity.
So Buhari simply destroyed our monetary system and
he destroyed it
twice. So
twice, yes.
Now, so it's not excusable. Now that of Jonathan. Well, unfortunately, Jonathan, I used to be his admirer though because I was expecting shoeless person to understand what normal poor people were dealing with. But apart from stealing NNPC money, right? Apart from stealing NNPC money, then he didn't do much to destroy our monetary system. He didn't do much to destroy that. He was even the one that brought some of the projects that this Yadua that these Buhari people used to destroy our economy. Because I know the issue of rail then, when we pay our debt, it was under this MD of Railways Corporation, Chief, is it Prince, is this Chief or Shijuade or what's the name? Not the about, but that MD of Railway Corporation. It was during that time we were looking into this Chinese loan to redevelop, and to the point that they made the they made a strategy in place that at least 60%, maybe 60 or 70% local content. That okay, part of it was to develop Ajaokuta and to fast track everything so that local resources we're going to get from that place will be used to develop our race system, just to build our economy and to make sure we reduce our exposure to whatever we're going to get from outside. Yar'Adua reversed everything. Everything was almost as 0 grant. That even when they were supposed to extend this a wrong way, that we ignore PWD and some people that have some kind of expertise in handling those things, that were awarding contract of 19 billion to Julius Berger for over 70 billion. So when you look at the thing in totality, when people are saying the Northerners, they are there to destroy our economy, fact and figure, they are there to back it up. Obasanjo left the Nigerian shipping system. By the time he came back, it was destroyed. Nigeria Airways, it was destroyed. Obasanjo started Ajaokuta under the northern people. The northern people, Ajaokuta was nowhere to be found. He repaired our debt. Look at the debt we are into in Nigeria today. Naira stabilized under Obasanjo.
Let me help you out. I just posted something in the comment section, private comment section. It is reported there by Business Daily that in 1979, when Obasanjo left, he left with a public debt profile of $3.7 billion. By the time this guy was evicted by his brother in 1983, he left Nigeria with over $20 billion. $20 billion in how many years? Just imagine. From 3.7.
Did you hear that, Rational Man? Did you hear that?
Hold on, I hear your story about
it's not story. Did you hear that our revenue dropped in the early 80s by over 50%?
I remember Obasanjo left a huge amount of money in the treasury. Hold on, that's
$3 billion is what he left.
How much? How much?
You just said it, didn't you?
No. I said no. He left a debt of $3.7 billion. But this guy ballooned it to over $20 billion.
Because we had deficits. Because did you hear? Let me
agree with you. Yeah. The only thing I agree with you is that is it true that our revenue was what they shortfall now? Yeah, there could be.
Do me one favor. Google oil. Google oil. No, Google oil glut. Early 80s oil glut problem.
Kulata, somebody said something that I want to correct. Please. I don't know if it was Rational Man said it. That Obasanjo started the Ajaokuta steel rolling mill. That's a lie. That's not correct.
I didn't say that.
No, somebody. I don't know who said it.
Baba is not a lie. Even though he kickstarted fully under Shagari, it was initiative for Obasanjo.
No. It was where. Now the question is this. Hold on.
I stand on it.
No, not who. No. Who started it? I'm not saying who initiated. Maybe they were talking about it, but Shagari started the Ajaokuta steel, laid the foundation.
It was proposal that was finalized and initiated by Obasanjo, and I stand by it. I know
it was not initiated. Maybe it was not finalized. Maybe it was initiated. We're talking about it, but Shagari started it. Shagari laid the foundation. I still saw the picture, the picture of the days of when they launched it.
Bishop. See, Telecom today, I will not take it away from IBB. Even it was Obasanjo that passed NCC Act, but who deregulated telecommunication and broadcasting? Not Abacha. It was IBB. It was IBB. It was 1992. It was IBB.
Abacha started.
No. There was no GSM. There was no GSM technology on the.
That's not what I'm saying. Who deregulated telecommunication sector in 1992?
So let's see. We have this simplistic way of looking at this. Who started this? Who started that? This Ajaokuta feasibility study started in 1967. We should stop doing this nonsense stuff. That who did this? Who did that? Telecommunications, the technology itself started way in the 80s. And Abacha already had some GSM companies. Obasanjo continued and did the deregulation. So let's stop doing this kind of simplistic argument.
I know. I said IBB deregulated. I know that I will go
Ola, you always give all the credit to Obasanjo.
Ola, both of us are old enough to remember that back in the 90s, there was a competition between CDMA technology, which is the American-based one, and the GSM 2.0. That was a competition. Then you had the likes of Motophone. We also had Turaya. So we had the likes of Motophone, Mobitel, and all those things competing. They were giving license.
Was after 92 now, Kulata. I say IBB deregulated telecommunication and broadcasting in Nigeria.
Abacha did the same too, but it wasn't successful. Because
there's a difference between the policies that initiated.
Abacha gave people licenses. A lot of people bought the CDMA one.
It was during Obasanjo's time that we saw it.
That they did a bigger deregulation during Obasanjo, but during Abacha, something else happened.
What we're saying here, why didn't his brother? Why didn't his brother from the north? I mean, don't get me wrong. When I said, you see, when I said,
you guys stop saying this nonsense. It doesn't make any sense.
I said that, but let me make myself so clear. When I say the north, I'm not by the north.
It's not about tribe.
Can I hold on? Just let me say something. When I say the north, I'm not talking about people from the north. I'm talking about those elites that are criminals among them. They're not good managers of a country. They are very good in their whatever shenanigan politics they play.
So the criminal elites from the south, are they good managers?
Yeah, we do have criminals too. They too.
Yeah, so why are you making it about north or south? We just have criminal elites in Nigeria. That's it.
Mike. I'm talking
about the two most reckless presidents we've had in this country. Is Jonathan and Buhari. Both of them are north and south.
Hold on. The pattern we're talking about here, we've seen a pattern over the years, over the time that country has existed, that most of those northerners, when they come into power, like we started examples of them that Ajaniko gave us a history.
God bless you.
We've seen
just made my point.
There's a pattern here that they always run down the economy. So if they are not good at that, so they should not be there. That's what we're saying. They set us back 30 years back.
Let's stop all this emotional arguments and look at things rationally.
Come on, dude, don't do this for me.
Southerners run down the economy. Northerners run down the economy. That's our record.
We're talking about facts here. Fact that is there in the public domain that we saw.
So when those that did wrong is because they are from the north.
How many Southerners have come out openly to tell that they owe the country, that they were born to rule? Hold on.
Stop all this pedestrian nonsense, George.
No. These people, they cannot run the things, but they claim to owe the country. They tell that the oil in Edo State belongs to them. They tell that that they have got the population to decide to do and not do. They come out to tell that every Fulani from anywhere in the world are Nigerians. And today now they say that now foreigner they come take over. I beg you.
So Kulata, my point is that how can you substantiate the reason behind $3.7 billion in 1979 within a period of about 4 or 5 years? You ballooned it to like 20 billion, and this one that just left you
because we could not sell oil in the early 80s. Nobody was buying oil.
You see, we can make this argument.
If nobody buys our oil, where are we going to get money from?
You could manage the economy. You could manage the economy whereby you will not incur more debt.
Oh, the way we're managing it now with small oil that we're getting, look at how effed up we are. Look, we're too dependent on one product.
That is, if either you realize it or not, it's up to you. We shall all be here.
You can say I don't like the I don't like the ethnicizing it. You can say an individual is a bad manager, but you can't just say this is that.
Here. Don't misread my word. Don't put more meaning to what I've not said. I've just said these leaders from the north. By leaders from, I'm not talking about the generality of the northerners. They are leaders who come among them. They are not good managers of resources.
What about the south?
Example,
outside of Obasanjo, what about the south? Apart from Obasanjo, what about the south? With the exception of Obasanjo, what about the south? Bad managers too.
And besides Lagos State governor, how many southern governors are really performing? Are really good leaders like that?
Now what? What did you say?
Besides Lagos State governor, how many southern governors are really great leaders like that?
The problem we have
monopoly of greatness and leadership.
Monopoly of greatness. Guys, you need to stop it, really.
No, stop it. It's something we need to tell people out there so that they read pattern.
The problem we have here is Rational mind, just a second. The problem we have is how we try to simplify things when we try to identify a problem. And we just introduce some kind of interference and some kind of noise and you shift things away. We are talking of major policy. When you see something that destroys things in a country, it's not just because of that. The general policy is what you look into. But when we now say, okay, this country, this client is not okay, you will now go and look at a extreme case, outlier, and you say, okay, what about this? This is not about what the policy is about. You look at the distribution. You look at distribution, you take 10 things out of 10, and you see that, okay, a particular region, they're responsible for the 7. Oh, you go and look, what about that half?
A particular region, a region is responsible. Entire region is responsible for action of individuals from there. Really?
Ola, let's remove military from it. Let's remove military from it.
No, Kulata. Do you know things when we're talking about policy? The thing I will not accept is just because you and I, we came from electrical engineering background. And I'm telling you how
this your degree, I need to see it, to be honest. Like, I mean, go ahead, Sha.
Okay. You know that, Kulata, you know me and you, we didn't go to school. We did radionic. Brosheim radionic. If that
radionic,
Mike Happy. Radio.
You went to Chicago.
I mean, one thing you learn
buy
from
certificate.
Yes, I went to Chicago to buy certificate. Exactly. If it is Mike Happy.
I mean, when you major in science, one thing you learn is how to think.
I managed to know about broadcasting and the regulations of telecommunication just while I was going through school. That's how I managed. I was still in school when Ray Power came and all those stuff. The thing is, that singular policy, when they deregulated, that was what brought Ray Power in that time. Obasanjo used decree number 38. That's what we say. Then there's another decree again, decree 62. Or I'm trying to know the number. That one was the one that deregulated telecommunication in Nigeria at that time. It deregulated it completely. That was after they tried to privatize NITE. They tried to give it to Pentascope and some foreign organization to manage. And they
remember that company, Pentascope? Shit.
Remember? Of course, I will remember now. So, they try all the best. That's how IBB Kuku deregulated everything. But in 1993, it was toward the election, 1993. So the guy was away, and Abacha that was supposed to continue, he was going to use that as political tools to transition. To transit himself from the military administration into the civilian, but unfortunately, a pie along the line. And the first thing, what's the name of this? Absalam Abubakar, I just put that one aside. Instead of him focusing on telecom, that's what they call the Nigeria Automated Clearing System. That was the only thing that Absalam Abubakar quickly focused on, so that to learn lesson from what happened during Abacha when they were just carrying our money anyhow. So they put National Automated Clearing System in place, which Abubakar himself did not continue. When Obasanjo came, National Automated Clearing System, telecommunication, it just took everything to another level. That's exactly I'm saying that policy that were in a system before were the thing they used to drive, but they were unable to put a policy in place. But the military was unable to put a policy in place. That is why we see our problem with NEPA today. If they deregulated NEPA the same way they deregulated telecom and broadcasting, people are not linking this broadcasting to all this Davido, all those things that we see today, because then everybody will just go to NTA. One DJ will say,
Ola. So the regulation of broadcasting was 1992. Yeah. The regulation of telecommunications was 1993-94. That's the CDMA GSM. Furtherance Let me continue. Furtherance of it was Obasanjo further deregulated in 99 based on prior work. He just didn't roll in to the country and just deregulated just like that in months.
I say
it was work already in place by the military government, and it started in 93-94. And I'm giving you the history with CDMA and GSM. It's not like Obasanjo just woke up and deregulated overnight. This was something that was ongoing before him.
That is what we are saying. It was ongoing.
So you cannot say it's South. That came from a Northerner.
Let's stop all this. That's what I'm saying. I gave the credit to IBB. That's what I'm saying.
So
credit to IBB.
what Tulata has just said now, I have just said now, I made my point.
I'm
Which is
sorry,
that
Ogbeni.
it has destroyed that hypothesis that Northerners come, they destroy, Southerners come, they build. It's a very, very false hypothesis.
Very
Ogbeni,
poor.
you
But
moved out
Ogbeni,
of that side
I was
very,
going
very
to
soon.
ask some few questions if you don't mind, please. I was going to ask some few questions. Now we talk about legacy and landmark achievement. I want somebody to remind me. NAFCON, National Fertilizer Company, that was cited somewhere in River State whose idea was it? What's the name? The Aluminium Smelter Company, ASCON, whose idea was it? Third Mainland Bridge, whose idea was it? Element Petrochemical Refinery in somewhere Element in on the way to One in River State, whose idea was it? Who are the people that actually built our refinery? Starting from Port Harcourt Refinery to Warri Refinery to Kaduna Refinery. Who are the people that built them? Look,
you didn't have ASCON too.
I put ASCON.
Okay.
I put ASCON. ASCON in what's the name of the place? Akwa Ibom. Yeah, it was the second one I mentioned.
Yeah.
I want to go to the other of the major things. Oku Iboku, Iwokwe, and name it. Who are the people? I am not associating success to any tribe, as we have as much as possible idiots, and read my words, that are of Yoruba extraction as we have in Igbo land and Hausa. There is no tribe in sharing the amount of incompetent, senseless, visionless people we have. If you are good, you are good, irrespective. Maybe I'm blinded by passion, and that's the way I want to see it. I want to see your competency before your passion. But that some people, because they are from the south, they build more than they know. I will never.
Okay. Now let me come in small. You guys don't see anything wrong in the Northerners, but what about the quota system, the federal character, the educational disadvantaged stage that are the main foundation for development?
That's a different. That's a different topic.
Let me answer
where
that
you have
before
to
I go.
score 50.
Hold on.
You Bishop and the Kulata, you are partly Northerners. You have to score 50, and I will score 200. You will get a place before
Tony,
me.
That's a different topic. It's not
that's not even true. That's another
okay, just try to be politically correct now. It's okay.
Do you know? No, hold on.
Can I
Stop.
address that?
Hold on. No, before you cram it up, I know you have enough information, but let me just add something. Look, we put this thing out. Yeah, it is there, but we make it look like as if it is only the North that are beneficiaries of this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so sickening. Look, go and check your record. Except they remove the River State. It's among educationally disadvantaged states in Nigeria. Go and check your fact. Akwa Ibom State. Bayelsa was part of them, and they give them preference in this thing. Every time you talk of Sokoto, you talk of Kebbi. The same advantage that Kebbi is enjoying, River State was enjoying it. And I'll give you one story. I don't like bringing my family here. My daughter was going to get admission into University of Port Harcourt, not State University, years ago. She sat for JAMB and she passed. I had the privilege of knowing the Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Port Harcourt. I won't mention anybody's name. And they said, look, my state is not a catchment area. I was mad. I said, what do you mean? I've lived here for how many years? I've lived there since 1994, 1993. And I'm here. My daughter, he said, well, let's see how it goes. My daughter studied very well, even in the post-UME. They did not give her because they said from Oyo State, Oyo State is not a catchment area, but University of Ibadan is a catchment area for every state in Nigeria. University of Ife. So the federal universities in my own state is cabinet area for every state across Nigeria, both in the north and the south east and the south. But my own children cannot go to federal universities in those states because it's not cabinet area. I'm not telling you story of another person. I'm telling you of my own daughter. What are we talking about? So yeah, they put those things in place so that we will have a kind of a balance. I wanted to go to the academy. I know what I scored. I'm not going to share it here. Many years ago. But at the end of the day, if we calm down and we listen why those things were in place, we will appreciate that people that actually brought up the thought of those things, they were visionaries. So that we will not have a completely, because look, if you say, oh, we want 100 best candidates to be the one that will go into the army today, you just wake up one day and you discover that the first 100 best, whether they get there by merit or by mago, are from Delta State. Do you want a situation where you have a generation of army generals that are just from Delta State? When I say army generals, I mean the armed forces generals, army, air force, navy, police, everybody just from one state or one region.
Are you asking me? Are you asking me?
No, it's a rhetorical. It's rhetorical because you don't have an answer to it. It's a rhetorical question.
I have an answer.
You can never.
Short one. Are this army not be dominated by the Northerners today?
No, it is not. It is your warped and illogical sensationalism that makes it lower. Yeah, there are certain imbalances everywhere, but it depends on who is at the helm of the affair. There are people that have been in the south and we know how the distribution has been. None of them. I will not spare my Yoruba brothers. Not one. Not Obasanjo or any other person. And I cried here on this platform about some of Tinubu's appointment. If you can go back to the records, I'm sure one or two persons, apart from people that are just we attest to that fact.
I don't see anything wrong. I don't see anything wrong in his Yorubanization policy. I don't see anything wrong in it at all.
Everything is wrong. Every damn thing. Because let me tell you this. If you blame the North from doing it, and you are not blaming Yoruba man from doing it, then you are a hypocrite.
No, I'm not a hypocrite because I think it is how the country. Hold on, Benny. It is how the country is structured. Hold on. It is how the country is structured. So if you don't take chance of your, if you don't take up the chance of your own turn, then it's sorry. Because the country at the end of the day is not one after all. After all. So once you get your turn, you have to make sure that you use that turn so that you can be able to attract development to our, to our area, at least Western Nigeria. So because if you look at the Northern today, they have European standard roads and then a rail connection, rail connections. You can travel just like you are in Germany. You can move from Hamburg to Berlin to all this. So the same thing, you can move from Sokoto to Abuja to Jos to all those places. But look at the Southern Nigeria. It's a public toilet.
Now, can I quickly address that? You see, sometimes there are some popular narratives in Nigeria that are not that are outright falsehood. If you are critical in your mind and you pick facts and try to do little search, okay, it's enough even for you to neutralize so many of popular narrative we throw around in Nigeria. And that's why we always recommend this Raji Fashola's that new book, that Nigerian Public Discourse. He tried to address some of these issues, that popular thing we just throw around. Oh, the roads in the southern part is not good. The roads in the northern part, that's not true. That's not true. Roads in Nigeria general are not good places where they are not good, and they are good in places where they are good. But I just want to address this. Quota system. There are reasons why they put all this quota system there. 1999 Constitution, we have to go and put it there because it affected us in the 1979 Constitution. And by the way, That 79 KB cabinet, I still keep telling people, go back to that cabinet and see the people.
No, but quota system was there before 1999 because it affected me.
No,
while applying to Obafemi Awolowo University. So
sorry, federal character is what I want to put. Federal character.
Okay.
Now, and we complain about it. Oh, why this? And I said, look, there are many ways in which this thing manifests. You have your quota system, you have catchment area, you have all these things there. And let me give you a simple example that, sometimes we don't pick our own mirror and check ourselves before we are criticizing something we see afar off. And I always use Obafemi Awolowo University, for instance, as example for people. When you get to Obafemi Awolowo University today, the majority of workers you see in that school, they are Yorubas. Majority you see in that school are Yorubas. And when it comes to admission of students too, there are states they call catchment areas. And those states, those catchment area is different from educational less privileged states. The catchment area are states that are neighboring states to Osun State. My home state falls within catchment area. And one of the reasons why I was able to get admission was because of Ekiti and my catchment area. Now, somebody from Enugu may come and say, why catchment? When that guy from Ekiti had 200, they picked me. Me, I have 220, they didn't pick me. But when you now cross again, you go to UNN, majority of those you find there are Igbos. And majority of workers you find there are also Igbos. I'm not saying there are no other tribes there, but that's the majority and that's the fact. And the same goes with students. And why? Because you structure it in such a way that every region or every sub-region you see, you find federal universities there. And they have catchment area for their own university within their system. So don't complain about my own when I'm using my own catchment area. Why you should also use your own catchment area to your own university? So don't look at Usman Danfodio University in Sokoto because he's getting his own catchment and he's putting it as 140 for his own people. And your own people in your place said it's 250 they want to use for their catchment. Then up your game. Don't say you want to go and compete with somebody in Sokoto because of his own. Because of what? Because you are one Nigeria. Then stick to yours within your own space. Or you raise your ladder higher there in order to be able to beat the ones that are there. That is about university and my own take. If you go to Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria too, you see it's the northerners you feel as majority in that school. Yes, there are many southerners there. Why? Because when they first established that school, they were seriously less education, less graded area. So they accommodated a lot of southerners, not even accommodated. Let's say the southerner assisted them to build the university. That's the way I saw it. But over time, they have to take up their space because it's within that area, and there's the reason why they created those universities. And by the way, for instance, somebody was complaining about Bafemalo University. They have so many Yoruba. Look at it. I said, do you know that university they use Western budget to build it?
Okay,
your federal government.
I've been trying to say that not Western, but it was built by the Western region.
Western region. It was a Western region uni school, and then they used the people
the federal government
in the Western region. The federal government hijacked it, and you now want to come and maintain the same proportion of population from your own area to come and take over. No, it's not possible. And that's the true federalism I talk about. Don't take benefit of your own space and then come and japa and invade my own area. No, if you are too much from your own area, stay there. That's for me on the university of my own observation. Another observation I see is this. You see, federal unity schools. I know many people talk about federal unity schools. I say, okay, let's analyze this thing. How many federal unity schools we have in Nigeria? 110. Okay, we have 110. It means logically it's spread across all 36 states. Yeah. Now within this 36 states, have you even taken your time, apart from the general narrative people narrate everywhere and you are just buying into it? Have you taken your time to see the way their admission system works? Is there? Go and check. Just go to federal university, go to their website. You see the way they pick pupil students. They have it. They have catchment area. They have the host states. So if you have federal government college, federal government that is in Ekiti, for instance, in Ado Ekiti, for instance, they have what they will take from Ekiti indigenes. That's we are the one hosting that state. In your own state too, They are hosting you. They are getting indigenous for hosting, for you hosting them too. So don't say because within my own space they are getting people from me or in Nasarawa, the one they put in Nasarawa and Lafia now, they are getting from Lafia. You are now saying, but you are from Imo or you are from Ekiti. No, there's a way we structure this thing, and they have to follow it because they spread it across, and you have your own catchment, and at the same time you have your own quota that you have to fill. If you fully fill your own, they have to look for other states to fill theirs. If it remains, then they give it to you. And educational less privilege is the last one I need to address. Now, when they said educational less, unfortunately, when I look at that,
less developed, is it less privilege or less developed?
Less developed areas.
Okay.
So I don't know who even came about that list because
all those rubbish came under IBB now.
I'm telling you, I look at that list. You don't find Southwest there. I find Ebonyi there. Bayelsa is there. Cross River is there. River State is there. Then you now have Yobe and all those states. And
you see, what led to it? I'm not in support. Does not mean I like it. You said you don't know how it came. What led to it was, actually, it was one of the quota, was it quota system now or something, that so many areas, when they need to fill up certain position in federal appointment, there are some states that they don't find qualified people in those fields. You understand? When there are opening in federal appointment and they need to balance across, so they discover some states are lacking. So they now say, okay, in that case, let us give them opportunity at the entry level, which is the university level, so that it will not be like in the certain categories of those federal appointments to fill up quota system. How can a state not have somebody that's qualified? I want to use a position that, okay, this state brings somebody to enter into this level, okay, that are between level 14 and 17, and they go through all the ministers, and there's nobody from the state. So they now created those things so that every state will have a representative in that field. That where there are some people that are slow learners, but when you expose them, look, the intention was very, very genuine. That some people have abused it and mismanaged it is unfortunate, but the original intention, because I had the real pleasure of engaging. Why should my daughter not get admission? Why should I not get admission when I'm eminently qualified? And they gave me some illustration that made me say, okay, I think it makes sense if you want to continue. So it's not like somebody just woke up on the wrong side of the bed and decided that, oh, listen, no. There was a need for it. So in curing that malady,
my understanding of that space was in the 90s, especially under IBB. That thing was being abused and erratic appointment, and people were just using nepotism to do things. So there was an outcry, outburst, even prior to June 12th, So under that IBB, a lot of irregularities. So catchment area, a lot of these things just started springing up. So to the point that it forced Abacha to even promulgate a decree in 1996 to establish FCC, Federal Character Commission. So the thing is, it was to me, there was no intention. It was an abuse of those people in power, that they think because you're in power you can allocate as you like. When I say this thing, because a person like me, I feel like I was abused as a Nigerian. When I wanted to work with NEPA, that I needed to know someone in Abuja before I could even work in NEPA in Lagos State. So to me, see, those things, it was an abuse. They didn't sit down to the best of my knowledge. I don't know, I could be wrong. They didn't sit down to address all these irregularities.
but you're addressing a completely different thing.
No, Bishop. Hello, Bishop.
Okay.
I got the cutoff. I got the what's it called? I got the jam score correctly. Post-UME passed everything. So it led to catchment area, all these things. They said that they cannot give me the course I was looking for.
You are looking what?
Okay. The course I applied for, I was not admitted.
Okay.
But do you know that they factored me? I'm an indigenous of Lagos State, but the person that I beat, that we went to the same school, same secondary school, he's from Ogun State. He got the admission in Unilag. Now they said I'm a Lagosian, agreed 100%, but they even forgot that I'm even from a minor ethnic group in Lagos State. So can you see that this catchment area helping some people?
No. Let's get something straight, and this is without prejudice. Number one, that was what they told you. It might just be they sold you a dummy. Maybe somebody have sold your own admission to somebody else. You don't know. You understand what I'm saying? That was what they told you, because number one, being a minority and being from that state, if they are going to eliminate you at all, maybe on the merit list, it has nothing to do with catchment. So maybe somebody just look for what is the easiest way to put this individual up and to just let him just, because they have sold. Corruption plays a big major.
Bishop, you were using your own time.
Yes.
You were using your own time comparing. See, some of us that got into institutions in the early 90s.
What's the difference between our time? Now, Mama submitted your Buruku man.
You probably used school in the 80s, so you are maybe late 70s or 80s. So totally different situation. To be honest, totally different situation. So we that face it, I can connect with what Ife is talking about. You see, well, I jokingly said something here the other time that I don't like. Understand? Bishop, just because someone came from Ondo State, there was not a say that time, for example, just because you came from Ondo State, that was your offense, that you cannot get to Obafemi Awolowo University because you are from Ondo State. So by default, you are seeing your name on the first page, not the second page. If you want to cross it by default, it's supposed to be. You were supposed to be in there, but just because you are from Ondo State, that became your offense. I'm still keeping the grudges as I'm speaking to you today. That's why I say, how do you explain to someone from Ondo State?
Under regional government system,
Bola, there are many Ondo people that were in my class now.
No, Kulata. Many of those people.
Kulata, you live in Atlanta.
My cousin.
Kulata,
I live in Atlanta.
Can we talk after the outside of the platform? Can you ask one man to share my number with you?
Okay.
Thank you.
Kulata, my cousin through Professor Ashubi Ojo got.
You know Professor Ashubi Ojo. My people.
I too know people for
Is there anybody here that went to Oscars? Please, just asking.
Which could be that?
I know someone that went to Oscars.
Which could be Oscar? Which could be Oscar?
A-level school in Ife. They turned it to school of science.
Modakeke, not Ife. Or your state college of art and science.
It's the same now. Ife. Modakeke the same.
Our Baba Bishop Malugu lower go.
Of course, I know people that went to Oscars.
You liar, Kebojo. Hey, you know somebody that went to Oscars? I'm trying to link up with one or two. At least I went to Oscars.
I know people that went to Oscars. So in the
I was in Oscars.
Yes,
it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I know people that went to Oscars.
So, Baba, you are comparing 80s and 90s. Totally.
I live in Kalakuta Republic. Ask anybody, where is Kalakuta Republic in Oscars? Professor, Dr. Ogumo Dede.
I know the Ogumo Dede.
You know Ogumo Dede?
I know the family.
So that Professor Ojo that I mentioned was able to help my cousin, but I was unlucky. You understand? So
did you pass the cutoff mark, Ola?
But that thing has nothing to do with Cashmere now. It's man no man now.
It's man no man a lot of times.
That's what I'm saying.
Because tell me I do mean by well.
No, Kulata, to your question, I didn't pass the cutoff because it depends on how you define the cutoff, right?
Because
now,
if you're applying for a course like elect, you know that at that point in time,
it's not that I elect was my course.
You know that at that point in time, OAU was the number one elect school. In fact, one of the UI had not even started elect. They only had electrical, and it was maybe OAU or Foot Mina. And
that beauty of OAU, that beauty of OAU make me like OAU, not because
So what I'm trying to say is that particular class is the best of the country, and at least in that time or early 90s, that was what was getting attracted then. So it was very, very competitive, extremely competitive. Elect.
Now, mistake I made. I should have stayed with Osu Agege that time instead of
because Futa 2 was good. Futa Lautech, Futa Lautech. I'm not sure if Ilorin had it. For Futo had it. I mean, Foot Mina had it. Foot Oweri, I think, had it. Those were your choices. I know you was number one then.
Later, I was obsessed. With OAU. That's the problem. You understand?
Don't be obsessed. They will have frustrated your life. Maybe we'll have been in the same class, Seth.
I will have known the basic.
Maybe you would have ended up with physics.
Physics? No. You know the way my mind works is this: if I don't get something that I need, sometimes you will need a psychologist to sit me down because I'll be troubled because I will say why, but
Albany, I have a question. Do you think physics is physics or elect? Which one is tougher?
In Ife?
No.
In any White House. Kulata.
I went to White House like 3 weeks ago now. I was there. My friend is the HOD now.
Follow White House, Ife. Lions Den,
My background was in physics, so.
Physics was tough.
My uncle is a professor.
Why would you go and do physics?
Let me banter you guys. I never went to Ife, but being in Oscars, I can tell you very confidently. I even know Ife more than some Ife students. I would drop a hint here. Anybody that can get the hint. Moza, Nachineke, bring us here. Namoza, bring us here. Omi Tuntun.
Oscars no longer exists.
It's a school
they changed it to science school.
They changed it to School of Science now.
School of Science, yes.
Oh,
but I dropped the hint. Modakeke. No, Odo Road, Modakeke. It used to be Oyo State College of Art and Science.
I know it.
Yeah, it's Oscars. So we were very prominent we were a little bit famous in Ife because it's a gateway to coming to Ife. If you do your A-levels and you get some good points, and then some of us saw Wole Soyinka in his active days as a lecturer, what is offending the ground and what have you.
Yeah.
But then it is always what it is.
was in religious studies.
Yeah.
Soyinka?
He left theater and music because of Olarotimi and then crossed to religious studies. They were
Olarotimi, yeah.
So Olarotimi, he's dead now.
Yeah, he's late now.
Professor Olarotimi, sure. I was taking up. Olarotimi, the girls are not to blame, right? So focus for the first Rex.
I know Peter Fatom Lola now. I know his son.
That was his boss. He was the one that brought him into the theater world.
Yeah.
Peter Fatom Lola is still alive.
He's still alive.
Yes, sir.
That one is not. Peter Fatom Lola is not professor by letters.
No, it's not. He's not even a doctor. He's not even a doctor.
I don't think he had a PhD or anything.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. He was a museum curator or something like that, and then find himself in theater.
Yeah, he has his origin. You know, more. It's
Just
just
like
was. It's just like
Baba, this one is late now. Lamidi Fakeye too, professor.
Professor
Yeah,
Fade,
Lamidi Fakeye.
Professor Fakeye. Fakeye is a
Hello,
professor now.
No,
He's a
he wasn't
professor.
a
He has
professor
Ogbeni.
some.
by letter.
He had some interesting
Hello, Ogbeni.
carvings.
Yeah.
Ogbeni, have you seen the
Yeah.
reason why I would have preferred your own form of what's it called governance system, whereby somebody is not using because they are educationally less privileged in another area to affect
Become a professor.
the progression of people who their own government is moving forward in their own region, you know. So, well, as long as we are still running this type of one Nigeria system, this type of situation will normally happen, and is that the way?
Who is speaking, please?
Ife.
Okay, Mr. Ife, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, sir. So,
Okay.
so for me, is that the right way to go if we want to move forward? Because now what you now see is the people that are not given the opportunity to strive in that country, other countries will come and what's it called, snatch them out in form of all these scholarships, which I benefited from. I also benefited from scholarships. That's why I could leave Nigeria, you know.
No. See. Let me say this before Ogbeni claps it up because it's respected. You see, we need to change our. I don't want to use the word orientation. You know, the way we say things. Because I tell people, if we can overcome some of our little challenges here and there, Nigeria is a great nation. I will tell you why. You see, some people say there's an adage in Yoruba land. Look, sorry, let me digress a little bit. Earlier today, I was alone and I was kind of, I don't want to use the word meditating. I don't want you to sound religious or philosophical. I was just looking at, I have had, I've not been able to do. I wanted to go back and again, you know what dundun is? That kind of, that drum.
Drum, yeah.
And go. Now, ask an average person, what is the difference between dundun and gogo? I'm not adding bata and obele and the rest. But go and do your research. Tell me which drum is sweeter than dundun. Don't tell me it's because I'm Yoruba. That's when you use the real ole, you know, when if anybody knows what ole is, to create your dundun, not just gogo. Gogo is beautiful, but to create your dundun, the ole awọ. Now, that is an area that if the Westerners, the Western world, had the one that had that, they would have developed it to an area that it's going to probably be a multi-billion, because the tonation, the tone of that thing, when it is properly tuned, it's something that can mesmerize. Now, that is something that is laying waste. So if we share the best of our best to go and acquire the necessary knowledge and skill to come and develop those areas that we know we have advantage, it's just that it's not been exploited yet because many people don't understand it. And in the course of thinking of that, I thought of, why should I be looking for, how do I tell an American man that tells me akara is being cake, or that moi moi is being pudding, or that bekiri is what again? Why do I need to? Why can't they put it in their dictionary that this is bekiri, this is moi moi, this is akara, this is amala? Why should I tell him that it is amala ni oyinbo, yam flour? Why should I tell him? Why not? It is amala. So learn the first to be compelled to learn some. So getting advantage to go and study outside is not in itself anything wrong, but it should not be seen as a minus to our own, because if we can tap and tap and tap and tap and bring out the best in it, maybe if you not, we will not be the one that will benefit from it, though, but future generations. Who taught us how to begin to write Yoruba language in the first instance? Is it the Yorubas? Of course not. It's the Europeans. It's the West that came to first put the letter, our word, our Yoruba alphabet into paper or in writing form. It's not.
Crowder project.
It was not Ajayi Crowder. People came before Ajayi Crowder. Oh my God! Let me
That's
remember
what I
the name.
learned. I don't know.
No, it was not. It was not. I'll remember the name. Yeah.
Akilo ṣe fún Baba. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Signal
Ajayi Crowder translate Bible to Yoruba.
Is it Freeman?
Hello.
No. Now from Peter Fatomilola said Ajayi Crowder I don't
know.
Ajayi Crowder ló
they started
ṣe
writing Yoruba before
dictionary.
Ajayi Crowder.
Òun ló ṣe dictionary àti Bible translation both for Igbo and Yoruba.
But it was not one that started it.
Ṣé Freeman school are Methodist?
No, it's Methodist, but not Freemason. A woman. If you mention the name, I will remember. Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Our Lady of Apostle.
There's a woman that started writing, and she spent a lot of time, and a few other persons. But they're actually European that started writing in Yoruba, and they started from numericals. Okan, Eji, Eta, Eri, Arun. It was not the Yoruba that started. Of course, we have our own Onka. We have our own calendar using the moon and the rest. But to put it into paper, to start writing it down, it was not. All those our syllables. There's a rule that guided it. I did not study it, but I read it.
Because it's still saying a Crowder, the first native African Anglican bishop, published a Yoruba grammar and started translation of Bible. So
yeah, he published.
Giving the credit to Ajayi Crowder. So
well, maybe for
Crowder did a lot of work.
He did a lot of work. I'm not taking anything away from him, but he did not start it.
Bishop,
yes,
is it Rosie Kata? Is it Kata?
Is it Kata? No.
Okay.
There's somebody before her. She's a Methodist. No. Oh my God! Why did I? Oh my God! I'll try and notice. If I remember, I will put it down. I'll put it there.
No.
They did a lot of work. Ajayi Crowder contributed a great deal. I'm not taking anything away from him, but he did not originate it. It was those, two categories of people came to West Africa and Nigeria, to be very specific. And they were actually merging Nigeria and part of Ghana at that time. And they came for two reasons. Two sets of people. Now, one was religion and the other was trading. So the religion was the Christian religion, trying to say, okay, let us bring, those were the missionaries. So that lady came under the umbrella of the missionaries. The people that came with the whatever of trading came with whatever. But I want to remember. But yeah, all this said, all of them contributed, and Ajayi Crowder contributed immensely. Ajayi Crowder did a lot in that area. So I'm not taking anything away from him, but it started a little bit before him.
You were saying something about Dundun family the other time because
not family. Dundun drum.
The Dundun drum, we have Iyalu,
Iyalu, exactly. Now the beauty of them is being eroded.
Because what I still don't understand when Yoruba will be saying gudu gudu tindo baki Iyalu today, I'm still trying to understand that proverb because I don't really understand. Okay, good now, but it is still Iyalu that still dictate the tone of the entire drum. Because you Omele, Ishaju, all those things they started, right? But now by the time it depends on the set of drummers, right? Because some drummers they will start with going irrespective of how you made the proverb. But in that family, it is gone. Or let me call it Yailu, that will still dictate how the other percussionists, right? Those people we can call them percussionists, the drummers, right? We move. So I still don't understand proverb. I don't know if anybody can still tell me why they say "Gudu gudu tin loba, Iyalu to die."
The beauty of it is this. Or let me see. I don't want to talk about the complexity because I am not of the Ayon family. I just love how some of our let me borrow the word loosely, progenitors, people that started in that area. Now, see, Dudu is a combination of several of those trumps.
Yes.
Now, the only thing that makes it different is your competence or your how craft about in tuning them. To give you a different tone.
The tone, yeah.
So gudu gudu, and many people don't even know what gudu gudu is. They cannot even differentiate it. When you put them down, iyailu, gudu gudu, dundun,
I know Iyailu, Shawuru, that Shawuru on the hedge is
it makes it that's
Iyailu
Shawuru. Exactly.
Yeah, the size, yeah. And
now,
that one have
do you know why they call it Iyailu?
I don't know.
Because it's the mother of all of them.
It dictates the tune, right?
Because it speaks distinctively. So ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ máa ń jágara gúdúgúdú tí ń ló gbà kí ìyá olùtọ́ ráyé, but is the mother of them all. That were they existing before Ìyá Ìlú? Yes, but when Ìyá Ìlú came, the competence, the efficacy and efficiency of Ìyá Ìlú drowned the rest of them. That is the Ìyá Ìlú does not mean it's the first one. If you are setting it that way, I'm not from Ayon family, but I know some Ayon that can do both of us. The Ayon I know are from the Oyo part, Okeogun, Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́, àwọn Aláyọ̀dé, àwọn Àyàngalú, àwọn Àyàngbárò. These are, I mean, I had my early start in the Baptist, so we have them. Baby, oh God. We have people that
Bishop, please.
Yes,
excuse me. Yeah, Mr. Ife. Mr. Ife, is Mr. Ife still there?
I think he's still in the background. Maybe he's still there.
Okay.
No, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Ife. Yeah, let me tell you something. Not everybody that speaks Yoruba is a Yoruba man, okay? Not everybody that speaks Yoruba that is a Yoruba. Because I heard you earlier on that you were saying somebody is Yoruba beat. Yeah. No, not everybody that speaks Yoruba is a Yoruba. You need to be careful of that.
Is it because of rational?
I don't know, but because of some people. Because of some people, they are not Yoruba there, but they come to platform like this. They come to this platform to deceive a lot of people. You understand? So just be careful of them. Thank you.
Ola, did you work in Access Bank?
Yeah, when I was in Intercontinental Bank, then Access Bank.
You heard about Albert Wigwe. Yeah.
Very unfortunate, man. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Yes, in fact, I didn't get myself when I heard about Nigeria just lost one of the best so far in that country. He is on this university, Wigwe University. If you see the infrastructure grand, oh my goodness. Nigeria really lost it.
Ẹjọ́ máa bínú láti Kulata. Bishop, ṣe máa ń pọ̀rọ̀ lutensọ yìí sí ẹ̀. Àwọn generation gbogbo nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ ẹ̀mí ìtẹ̀mọ́ rárá.
Speak English, Oife.
Okay. Now, what I'm trying to say is this, you are now describing the types of percussion instruments in the Southwest, Yoruba as this precisely. How many Yoruba children now can even the depth at which you are explaining these things can talk about it? I was lost in the conversation, even though it was interesting to me. You know?
Okay. Let me say this for
many Yorubas who cannot even speak the language, and they are living in that same southwest as we are speaking now.
Okay, let me start by saying, number one, those a good number of those drums, some other countries have lost them, but when they were traced, we discovered that those drums, Dudu, Iyailu, Shawuru, and Shawarede, and a number of them cut across a major of the West African sub-region. In fact, it gets as far as the Ashanti. That is how far the old Oyo Empire spread. The Oyo Empire get to the edge of the Kanem Borno Empire, subsume the entire of the middle belt of Nigeria. So, but let's move from there. Now, Etilu, Oyatosimumo Lulu. Some people have ears for drum, but we have lost a generation of people that actually know the origin, the tuning of those drums. And we are losing a greater part of our heritage. And I will tell you how we lost them.
Okay,
you want to hear me?
Yes,
we lost them. We lost them due to religious idiosyncrasies. Because some people came to brainwash us that our practice is demonic. They told us that Bata is for demons to worship Shango and Oya and the rest, and we neglected and abandoned them. So all the people that were drumming those drums in those days left them, go to Igbojaye, go to Komu, go to Okeogo. When I say Okeogo, I'm talking of places like Shaki, Shepeteri, Agwamodu, Tegde, Agurege, Okeho. Name them. There are brilliant people that were originally they inherited drums, and anywhere they will always they will always, but they abandoned them and entered the Baptist of this world. And when they told them that no, stop, drop down your drum, come and learn how to play accordion, and come and learn how to play keyboard, come and learn how to play jazz. That is the demise of a lot and great deal of our traditional inheritance. We have lost more than 50-60% of them, and we can never recover them. But the remaining one, can we salvage them? It depends on you and I, if you are a true born Yoruba man.
Well,
Ife,
yeah.
You see, one thing is this, since last year, I've been expecting God specifically, because you said the person should not send me that you send me because of the woro, that the showery there around that. And so one thing is this: if we promote our culture, one thing I've learned about Gogon is this: you can learn Gogon even faster than you learn keyboard. One good thing is, if you listen to, I'm an analog music person, in the sense that I listen to more analog than digital.
Okay.
When I say analog, you see me, just imagine now, see me where I am now, be playing Alabi Ogundepo, be playing be playing Odulayi Aremu, be playing Olariwaju Adepoju, Olatubosun, Then when I want to do something again, you will see me be playing Sunny Ade, Obe, all those. So because I'm an analog person, so I can listen to all those, so I can.
You have a partner here in me. From the days of I'm telling you, if I tell you the number of Yeshua Olatunde I've listened to today, Aruna Shola, Esaka, Bigali Lugaiba, Ayinde Bakari.
So when some of them want to start, they start with Gongon, all those kind of things. They will start, and as they are starting that will dictate the pace of the way they are going to sing throughout. And one thing is this: over time, I've learned how to listen to different type of percussion. That if family is moving, I will know. When I want to hear some nice conga, all those, I go to Orlando. So So over time, I've been able to differentiate. And I tell you, if you see the type of musical instrument I have at home, not instrument, I mean like the hi-fi, the sound system that I have.
Yeah.
So over time, I've learned to the point that I want to buy gongon. You understand? I'm seeing gongon on Etsy.
They sell it on Etsy and Amazon now.
Exactly. Do you know why I don't want to? I want the one that is well toned. So I'm not saying people should help me get from the local gongon, all those local people that they are from your family. So that you send to me. Don't worry. When the thing lands, any day the thing lands there, I will try to fake like I behave like as if I know how to play for you on this forum. And so if you don't promote all those things will just die because you need to listen to gongon. You understand? You will enjoy it. Because why people like you are going up?
You know why I see this Nigerian project as an existential threat to the various ethnic group in that space.
Very existential, my brother. Very.
Because we want to what's it called? Carry other people along. We fail to develop our own space too, which affects the greater good of the people in our region. For example, I don't know, I heard that the intention of Awolowo was to make UI be a Yoruba, like the lingua franca in UI would have been, Great Ife would have been in Yoruba, that the subject that would be taught would have been in Yoruba language. Let's assume that policy came into fruition. Do you think that we'll have illiterates or literates or illiterates in Southwest? Assuming that is Yoruba.
If I let me tell you something, and this is without prejudice.
Yes, sir.
Of where I am from, the Southwest had made the greatest sacrifice for Nigeria. People will not like it, but it's a fact in every ramification. Left alone, somebody said something. I read an article many years ago, and people have reiterated it. That in the 1960s, in late 50s, when we were clamoring for the independence, the Southwest was already living 30 years ahead. And because the facts are there, the first television station, do you know we have television station in Ibadan, even ahead of some Western nations, European nations in the world? That's a fact. Do you know we had skyscrapers ahead of some of them? Those are facts. These are not things that we... Do you know when Awolowo was thinking of free education in 1955? Some people I'm not mentioning any. So, but their idea thing is that, okay, are we better together if we can actually try and carry others along? But we have made bigger and better. Look, I went to the UCH in 2000 when UCH was 50 years. I took some pictures. I still have those pictures. And I went to the history, but that was dead. And I saw, and the idea that came to my mind that Awolowo, the Southwest, built UCH in 1957. Let us think. 1957.
King of Saudi used to come to UCH.
Not just only the King of Saudi, a lot of the Commonwealth leaders were coming because University of UCH Ibadan was one of the best. Alexander Brown Hall was one of the best, not in Nigeria, obviously the best in Nigeria, obviously the best in West Africa and Africa, but one of the best in the Commonwealth.
So
that Commonwealth includes Australia, include Canada, include India. Those are the Commonwealth states. So when I went to the UCH, when I went to the UCH and I saw those things, I took pictures there and I cried. And the question is, why are we so cost? Look, that Queen Elizabeth Road is a dual carriageway. Go and check their records. When Queen Elizabeth was coming to commission that place as a young girl in 1957. That was the first dual carriageway in the entire of West Africa. That was the first dual carriageway. Anybody that goes to Ibadan from that
guys, Southwest had lost its advantages. I mean, it's losing its advantages real fast, especially for states like Oyo State and even Osun State. There's now a crop of Southwesterners that are almost like Northerners. They don't go to school. They just follow Elekeu. It's not nice, man. It's not nice. And the earlier we realize, we have just old rustic towns. We don't go back to develop our towns. Things have, I mean,
that's the reason I say we should embrace the principle. We know we cannot regionalize like it used to be before, but that principle of regionalization, all those good things there, we should take it. Let me give an example. Now, if someone, there is an elderly person, the person is like 8 years older than myself.
Okay.
One day I was on phone with that person, so I was now referring to they call it Onaide in Yoruba. I heard that thing from Oyedepo, Alabi Ogundepo. As I was saying all those things, just to make some analogy, the man just switched off his phone. I go, but I was talking to you. Why did he say I was making incantation? I said, like, seriously? Making incantation? I say, okay, sorry. I say, I'm from Ekiti. I know the difference between incantation and when you are just making Yoruba, when you are just making Yoruba. Now, what am I saying is this. How did I learn all those stuff? We used to have different Asha Ati Orisha Yoruba. How did I learn my proverb? Apart from one I heard from the elders. You know, there was a book. I'm trying to remember the author. If I see the author, honestly, I will send it there. You know, I was reading the history behind so many of Yoruba proverbs. Like, now, the reason is this, pakoko, that we are talking about now, is a type of masquerade. But what does it feed on? Just corn, you call maize, agbado, right? But now, when they were now saying, okay, there was an issue now that, okay, people should not go to the farm, and who did they ask to enforce that declaration, you know, promulgation? It's for pakoko. Okay, they are not saying, okay, you, even if they made this proverb, even if they made this law that they should not share, the people should not be going to the farm again. You, when we say now, corn you they eat. Now you call it chase us away from that place. So there's a way that Yoruba brought their proverb from some kind of event, and the way, you know, you know, so many things. They will just give the entire story. So why am I saying this is this? All those Yoruba proverbs, there are some kind of story that when I was reading all those proverbs those days, in fact, if it will take me 3 days, I will spend those 3 days and I will enjoy everything because they used to come with us their own stories. Understand? That's why I so much love proverbs. That was where I developed my skill in proverbs. But you'll be surprised that some of those people that are even elders that, you know, maybe like even 20, 30 years older than people, person like us, they can't even make good proverb in Yoruba. Although
no, because you know, me down let be why. When education is not in your mother tongue, you will lose the originality, and you will even lose your thought of thinking in terms of when you are transcribing or transliterating things. Apart from Yoruba, you know that my own part from Badagry, we speak Gungbe language. Do you know that I've developed my language such that when I speak now, even though I'm abroad, people will be like, you have somebody you are speaking with over there. I'll be like, no. That I listen to some old music, then I try as much as possible develop myself. Then the funny thing is this: before I can understand some concept, I will first of all look at the unfortunate thing. I will first of all look at the English translation. Now look for some maybe books to get the whole idea of what they are trying to say. And unfortunately, because the language is more developed in Republic of Benin, I will need to go and listen to the French version again. But
where are you from, please? I know you're from Lagos.
Yeah, I'm from Lagos, but
no, not you. Badagry. You're from Badagri. What's your tribe? Because one of my friends here is from Badagri.
Ogu. Yeah.
Egun. Okay.
Yeah. So the problem, you see this type of problems, but imagine even during that Lagos, everybody was speaking that Yoruba, that we fuse Yoruba from a lower stage to develop ourselves. Gbogbo ètò à ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń sìn tó wá jẹ́ pé tó bá lọ bèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn àgbàlagbà pé kí ni mílíọ̀nù lè.
I think I agree with you. Okay. Go ahead.
If there was what's the big difference between Ogun and language from Anago?
Yeah, Anago. Okay, this is it. You see, in because Ogun before Oyo Empire used to control everybody down to Ghana area, but later Ogun through the Fon people fought that way when Oyo Empire started fragmenting. Then when the Europeans came. So the major fundamental between Ego and Nago is actually what we call Yoruba is alien to us. Yoruba is Nagogbe to us. Like
Nago is Yoruba now.
Yes, you know.
Like, difference between the two languages. You understand?
Yeah.
Actually, there should be comparison between Fon language and Ife's language. That should be similar.
Yeah, it's similar. We are in the same similar language. Like Nagogbe for us is like Yoruba.
Yours have more Yorubas mixed into it.
Let me help you. Yeah. I'm not very vast in that area, but you see, Egu, Ogu, very well related. But we have the Anagos, we have the Eyos, we have the Ifoyin.
Yeah, Bishop.
The Sabes.
Bishop,
we have the
ṣé mo ń pè ẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ wa a máa ń sọ àyọ̀nù tí bá sọ àyọ̀nù kí lọ́dọ̀ ara Ọ̀yọ́.
Good. Now see the one of the ideas. One of the sorry, are you still hearing me?
Yes.
Well, we can hear you.
So all those little sub that I just mentioned, I can remember a few of them. At least I know they are yours. The Ogu, the Egun, Ifonyi, Ije, Sabe, Ketu, and I want to add the Ogun State, the other side of Yewa, to Sumo and Wara Benin. There's this language to speak there.
So another one you see now.
No, let me just land. Let me just land this thought. Sorry, just 1 second before I forget. Now, one thing that our education did after some study was to unite us and make us all to speak one unified Yoruba.
Exactly.
It has advantage and disadvantage. The advantage is this: everybody was now studying ABD, that unified all of us, all the sub. But the disadvantage is that it allowed some very small minority ethnic languages to die a natural death, because everybody now comes under the umbrella of the Yorubas.
That's what's happening to Awori now in Lagos State. Awori.
It's being subsumed by the general Yoruba. So if you want to dissect, there are disadvantages, there are advantages, but there are disadvantages. But compared to other ethnic groups and languages that are as at 20 2005, 1,800 and something languages have died globally.
Wow.
1,800
and something languages.
Globally.
Ethnic languages, yes, globally, have died.
That's unfortunate.
I'm trying to recollect the number, the exact figure.
I will not lie to you. I always joke that it is my generation that will be the last generation that will be able to speak our language in Badagry.
That's the truth. I have two friends here that are from Badagry. They don't speak. They cannot even understand when the people speak, and they are supposed to be in the middle generation.
The reason why I understand my language is because my mom is still from area. I have cousins that cannot speak our language now.
If you even know something about the language we speak sometimes, one thing is for you to be able to converse, another thing is for you to understand the language.
Yes.
A boss told me one day that you Nigerians, because that guy is not a Nigerian, that you just speak grammar, you speak English, you don't even understand English. It took time for me to understand what that man is saying. You can converse in Yoruba sometimes. Do you even really know the meaning of what you are even talking about?
Boy, I see, right? Okay.
And you know the unfortunate incident is even our Nollywood that should even be promoting that.
They mess up some of Yoruba sometimes. You know they might be
Look at this Kule Afford now. He's doing something which I really love these days.
Oh my God! I want to reach out to him. I want to sponsor some I want to sponsor some of his activities. I'm trying to reach out to him.
Exactly.
I love that.
Even some well-respected actors, sometimes that I respect so much. You understand? When they now ask them to do some proverb challenge, man, they disappointed me.
But it's not because they don't know. It's because of the spur of the moment, though.
Exactly. But you know when the like of Yaniwe, oh my goodness, God bless Yaniwe. When those people started giving their own proverb, I say, Baba, since we lost the people like Olofaino now, they get that proverb. Then this man that has become a king, is it Lagata that? No, it's not Lagata. That was Kabiyesi in this. Is this Shawuru or what's the name of that? That man used to be in OAU too, right?
Lapute. Kí lorúkọ kí mo forúkọ tí mo lè fẹ́ lórúkọ ẹ̀ lánàá náà tó wà nínú oh God tó dé Ṣáwó Ṣọgbẹ̀rì.
So people like that.
Kí mo forúkọ ẹ̀ ṣe náà.
Ẹbí gan tún ti gbàgbé orúkọ ẹ̀. I know that it's not Kabiyesi. You see those people.
Kọ́lá Oyèwọ̀.
God bless you. God bless your soul. Kọ́lá Oyèwọ̀.
You see, I like to listen to those people. So I think it should be something that Yoruba people should find a way to sponsor some Nollywood artists.
Most of our Nollywood were from books that were written by the likes of Kọ́lá Oyèwọ̀, Akinwumi Shola, name them. Now today, something was running on my mind.
What this author that wrote Ajaloleru?
Àgbàlagbà kan àwọn yẹn ti pẹ́ kí lórúkọ ẹ̀ máa nìyí àbá àwọn anyhow something was running on my mind.
Ládẹjọ Okediji, yeah.
Okediji. No, you remember Ayoka, the one that we used to read on radio. In the Southwest in those days.
You guys are mentioning names of people I knew when they were alive, but I did not appreciate the way you guys are appreciating it. I just knew them kind of like
you need to go back
in the neighborhood.
Oh no, you need to go back and read them. You need to go back and read them. Ṣáwó Ṣọgbẹ̀rì.
I grew up with all this and I didn't know anything about it.
Oh my God, you missed. Exactly.
Honestly speaking, Professor Shola, I used to see him like many times. But I didn't know it was this.
What's this Baba in Radio YO? Baba Adebayo Faleti. Wọ́n rò pé wèrè ni.
Olarotimi himself in his book, when he's making proverbs, sometimes in his book, gods are not to blame. You just
Gods are not to blame. And you know, Gods are not to blame was an adaptation from a Greek literature book, Sophocles, Oedipus Rex.
I never knew.
No, it was an adaptation. It was not his original work. It was an adaptation from Sophocles, Oedipus.
Bishop, most senior man.
You say what? But meanwhile, something crossed my mind today. Please let me say this. Something crossed my mind. Something crossed my mind.
You know, when Olarotimi was trying to say Arigi Shegi he used one kind of English to translate.
Yeah. When Wole Soyinka said, "When kilo shele, what exactly is offending the ground?" And people thought it was crazy, but he did send some message. That was back in his days in Ife. Who can tell us kilo shele? How does it relate to what is offending the ground? Because we want to speak. Okay, now I was thinking in my head today, and I swear to Almighty God, this is genuine. I was thinking in Yoruba, and I said bo to feed, bo ewure to worship ewure, to bo at least to boil.
Yes.
So what was that one? I got 5. Bo to feed, bo to boil, bo to worship. What again? There are 2 other words, and there is a way.
You know the accent. The accent is the way we know. All those are do re mi, right? Do re mi. That's the only reason. That's how we can separate all those things. Bo, all those stuff, right? Bo. That one thing about Yoruba. And you know, when someone was teaching me in Gongo, you know, funny enough, you know, that's what they used to drum Gongo. Do re mi.
Yeah.
Oh, you see, you know, that's what they used to be going to re mi, those Yoruba accent. When you say if any do me do. You know, that is exactly how Gonga we produce it. You use Yoruba that accent too. You know, that is exactly what you used to even beat Gonga when someone was trying to train me. So we are so rich in culture because and our culture comes with happiness. You know, when you learn something in Yoruba,
because that's your essence. That's your essence. Like that's what defines you. It's in your DNA, something like that. Yeah. And you find out that all this, unfortunately, because of history, what happened in some time, I'm always not happy. When you see all these people from the Caribbean islands and they come for all these traditional distant times, you find out that they will tell you, I'm happy I'm in the motherland. I'm happy I'm in the motherland. At times too, when we stay here, when we go back to Nigeria, at times we'll be very happy. I want to believe it's spiritual somehow. I don't know.
No, if our situation is like, say, you never cherish what you have until you no longer have those things. That's exactly what is happening to us. Let me tell you one thing. Chinese will come to Nigeria tomorrow to come and teach some Yoruba people how to speak Yoruba, and they are going to pay through their nose if care is not taken. Because the only way to salvage now is a suggestion.
Guys, Yoruba is not one of the threatened languages. Yoruba is thriving.
It is thriving.
No, Kulata, Yoruba you are talking about, I can see Yoruba. There are some languages.
Yoruba is thriving, though.
No, I know. I get what Kulata is talking about. See,
maybe thriving in literal, what's it called, literary text, but in terms of
literal is what he's talking about, but not as when you are talking of the contextual and deep Yoruba.
Ola, is that Ola or Benny?
Now that you won't understand.
Is it Ola or Benny speaking now?
No, this is Ola.
Okay, Ola, let me tell you something. Let me tell you one very strange thing. Do you know there is a Yoruba class that is started somewhere in the diaspora? in America, somewhere in Atlanta. Do you know the number of non-Yorubas that have signed up? It's mind-boggling.
Baba,
Why are you interested?
we do
Even
that local
Caucasians, that want to come and learn Yoruba.
Did you guys see the Yemoja festival in Brazil last week? The number of people
I
that were
missed
there.
No, I missed that.
Mind-boggling.
I think in the diaspora they are still holding as to the traditional beliefs that even we are from Southwest and what's it called, West Africa generally. They hold more to the traditional beliefs than those of us back home.
Well, yeah. A lot of them embrace this. I agree with you to that extent.
Yeah, they hold fast to, because okay, for example,
you see the Yoruba we are losing is just that you can't easily make proverb in Yoruba now, and a Yoruba child will understand. They don't know. For example, now I just say I feel like Kebosi. You understand? You understand? You don't even know whether there's a kiosk. You don't even know whether the person just.
Yeah. Oh, you see what you just said. For someone like me, I don't understand. My Yoruba is not deep at all.
Bring any proverb. Come, let's see.
I don't even know proverbs. I'm generally bad in languages. English or Yoruba. I'm just bad in languages.
Oshu, the origin Yoruba. Oshu, the origin.
Okay, Kulata, look at this now. Someone can just say, you know, when you say, before you know, everybody will start coming out. Someone will say, no, you know, that one will not even cause chaos. But someone everybody will be coming out from this. What happened? But someone will say, people are saying, okay, what are you talking about? Okay, you see the different situation now. Where's
If you can make hysterical cry to become lyrical, and you know, you can dance to it, you put some tonation into it, and before you know it, you have changed the concept, the idea, and people are actually, you know, even so you say, yes, sir.
I don't know question come. I mean, the man like he can't explain it.
Yes, sir.
Now, from the Ogufate, Oyo, Lamo, due to Oyo Empire agreed. Báwo ni ṣe wá ṣẹlẹ̀ tó fi jẹ́ pé wọ́n máa ń sọ pé Ifẹ̀ ni what's it called?
No. They are two different. I know where you are going.
The source, ó yẹ kó jẹ́ pé Ifẹ̀ ló máa rule. Ó ṣe wá jẹ́ pé Ọ̀yọ́.
No. I know where you are going. There is a tradition and there is a political. They are just two different things. Now, traditionally, according to Ishe-Ibaye or Ife, ni Ife Oye, Ife ni origin, the source of the Yoruba, because some believe pé àwọn Ife gan believe pé àwọn ni origin gbogbo ayé, because tó bá gbọ́ ní story pé wọ́n tẹ̀ wọ́n that was not given birth to. This woman that what's her name? Professor that is did a story about what's this, or one of not Orumila. So politically and military might, or your empire dominated, but historically the origin Orumila, even the father, everybody till today, nobody has been able to dispute the father of the fact that the Benin kingdom, the first king of the Benin Empire, was a direct son of the Ooni of Ife, Orumila. So Benin is linked historically to Ife and consequently Yoruba land, and the Alaafin of Oyo is one of the sons also. So originally historical fact, but Oyo became an empire. Whether the France or so Oyo dominated because of the military might. Of course, nobody has ever conquered Ibadan, but Ibadan does not compete. Do you know why? Because Ibadan does not have a crown. I keep telling people.
Yeah, but Ibadan is a war camp now.
That's
Ibadan
what
came
I'm
out
saying.
of Oyo
It's a
after the
war camp.
displacement of
It's a war
Oyo.
camp. It's a war camp. You get it right. It's a war camp. But Ibadan now has a king. Can the Olubadan of Ibadan go and
it's a ballet
well?
now.
It used to be a ballet until 1976 when John Leon gave us a crown. So, but can the Olubadan of Ibadan now go and contest or compete with the Alaafin of Oyo? Haba. Ododi. I don't know if you understand me.
Yeah, but if it's kind of like the spiritual capital.
If is the spiritual, that's what I'm saying. If is the origin, is the source.
See, the way I see it like this now, if I look at it this way, we were born, assuming we were born in the same family, we have the same father, we have the family house.
Okay.
You can go outside and build your mansion, and people know your mansion somewhere. Bishop can go and build his own mansion somewhere. Kulata can build his own mansion somewhere. It's different territory. But the fact still remains that Ile Baba Omo, Oshi Wambe. So if it's just like Ile Baba Omo to all those Oyo you see. Now,
when
exactly. So, like Oyo, their military might, according to what the bishop said, they were Alaafin was just conquering empire just the way they were going. So Ekiti was doing his own on his own. Oshun, all those Ibadan, everybody they were doing their own. You know, if what peace is saying now, we come and fight now. Yoruba extended to Benin Kingdom. And some people like Ishekiri, all those, they are still a part of our family. Some people in Nupe, they are still part of Yoruba family.
Yeah.
See that Benin one, we have to be careful. Benin, Edo, the Edo people they're not related. They're kind of on their own, but their palace, their Oba, their royalty is Yoruba.
You know, in Yoruba they will call it Ibini. That's what Yoruba we call it. So I don't know how they manage Ibini.
But the people themselves, the Edo people, are on their. I mean, they're
now. How do you divorce the Benin kingship from the Benin people? How do you do that?
Bishop, let me quickly say something. No, if I'm Bishop, let me quickly say something. One Yoruba narrator said, anywhere you see when they call their traditional ruler Oba,
it's Yoruba.
They have anything. They have something to do with Yoruba.
Absolutely.
They have something to do, but the people themselves gone their own tribe is different from like Ishekiri. That Ishekiri are a mixture of Yoruba and Igala people that settled Ijebu, Ilaje. I mean, Ishekiri is side by side with Ondo State anyway, so that one is kind of like common sense.
But we all know that Ishekiri is Yoruba now.
It's Yoruba now. I mean, look at the names, look at everything.
So our problem is this: we lost our history because we didn't document.
We didn't document. We didn't preserve them.
And we should try as much as possible now to start doing all those. This is where research money should be, research grant should be going to, so that because sometimes when you lose your identity.
The only way tell if you borrow research grant yẹn tó ayé pẹ̀ nìkan lẹ̀ ń decide nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ọ̀dọ̀ yìí náà.
No, I'm just saying I'm motivating the private people. See, if you want a research
grant for what, no, Ola? Because show me mistake, there is no single African studies department in the entire world that doesn't have Yoruba text and deep Yoruba text. Not a single university.
A single one.
Not African studies, still need Yoruba.
Not a single one. There's not.
We don't lack in those
Harvard,
kind of things at all.
In Oxford, in Princeton, all of them have Yoruba. In fact, let me tell you, do you know a couple of years ago, sorry, Kulata, you can verify this, in Georgia Tech, you know Georgia Tech?
I know Georgia Tech now.
There is a department of Faculty of Yoruba Studies. Kulata, where do you stay in Georgia? Please tell me.
I want your name, Kakiri, Bishop.
Okay. I bet get back to me. One man, please. I want to talk with Kulata I'm in Nebraska as I speak, but I should be in Georgia in another 1 week or two. I'm in Omaha now.
Oh, yeah, in Omaha, Nebraska. Okay.
Yeah.
Nebraska, I mean, Nebraska.
I've
been around, but
America.
me too, they were.
All of me is very tired of Nigeria.
Yoruba is not suffering from or text or research or runkobe. We have a plenty. Opo gan.
Ó tẹ̀yẹ́ ká tiẹ̀ tún gbé láṣà dáadáa ní go back to Yoruba language.
Èmi ò rí feeling of despair tẹ́yìn ni o because I'm looking at Grammy. I'm looking at Grammy. I just need some cotton.
I can speak for the next 5 minutes and you will not understand what I'm saying, and I will be speaking plain Yoruba like this. But the difference now is I will be making.
You see me, my own language is generally not that good. So
you are good enough. You are good. But let me tell you for a fact.
Literally, you are okay. To be honest, I'm just talking of going deeper and using some kind of Yoruba analogy. That's what I'm saying.
Now you'll lose me.
because we people like us that agree with Alawiye and that's Odunjo, right? Odunjo. Then some other people like that.
We had Alawiye too. Now, I never developed.
You know. One of my biggest advantages is this. When I was born as a young person, I lived in Kaduna. My first language was Hausa.
Okay.
That was my first language. So when I left Kaduna post Civil War, we're in Kaduna for the Civil War. I came to Ibadan without my mom, and I spent a little time in Ibadan to go to primary school, some part of secondary school, and I left Ibadan immediately afterwards. So basically, I've not really lived in Ibadan since 1983. For extended time till today, I've not lived in Ibadan. Now, but this is it. I began to the distortions. I'm sorry, but no apologies. But I'm sorry. The distortions that the religion did to our language and tradition is Sheibaye. At some point, I began to pay a little bit of attention to it, and I saw the beauty in the Yoruba language that we are losing. And I was raising alarm, and I was talking to anybody. What are you talking about? They came and demonized and told us that Eshula and Luogirioko is Satan. They are not related.
They're not even related, yeah.
They're not. They began to ask questions.
Hello, Bishop.
Yes,
Ibi tẹ̀sọ̀rọ̀ díẹ̀. Àbí wọn pípò látàwọn ọmọ díẹ̀díẹ̀. Rẹpẹtẹ nú àwọn Ogun Pantheon. Ó wà ní Yorùbá.
What it destroy a lot?
Irú Ogun sin ẹ lédè tàwa ìṣògùn. Èṣù yẹn sì ní Egun máa pè ní lẹ́gbà àbí ẹlẹ́gbà.
Ẹlẹ́gbà issue náà. Wọ́n pè lẹ́gbà náà ní Yorùbá náà.
Oh no, ẹlẹ́gbà náà ni. No. Àwọn ló níbẹ̀ yẹn o. Àwọn lójú ẹlẹ́gbà o. Ẹ má mix ẹ̀ papọ̀ o. Ẹ má fojú pojo o. Ẹ má fojú pojo. Èṣù ẹlẹ́gbà, exactly. You have gotten it. Àwọn ló lójúbọ yẹn. Ojúbọ tó wà lójú ẹlẹ́gbà yẹn. Àwọn Yorùbá, àwọn tó sọ yẹn ló níbẹ̀ originally.
So irú bí tẹ́mi ń gbé sí ẹ̀ alẹ́ tó máa ti fẹ́ bọ èṣù lọ́dọ̀ wọ́n máa gbé bọ́ta wọ́n àtẹ̀lẹ́ tó máa ń gbé wọn.
Ẹ máa gbé sí ọdẹ́sì yín o. Ẹ jẹ́ káwọn ọdẹ́sì yín benefit o.
Okay.
I thought of it.
Speak English.
So what I'm saying is most of the Ogun Pantheon are also from Yoruba Pantheon.
Mm-hmm.
Like what Yorubas will call Ogun now, the Ogun people will call it Ogu. What Yoruba will call Elegba, what Yoruba will call Eshu is what Ogun people will call Elegba or Legba.
Or Legba, yeah.
Yeah. What Yoruba will call Orishapata is what Ogun people will call Sapata. That is Orishale. So the problem I see is more of, it seems the first people that accepted Christianity, they did not separate the religion from the custom, such that it was easy to demonize the custom away from, okay, they did not separate the Yoruba spirituality from the Yoruba customs, even though most of them may be intertwined. But in the adoption of Christianity, by not separating both, it was able to demonize everything such that it was easy to lose many customs which were even devoid of what's it called, the spirituality.
No. Sorry.
Ajayi Clouder is to blame.
Sorry. No. Let me. I'm trying to remember something now. What you said is partially correct, but I will tell you why. Political restructuring contributed a great deal to that. Now I'm looking at it from your own, both Ogu and Egun, which are part of this the Awori and Ago. You know, Egu or Ogu is the dominant group of the Aworis and the Anagos.
Is it? I think Egun is kind of like he's independent on his own. It's different. He came from Fon.
Yeah, Egun is similar. It's
from Fon.
Fon and Ewe.
Ewe is from Ewe is actually from Yoruba though. Ewe and let me tell you something, Ife. Fon started from ancient Yoruba mixture mixed with, is it the Ga people in Ghana? They created their own ethnic group. I've forgotten the group in Ghana. That's what became Fon and became its own ethnic group. And then out of the Fon, people migrated to that Badagry area, or maybe they're even indigenous. I think they're indigenous to that area, but they have the link. They link to Fon.
Yeah. So because we are more of the, what's it called, in that Badagry, because we are more of the majority there, it was easy to accommodate the Awori and the Nago. But you know, there is a type of Yoruba Egun that when they speak, you'll be hearing Yoruba and what's it called, Egun simultaneously. For example, let's say they can say
Just pause for 1 second. You will continue. At what point did the Egbados turn to Yewa that covered those areas I mentioned? You know, they used to call them Egbado.
Yes.
And it covers a greater part of the Egun, the Anagos, and the what's the other third group? At what point did it turn to Yewas? And somebody said something. I think it was Kulata's voice I had. When that woman I was mentioning wrote a book, she actually called them the Ashanti, the readings of the Ashantis, but everything in it was Yoruba, Oko, Eji, Eta, Eri, Aru, Efa, exactly as we have it in Yoruba, but it was Ashanti. So what was the link that is missing today? Because we embraced. Say that again.
Now, I think the link, but I think the problem was when the Portuguese came, because you know when that is down. Can you listen? Can you hear me?
I said that's a new dimension.
Yeah, when Fan Daume started around the 14th century, they were trying to liberate themselves from from the Oyo Empire, and because of the fragmentation, Oyo Empire started losing its grip on its region. And unfortunately, when the English came, everything just scattered. I think I've always thought about it, but I want to think that the problem started in the 14th century. Because the only pantheon that we have that I know that Yorubas don't have is Zangbeto. The Zangbeto called. That's the only one I know that Yorubas don't have. But every other thing Yoruba do, we normally do. Then when I was growing up, in Badagry, I know that traditionally most Egun people will not want to join Ogboni. But now we have some of our uncles that are in Ogboni. But traditionally they will either want to stay with their own voodoo. So
But Vodin and Ifa are linked.
Yes, you know, Ifa that we call Ufa is that's why I said that most of the what's it called is I think it's a mixture of. I want to believe that there is a linkage somewhere, but something happened at some particular time that led to division. In terms of maybe when you want to look at Latin, French, Italian at some point. What I'm saying this is in Republic of Benin, Ofa, which I know is Ifa, is a Yoruba thing. But the funny thing is incantation are done in Igbo, like Fogbe language, like they will also be doing their own incantation, and you that is Yoruba, you will not be able to understand what they are saying.
Is this the Yoruba area of Benin or?
No, it's pure Egun, like fun, like all this.
Fun, okay.
Like all this Alada area. They are
okay.
Pure.
That's the tribe I was trying to remember. Yeah, Alada, so, the mixture of Alada and Yoruba became fun. That's the history. That is the combination of Alada people or Aja people and Yoruba that begat fun.
So from the for her now, Fon and Gu is the same thing that happened to Ife and Oyo. Fon had the political power, but Ogu people had the economic power, but they are from the same parents.
Sorry, a question. Are they the same way as the Ifonyis?
I don't know. It could be because you know one thing is this in Yoruba, most of Ogu languages.
There's another one. Ifonyitedo. Because I know of the tribe of Ifonyis and Ifonyitedo, which are part of the migrated and the submerged group of Ilaje that came from the river line, and they extended to some parts of the Egus. Of the Egus and the Aworis. No, Badagry.
Awori is different.
It's Awori and Ohori. Are they the same thing?
No, they are not the same thing. Awori
people are originally from Ife.
For me, pure Awori is pure Yoruba.
It's pure Yoruba group
tribe.
They're originally from Ife.
And the Ohoris too are from Ife. Ohoris are from Ife too. They are from Yoruba.
So, for Fon people and Ogu people, I believe they are the same brothers and sisters. But the only problem was Gezo wanted to control his brothers, and his brother did not allow. So they had problems, but they controlled the political power, but the Eguns had the economic power.
Because when the chiefs are really down, people from the other side of Ogun, that is the Yewa, Ohumbe, what's their name again? No, Ohumbe. Oh my God. We should be able to concentrate. But
I don't know. Many things have many things.
We are losing a lot. We are losing our history. We are losing our history.
Assuming we are running
because where I was going to earlier on before was that in the earlier part of the discussion when I interjected what's his name? Rational mind was that if we break down the ethnic grouping, say okay, let's send representative 3 each to the National Assembly to formulate, and you think Yorubas are going to bring, Yorubas can bring you 100 ethnic group and groupings in the Southwest.
Bishop, Egun Teminson say it's only peculiar to where I'm from. The next town to me have their own Egun.
Exactly, that's where I'm going. So if you begin to bring it out,
okay, let me.
If can I ask you one question?
In that
Can I ask you one question?
Local government, we have
if
that I speak with Setogbe. We have
Aladago. In your area, where did the name Big Estate come from?
What?
Big Estate, that name. Where did it come from in your area? It's foreign, Abi. No, Big Estate. Bickersteth.
Ah. Me, body, can you it away?
Me kò ní kí n ṣe òun náà mọ̀ pé orúkọ yẹn is foreign but mo mọ̀ pé Badagry area ni because we have some family friends but it took me till my adulthood before I realized pé àwọn people kì í ṣe Yorùbá now so they're from Badagry but I'm still trying to figure out like okay where exactly did that come from? Is it like the way Yorùbás have all these colonial
yes
names?
It could be because we have some family names in. Okay, this guy now, Hunde is an Egun guy.
He's an Egun guy, I know. David Udeng is an Egun guy.
Aoviko is from Badagry, Aoviko. So, and Aoviko is more like compounds of twins, something like Ahovi.
Sewanu too is an Egun name, right?
Yes, all those names are Egun names. Sewanu.
It's Sewanu. We call it. Well, it's late now, but it took me a while to discover all these things. Because all of us just like spoke Yoruba and moved on.
Yeah, because everybody will speak Yoruba now. When we were in secondary school, everybody learned Yoruba language. So
one of the disadvantages.
Hello.
We can hear you.
I had a C5 in Yoruba.
I think.
Okay, so I did.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Now, what I was saying is this: when Awolowo, one of the things that Awolowo did in 1955, the D.O. Fagoa, uniting the learning of Yoruba under one umbrella. There are advantages, but there are serious disadvantages. He brought everybody together under the nominal Yoruba we are learning today. He developed a curriculum that teaches everybody Yoruba and made them to neglect their because we are learning now that there are more than 10, 12, even up to 15 ethnic languages in Lagos, between Lagos and Ogun and Benin Republic. Toko, Yewa.
Look at Bishop.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Bishop. Sherry from Badagry, that Badagry local government, that Egun, the one Tokpo speaks is different from the one Idale speaks. It's different from the Badagry people, Badagry town speak. It's different from around my area. We have at least 5 types. It's different from the one people in the beach area speak. The people in the beach area speak Defi. That Defi now is like Ilaje language to to normal Yoruba people. You know that when Ilaje people start speaking now, or Ekiti people, an average Yoruba person will not understand what they are saying again.
But me, I understand the Ekiti because it's Eastern Yoruba language, like my own Ijesha. It's it's mutually intelligible. So if
you are close now.
It's close. So I understand the Ekiti. Like
which part of Ijesha are you from?
Ilesha. I'm from Ilesha.
Oh, Ilesha. Oh, Ilesha.
I'm Ijesha. Pure, 100%.
But for me now, if an Ilaje man starts speaking now, I will need to concentrate properly to even understand what they are saying properly. You understand? The same way, if a Defi person is speaking, I know they are Egun people, but forget my son. So
even Egun language too is that fragmented.
Fogbe. Okay, Fogbe now. Fogbe is now different. Fogbe is another type of Egun. My own is
if let me ask you a question. Do you understand this lady's song, Zainab, that says Bolojo?
Zainab is Yoruba now.
Yeah, now Zainab from
Benin Republic.
right?
She's Yoruba, that pretty woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Now, Zainab type of Yoruba in that language is Nagogbe. That's Nagu.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how Nagu will sound. They are the ones that normally sound that way.
You know, whenever if I play that song, people go they think, say, which song this guy they play? I said, you can't understand. I just love that lady song.
The Yorubas that are difficult for me to pick up is Ondo dialect.
Man.
It's difficult.
You know, Ekiti and Ondo used to be together, but the only reason I understand some of those languages just because I love Orlando very well. So because of Orlando, I made you know.
Orlando does not speak Ondo now.
I don't know what he speaks.
You know, in his song,
Orlando speaks Ikale and what's the other language?
No, Ikale. No. Now dialect. You see, one thing from Ikale to all those Akoko, all those areas, you know, they understand Idori, they understand one another's language. They understand. But the problem I have with it that is, see where politics can push us to. Akure will be telling you that they are not Ekiti. Iju Itaobolu, they will be telling you they are not from Ekiti. But when you look at Ekiti language and all those areas, even Jesha, all those environment, you know, they are like similar. They are
very similar. Very similar.
So it's politics they use to separate them. But Ondo, if Ondo is speaking here, I can still understand Ondo. But when you now go to call Ikale, when all those Oketupa they speak, I they try. I will understand to some extent, but when they now change it finally, I can even.
But you know, Dola, when Ikale is speaking, a worry person will understand what they're saying. Ikale, sorry. When Ikale is speaking, a worry person understands everything they're saying. When worry person is speaking, Ikale it's crazy.
Just imagine.
Kulata, because I think at the fringes of every border, those type of things you have to accept that it must happen.
What's that woman from? Is it Comfort Omoge, right?
Comfort Omoge, yeah.
Where's she from?
She's from Ikale.
I remember that name now, Comfort Omoge.
Comfort Omoge, yeah. Oh no,
so I think that's the same thing. That's the same thing that happened with the Anago people. Like for the Anago people, around the border area, you find them that their Yoruba has a mixture of both Egun and Waziko and Yoruba together, and they use it. Their language has developed such that they use it simultaneously.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run, àwọn tó pa Orlando ọ̀wọ̀ wọn ní nísìnyí.
Ṣé wọ́n pa ni?
Èyí tí mo fi mu ganja.
That was the only artist that my popsy used to play apart from his Beatles and co.
You know they play, you get as it be.
I know all that. I still listen to it on YouTube. I love
Now new one you can't listen to. The one way we listen to now the old one.
The one I like. The one I like is
and the one Nigeria lórí comment only go Benin Republic is from Benin.
These people don't even know anything. They'll think Ghana is the old Ghana. They'll think it's in Ghana country right now. The old Ghana Empire.
No, you say
the same thing with
Kawaii, up till now, till tomorrow, I don't know what that Baba talk for that place. So,
for which one? Which of this song? Which one?
The one for Alagbon now.
Oh, voila! That one was clear.
I think my best one is Lugba Lugba. That Lugba Lugba.
Yeah, I like that Lugba song too. Yeah.
No, I like Bo Shepe Wo Lo Sheda Mi O Olugbala Rere. That one, those one, all those oldies I so much like because
I like the Baluba.
My popsy did not listen to Sonny Ade or Obi. He had the tape, so it was just Orlando, Boney M, and ABBA and Beatles. So
ABBA.
the Nigerian songs me I knew
Yeah,
was
you
just
did there.
Orlando.
ABBA.
I
On the
listen to
train.
Wale Glorious. I listen to Fashola.
Wale Glorious. Wale Glorious died too early.
All that no Yoruba music.
Shola ló sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. Ọlá.
Yes, sir.
You dey listen to Wale Glorious.
All those olóòtú yẹ o.
Ẹ gbà mí. Ara oko wájà. Wale Glorious. When you mention the name, how many people know Wale Glorious?
Baba, all those old music now I dey like you.
That be say you go know Ambrose Campbell.
No,
you go know Ayinde Bakare.
The thing is this. My papa then, because of me, we were using that one Fiesta LPL, all those LP.
Don't go far. You have Shekona. I don't listen to modern music, but I don't quarrel people that listen to them. It's just that there's nothing in it for me. Somebody mentioned ABBA now, the Dancing Queen, Chiquitita. Those were my early days song. I was completely in love with country classics. The first country music that Nyoju played on Radio OYO 1982 was Kenny Rogers, Radio OYO on Wednesday. Nyoju Adegbite and was Deola Alagbe was Kenny Rogers, Don Williams. Listen to the radio, and I listened to that thing, and I fell in love. Listen to the radio. So when I went to buy record, my brother then gave back. So we wanted to do Ikomo. So I went to Ogunpa to go and buy Sunny Okosun's. That was the same year Sunny Okosun's released Togetherness. Together we shall live forever. African Unite. I don't know if anybody remember that song.
Yeah. I know it now.
So that was the same day I bought that record of Don Williams. Listen to the radio, and that was my beginning of the beginning of my journey into country music. So I fell on ABBA and after that Dancing Queen. Dancing Queen was in 1976.
You know when they were breaking, that thing was so sad. Anyway,
And when they broke up. When they broke up, Well, it's one of those things. I thought I was going to meet either Kenny Rogers or Don Williams. Unfortunately, both of them have passed. But those were the great. And because their songs has lyrics. But back to Yoruba music.
What about Yellow Man?
Oh, Yellow Man.
I listen to Yellow Man.
Disco. No, I listen. Now disco we take Yellow Man down.
I like Bonnie M. Dozio. I will be trying to mimic.
Girl, you don't do the.
Just Enula command jet the Yellow Man. Enula Salaman jet the Yellow Man.
Smart, but they will man smart. I wanna KISS kiss you.
I don't understand.
I wanna LOV you, love you. I want to
go London summer holiday. You want to go with
me?
That was Yellow Man now. We are going on a summer holiday. You want to go? You go in the London and New York City and even I beg you. Go to the real Yoruba lyrics. We enjoy them.
I used to like this guy very well then. What's the name of Dele Abiodun too? I like Dele Abiodun.
No, Dele Abiodun tried. Sunny Ojeki Dele Abiodun Gberi. Dele Abiodun, Michael Ade, Segun Adewale.
Oh, I know Michael Ade and Segun Adewale.
I know Michael Ade. Awuja Bello.
Awuja Bello, yeah.
Yeah, those one songs, they really start. I mean, then Uncle Toya Ajagun and this man, Prince General Adekunle. Àwòdì ìfòpẹ́ olóhùn fẹ́ mọ́ níbi tí ó fòdé kò yé mi o ó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀yà o aráyé ó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀yà. Is it Emperor P. Peters? What? Kìlọ̀ fọ́mọdé kó má rìn ní pàdó kó má fèsì fara kojú. Help me, boss. Say that again.
Bàbá dà sọ ní o, dáṣẹ kìlọ̀ fọ́mọdé sọ ní o.
Àti àwọn pàlẹ́ wa máa ń gbọ́ láàrin ilé ìyá wa.
Èwo ni àwọn arúgbó ẹ̀díṣẹ́ táwọn sílẹ̀ báyìí.
No. Those were songs. Those were songs. Look, I keep telling people today, Obey and Sonny, go and listen to a good number of their songs. You will see that they are just repeating Ambrose Campbell. I was shocked when I was talking here some months ago, and many people don't know who Ambrose Campbell was.
Wow.
Many people don't know. I said they don't even. Some people even thought that Ambrose Campbell was Oyibo man. Come on, you buy Ambrose Campbell.
Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bishop. Kinshi Ento Korin Yomata is the person that made it popular.
No. Ento writer no matter.
And he made it.
Bàbá tí ṣe nǹkan tẹ́mí sí ni pé tó bá jẹ́ pé copyright wà láwọn ọgbà Ambrose Campbell wọn ni máa gba àwọn copyright wọn lọ́wọ́.
No, àwọn olórí so they were foreign labels now. What is Decca? Decca was foreign. Wasn't Sony foreign? They were foreign record labels. They weren't local labels at the time, I believe, right? 60s, 70s were foreign labels in Nigeria, I believe.
No, but Ambrose Campbell did not just write them, he sang them.
Bishop, let's go back to that song. That guy there at Euro that time. Ẹni tí ò láyé ta, tó lọ fàyà gbaná. Ẹni tí ò láyé ta.
I missed. What did you? Sorry, I missed that. Something was talking.
No, that in Ekilo Fomode, in his Ekilo Fomode.
Okay, Ekilo Fomode.
I will get it.
Obìnrin fojú mo rò á gbé. Ekilo Fomode.
One thing is this. It comes to one place, people still interpret it differently. The bad.
Yeah. Modernization.
No, me, I would say, I say, anything you like, to love fire,
Okay.
Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Burna Boy.
Burna what? Burna Kini.
I'm sorry to say that.
No, Babati, all those guys, all those that we know, they are good singers, to be honest.
They are good now.
But the
for their time.
Is when I crank it in my stereo system, when I want to listen to music, I don't use home theater. I go back to stereo system.
Let me put in trouble since you say they are good. So where do you rank this modern day in your top 10? Do you have to revise those now? Do you put Burna Boy above Sonny Ade?
No, I don't know. No. My problem is this. I've not been able to move into this modern day generation music.
Bishop,
yes. Exactly. Only àwọn eléyìí èmi jẹ́ ẹnìkan nígbà tí rẹ́kọ̀dù tá máa fi ọwọ́ rewind sẹ́yìn tá máa yọ bible tá máa fi tá máa kọ lyrics sílẹ̀ so gbogbo orin tó ní lyrics exactly gbogbo orin tó ní lyrics ìgbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní gbọ́ Michael Jackson gan lyrics ẹ̀ ló interest mi.
ṣé o máa ra Bishop èwo ló máa ń rà TDK tàbí Denon tàbí Maxwell.
No, Sonny ni. No, Sonny. C90 or C60.
You guys are being ridiculous. Anyone, the lyrics. Let me knock your Akpako. No, all I need to do, Akpako master, Ginger Swagger. It's listen now. Some of all is lyrics. So you know me. It's lyrics now.
Who used cartridge? Who used cartridge where Rising was raining? Rising on this 4-track.
8-track. Now, what do you mean? We get them for our 504 that time. Time I play, I can see clearly now the rain is going.
That time, there was a guy called Ken Lazarus. That time.
Ken Lazarus, yeah. Okay. Let me throw you two challenges. There was this program that was running through music. I remember the music one on football. PBOB, BP, PBOB, Pepsi Best of Football.
I remember that.
And the Soul Train, the original Soul Train.
I
where
remember
we have
that
Jeffrey
too.
Daniels.
I grew
Remember
up on
Jeffrey
those kind
Daniels?
of things. I remember, I mean, of course. Now I grew up on that. What's his name?
Exactly.
Don Cornelius.
Don Cornelius, Jeffrey
Don Cornelius. I grew up on Soul Train. That's what I used to watch since.
So every Soul
had
Train
VHS.
music we listen to back then in the days, the first thing you want to do is to go and write down their lyrics so that you can sing along anytime you go to any of those parties.
When you start writing lyrics of whispers,
I don't know.
Exactly. Which of the whispers do you have? Which of the whispers do you know?
If I start going to 80s and 70s music, I have
Careless
whispers.
Careless
No, not
whispers.
Careless
You know,
Whispers.
remember Careless Whispers? Time can
Careless
never
Whispers.
mend. The careless whispers of our good friend.
That's
To the side of mine.
this guy's Michael, George Michael.
George Michael.
George Michael, okay, George Michael.
What's the name? What's the lyrics of that song now? It's Careless Whispers, but you know, it used to be Wham. When they were in that group, Wham.
Tell the
You remember Wham?
WAP now, which is other guy. That's
when
the
they
one
were in the group.
Break me up before you go. Wake me up.
In the heart of mine, it good rising time. There's no comfort in the blue. Pain is all. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet has got no reading. Though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should have known better than to cheat a friend. And waste a chance that I've been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Why the music seems so loud? I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe this, maybe this way. We hold each other with the things we want to say. Should have been too good together. Should have been doing this dance forever. Nah,
Bishop, I have a question for you. I have a question. So the taste for form. I have a question for you. So if you notice, now over the last 10 years, I think see local sound like Nigerians are embracing their sound. So in the 60s, 70s, were they more attuned to listen to foreign sound, or were they stuck with the local? If you compare the way music by foreign sound so over more percentage that compared to today, where they are exposed to more foreign as opposed to buy them of your money from your own.
Babati, don't isolate people now. Babati,
Bishop, connect your. Hold on, Bishop, connect your video. Audio,
English.
It is. I'm not able to add you. Something is not connected.
What I think I understand from that angle. In those olden days, all those musicians.
I didn't even know that I've been muted while I was talking.
They used to go to hotel to play, so there used to be live show, and people used to go to them physically. For those people in the remote area that don't have access, you can only get whatever they can get after they listen to radio. I think the local music has always been they've always been there. To be honest, they've always been there. But the foreign, the only access we had to foreign then was just to play it on cassette, on LP, on a cartridge.
I'll answer that question this way, and I'll probably. Okay, go ahead.
So I mean, it depends. Like for my dad that went to UI and all, it's mostly the foreign stuff, the Beatles, the Monkeys, all that. He had a massive collections of all these. What do you call that thing again? That circular whatever that you put needle.
Radiogram.
Vinyl. Yeah, vinyl is the vinyl one. That one is black.
LP.
LP. Thank you.
LP.
So him, because for someone like my popsy now, it was more influenced by all this British sound. So not too much. So it just depends on your crowd. That's what I'm going to say.
I think let me talk on what would have happened to my dad. Because then they used to do all this voodoo festival, they would have been more influenced with the local one because seasons are celebrated 3 times. Is it 3 times? No, 4 times in a year. The seasons are celebrated 4 times a year, so they would have been influenced more with the local what's it called? Local music. It was later when they went to maybe the TTC and the ones that went to the universities amongst them that adopted the Western music.
Shower gas. Shower is now ready. The truth is this.
Shower gas.
Go ahead. Is that Simba? That voice sounded like Simba.
It's not Simba. This is Remy. Hello? Hello?
I'm good.
Okay,
We are hearing you.
okay. So I like what you are discussing. I just remember my late dad too. He has a collection of records. It is through him that I got to know all these our so-called green on Sonny Obey, all this Angela Moura, all of them. Whenever he has a fight with my mom, he will play one music. That music always dabaru my mom. Okay. And whenever his friend came from Abeokuta, that is the best time of the moment for us in the family, because there's a lot of wine, whiskey. His wife will prepare a lot of dish for his friends because they always sleep over. I think when I remember those times, Nigeria was good. I was little, but we have fun. And whenever he goes to office, come back on weekend, he always come with ice cream, so many things like that. I would just think, oh my God, Nigeria was superb during the early.
Remy, the reason I asked the question, people believe it came in late 80s or 90s.
No.
That's what they. I know, but I'm saying that's what they think that maybe the foreign sound came to Nigeria, like this Raski Mono, those kind of reggae came in. But I'm like, we've had that before in the 70s and 60s.
They always went on European tour, American tour. Everybody knows
a lot of Sonny Ade's guitar riffs. He copied them from rock and roll. I've heard some side-by-side comparison that like did not even
the third album was more like a samba, that like Latino kind of sound. The thing that it had this kind of American sound to it too.
What
copy sound? I don't even understand how people say.
I think what most of our new stars nowadays is because of the world has turned to a global village, and everything can be heard from one corner of the world to another one. And the advent of social media also helped them with more good marketing. And I can also say, as people get more enlightened and more civilized, I think if you are very creative enough to bring out new genre of music, look at for example. So before you know it, everybody will know.
Remy, really, I think, and this without any prejudice, I think it is the packaging and the overhyping that have rated the current music beyond far and above. Because sometimes I try to be very open-minded and I try to listen. And I just realized that what is there?
It's just hyping.
Exactly. It's just beats.
It's hyping. Even America can say,
hype. Exactly.
Let me give you.
I still go back to listen to Ayinde Bakari, Aka, Sakalai Bade, Aruna Shola.
Bishop. No, it's a bigger market. That's just the main thing.
You know what's funny, right? In the 80s and 90s, when they were flooding American sound, American music to Nigeria, even when you're listening to your video, we're laughing at you. You're listening to local music. When it's so obvious in your head that the one you're listening to sound better, it make more sense than the American one. But when you're hype with American, they will be hyping the foreign one. They will try to shame you for listening to the local one.
Back in the 80s, American music has lyrics now. They have lyrics. We listen to okay, let's talk of Michael Jackson, 1979, Off the Wall. I can recite all the lyrics in Off the Wall for you. Move to what's this woman's name? What's her name now? In 1985, they were 83. The one that released when Michael Jackson released his other album.
Are you talking about Whitney Houston?
Yeah.
Bishop,
No, not with
Bishop,
Houston.
Bishop, do you know what's funny?
I did not watch.
Hello, Baba.
Bishop,
I'll be leaving you.
sorry.
Who among them?
Today, right?
What did you say?
Yeah, I'm leaving. It's been nice speaking with you guys. I just want to sleep before.
Okay, Ola. Thank you.
In 1983, are you talking about Madonna? I mean, Madonna.
But why? Question: why did we? Is that I remember back then, in where I grew up, we only listened to Fuji music in secret. You dare not play Fuji. It was not seen as something of that class, or you dare not play Fuji Collington or those kind of sounds in that area. It wasn't. So no comment.
There were some sounds. There were some sounds that had crossover appeal, like when
the earlier.
When Shina Peter
Fuji. Most of the Fuji songs are not too.
Not. Please let me tell you something.
Then it was
let me tell you
cool,
something. There was this DJ in Ibadan around Sabo. Somebody can help me with his name. There were DJs in Ibadan. Then they were mixing music. There was this Dele Adelego.
Dele Adelego.
Jimmy Jaske. Dele Adelego. Jimmy Jaske.
Professional drivers.
Ogundele.
Dele Adelego.
Yes.
There was another one called Ogundele, and there was one called in Ibadan because DJ. I know what you are trying to say. It will come to my memory.
That used to mix. He brought mixing. Where if you go to Best 4, if you go to that nightclub, the one we call Best 4, when Icy Brown was moderating that time in late 80s, early 90s. You know Smollett Alamu?
No.
Oh, nobody knows Smollett Alamu here. He changed his name eventually to Shitu Alamu. Smollett Alamu. SMALLET.
When you say mix, are you talking about local mix or foreign mix?
Local and foreign.
If now
he started with Haruna Shola.
Ibadan, no way.
So wait. So it was sampling. Because is it making a sound? Was it sampling or was it? I'm trying to understand.
No. When I say mixing, playing foreign music and infusing local music in it, and they will blend. There will not be break.
Bishop, Bishop, you remember back in the day when you go take a tape, brand new tape to a DJ that you want to record a tape, they will now put all this inside the mix. You know,
that's what I'm saying. That was later. Early when it started was when I want to remember. Oh my God, what did I do with this nice thing?
Because the first time I heard a mix that became a hit was 97. I think it was Shakomo. But when they did the
those are newer times.
90 what?
No, Liberian Girl sample with the Juju beat. That was Shakomo was. I had okay, this is a kind of a Fuji Juju.
That was much later. It started with
for me.
This Haruna Shola. My God, what's this thing? I'm trying to remember that song. Oh my God! Don't let me waste time. If I remember it, I'll bring it up.
Was it this? You tell me that you love. I know that guy sampled the foreign. He sampled an American song.
There's one song called Inoro.
That was Haruna Shola. Exactly, that was one of the first.
They mixed that one with modern sound. That was one of the first mixes.
Exactly, that was one of the first mixes. I think it was Dele Adelego.
I remember then they used to
what actually? Why am I forgetting?
I really like to know that would be something interesting to listen to.
You need to listen to that. It was in the early day. You'll be dancing music like this. Disco. You go to club and somewhere, from nowhere, you just hear, you will be kind of, what the hell? And the thing will move, will flow seamlessly. And before you know it, it was happening at parties. That was even later. That was Sonny later. Those were later. But those early ones, because if you know your Adegbite, I'm sure everybody should know your Adegbite in the days of Radio OYO.
Of course, I know Yonju.
Exactly.
That was what we used
Now
to
only on
watch.
those states I know. I don't know just
OSBC.
No, on those states, OS.
OSBC
Wait
na
till the
first
OSBC.
station.
Radio OYO2. Okemokpo. You know.
But Bishop, do we have anybody still singing like in this modern era, still singing those genres of music, like the juju, or is anybody still singing juju or akpala today?
We have.
That you know
Not
about.
as much.
There are many. There are many on party.
Go
There are many.
to Instagram. Go and look for a guy called Shegun Johnson.
Shegun Johnson, exactly. There are many, but they are not like they used to be. One of the challenges we have in juju is that every other musician that tried to come up during the era of Sunny Ade and Obey did not succeed. I don't know why or how, but I can mention 2 dozens for you now. That if you go back and listen,
this guy was okay now. Dayo Kujore was okay. I mean,
he was
Dayo
not
Kujore
okay.
came up from wow.
Dayo
Kujore didn't really blow.
He didn't shine. Even
he had a hit now.
What's his name was even more than Dayo. Dayo Kujore did not feature in the top 10.
Shegun Adewale was better than
Papa.
This Bishop this guy. Ilure Funfuni Ori Adure. What's his name? Ori Adure. What's his name? He did juju now. What's his name? What's his name?
Billy
Taiwo. I know that one's name.
Billy Taiwo Shoko Expo.
All those ones are new now. Now new waves.
Billy Taiwo was kind of like a one-hit wonder, kind of.
Go really rain. Billy Taiwo are somewhere in abroad now. Won't rain. They should have done better than that. I mean, I can mention 10 juju musicians. I don't know what happened to them. I'm not saying anything happened.
I think Juju got hijacked by Obey and Sonny, and they didn't give other
they
people.
They dominated the scene for too long.
Dominated it.
Over too long.
Let me hold on. To buy Fuji. Why even from the past, even till now, it's still relevant. Some days you work.
Okay, hold on. Adewale, or is that Prince Daddy? You guys like you confuse me all the time. Now let me tell you something. Okay, Babati. Let me tell you something. You see, in the 60s, when Juju came out of High Life and Agidigbo, it evolved to a certain point and then got stuck. From Ajiwere, the days of Sakala Igbade and the others, when Ajiwere came, gradually it evolved to Fuji. Do you know 70% of the instruments that are being used to promote Fuji today were not there back in the days?
You know, what they add
but what have they added to Sony after the first bass guitar? At some point, there were no guitar in Juju. Then they were playing accordion. Then they introduced this a wire guitar. Then they used one stand-up guitar. They used to sit down to play it.
Fuji has saxophone. Fuji has everything in Fuji now.
Fuji has everything now. Originally, there was no string. There was no single string instrument in Fuji apart from shekere.
Fuji stays current. That's the thing with Fuji.
What destroyed Juju today is the percussionists. I mean, analog percussionists. They are limited now. When you look at how Sonny and Obey play theirs, number one of those major things that personally I'm not an expert in that area, but what I feel is this: Gongo, Akuba, then bass guitar, and solo guitar, or the solo guitar, or let's say lead guitar. They were part of the major thing. So later, I think Sonny was the first person to introduce 4 guitar. So we heard. When he got Bob.
This guy
with a fella. You know, there's Bob Uridi, there's another Bob Aladini, right?
Bob Aladini.
That's the person that say he brought
the problem with Juju was it just stuck to the parents. It's not music that translated to the kids well. The only person that could translate it to the kids was Shina Peters, and Shina Peters was a 2-album guy. And after that, it's still the same stuff. So at the end of the day, it's still Sonia Ade playing around.
But do you know what made Shina Peter tick? Because Shina Peter introduced the fast tempo. He brought Sakara
the Afrobeat
into exactly into that is Afro Juju, Shina Peter, whatever.
But Shina Peter was instrumental to Sonny retiring early too now.
Can I try? Let me push back on what you just said. Did you just say it was 2 album wonder? What about Dancing Time? That was a
It's 2 albums now. He had the Afro Juju. And the next album.
Wait. He had Shinomania. He had Ace. He had Dancing
And those
Time.
are the 2 main ones. That Dancing Time, Baby. Dancing Time, Baby. Is that one song? That was not.
It was good now. That's
the I was sweet. Forget.
It was crap.
Bishop, I like Dancing Time. That what I like there is what I just sang now.
That was when his career died.
It was still a hit to me. To me, I like Dancing Time, Baby. It was good.
In 1990, which party did you go to in the entire country that you did not hear? Where?
It
rained everywhere.
Immediately after
that, that was 89.
Immediately after that, in fact, I will tell you something about that one. Immediately after that, what's his name? K1, the Ultimate, took over with Consolidation.
Oh, Consolidation. Yeah, that's true.
No, that when Kwawan started coming back, right?
Kwawan dominated like Barista shoe. Oh, Erupa Barista. Do you know when Shina Peter released that Ace? It was the Ace or Afro Juju now.
It's Ace in the first album.
Sonny and Obe, they peed in their pants.
No, I know they said Sonny was worried though. According to
they were worried.
You know what? It was dominant. I'm not even saying dominant in Southwest. If you go to one place in the Southeast, they'll be playing Afro.
No. You are even wrong. Outside Nigeria, I have a Cameroonian friend, and I can mention her name on this platform. A doctor can sing every word of that.
Just like you were singing Awilo Lugumba.
And she did not understand a word of it. You know, that was the days of Walkman. Because of that, she went and bought Walkman and brought the cassette. And she was playing it back to back. She can sing everything from A to Z, but she did not understand a single word of it. There was no party we went to there.
The only people that calm us down that time that added something a little bit when we're moving away, like when the like of can I have a dance? What's the name of that guy? Rosie.
Can I have a dance? Rosie?
Rosie. What's his name again? That boy said, what's his name again?
Blackie now.
Blackie. Omo Ajegule. Where is he? He just
Bishop. They had this guy too that was there for a while. Look, Daniel Wilson.
Oh, Danny Wilson. Danny Wilson. What's his name?
Yeah, but you see all those Daniel Wilson, Shoki, all those things. They are kind of like the crappy version of the Burna Boy because they were trying to sing raga, and it was shit.
I don't know one single song of Burna Boy. I don't know.
Got us bad to the track.
Burna Boy has a lot of bad tracks. I mean,
I don't know him. I don't know.
I don't enjoy Burna Boy.
No disrespect, but the one you mentioned now, that was another sad story. What's his name?
Majef
Fashek was a sad story. It was a bundle of yes, Ras Kimono and Evied now Goli.
He went to New York and got hooked on drugs now. Drugs in a little bad.
Majef Fashek. Our family contribution to buy Majef Fashek.
South African music was already finishing us that time. The like of Lucky Dube or those.
No, let me tell you what happened. All Nigerian people were singing reggae,
and all of them were singing Mandela, Mandela. And when they released Mandela, career won Paris. So they had nothing to sing
Exactly.
about anymore.
South Africa and the way South Africa was like what they have today. They will have one or two musicians, and that's it.
When did they release Mandela self?
Early 90s.
Because I know my Majesty na 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 Margaret
Free Mandela.
Do you know what's funny? Burna Boy is what Fashek was supposed to be, like on the global stage. Like the first album, Tokoshi, that was the projection. I don't know what happened, man.
No, but I love Majek Fashek. You know, Majek Fashek used a lot of gong, dundu, and all those traditional percussion.
Yeah, now it's like a Burna Boy. It reminds me of the earlier Burna Boy version, like the. That's
Majek is from Malaysia. He's my hometown person.
No, he was Benin.
No, his mom. That's his mom. He's come from Malaysia.
Well, I don't know why he claimed Benisha. I don't know.
That's where he grew up. He grew up there. But he's really from Malaysia. He was talented, though. He was very talented.
The guy was gifted. His voice was
Oh my goodness. I love that song, man. I love the song.
For Nigerian music, it's until we started going back to authentic sounds that then people, because all them Junior and Pretty, all those, I couldn't listen to any of that crap.
Too much. They can be more original.
But guys, listen. But you know what's funny though? You know all those hits in the I won't be Olume thing. You know they can't play those songs today because of copyright. They were hits back then, but they did not play all this Olume thing because they just copy and paste in American song, like just sampling with no clearance.
Which one, Babati? Like our boys Kasha Kamsi on a control level.
Clearance there was no clearance on those songs. Now you can copy and paste it.
Yahoo! That's Olume thing.
Yeah, I love that song. I love that song though, but they said the other guy said he wanted to further his education, that he didn't want to continue with his career. So you know, I live in Oregon now. The guy Shakara Small, and he was using this what's the name of this American car that is very big like this 8 liters engine car.
Ford Lincoln. Is it Lincoln?
Yes, Lincoln. That car is his own car.
Lincoln Navigator or
no, that's SUV. But this is a car. That's man, kini Shapolo meeting. All the guy used Shakara Rosmo for a Regun that time.
Hello.
Then all this what's the name of this Shippy?
Yeah, Shotiri Motisan well.
Okay, don't start. Don't start. There was a time to
so man,
Allah, I'm DJ. Can't say go because we this time.
I don't come out of so but you go.
I call us again.
No, I think our guys they really done well. You know, they really done well. You know the way. No, kudos to Kenny's music. D1 and Keke, Kenny Ogumbe's. Those guys they did a lot.
Including this guy that went to Unilag, LD. Those are LD, tribesmen. And those guys that sang Olufumi, I think
he's one done. It's just how Olufumi that.
But they started pushing the
video about that each song.
Then these people come change everything finally after Two-Face. So what's the name of this guy? All those P-Square.
No, it was Divine and Don Jazzy that changed.
I think it's Divine and Don Jazzy that finally did it.
Yeah. They're the one that actually turned everything cool. You know, they brought Nigeria. You know, in the beginning, these guys are just making mediocre music.
What's that of that? No, the type of life I'm living.
You know, before Divine and Don Jazz, all of them when they make song, they were gonna make a horrible video.
You're right.
They're gonna make horrible video. You're like, the video just make the song look bad. Come on, take camcorder, trying to record rubbish.
It's
Like,
Senior Peter's son that revolutionized the video. Clarence
suddenly, thank
Peters.
you, Eze.
Clarence
Suddenly,
Peters that revolutionized the videos. Is the one that started shooting high quality videos for them, and then all of them started investing, and it made a difference. Clarence Peters, Senior Peter's son.
son, okay, yeah. Man, I know Nigerian music just blew. This guy too, waiting with Daniel or that guy self.
What's that guy's? That one I've forgotten that one's name.
So then all this guy come the enter, all this clean the drunk and she rocket man. Obo the belu go yo, we get it down oh, everybody be no. Man, Nigeria don't sing go. I no go lie. Everybody just
remember 2013?
no.
I remember late 90s, 2000, the Plantation Boys.
Plantation Boys was in the late
90s. Tetula. Idris Shashi. You know it, my God.
That one was even 90s. That one was even 2000, early 2000.
Early 2000,
the people they struggle, they won't go America, waiting be this continental confusion. That guy.
You guys remember Junior and Pretty? Bolanle. Fine, baby.
Then this guy, as that does, that guy did not even.
I'm not call Monica now.
I don't call Monica. Don't kill me. Monica don't kill me. Shakara. Monica don't kill me.
Where is this guy? Lyric Lori Gogo Shola Abi. They say Shola Ilu Lori Gogo Awala Nijo.
Who is that? I don't think I know that one.
Then there's this guy, this lady, but he didn't do so much. Ewa ba mi jo, sheru peleto, emi malegon. What's the name of that lady, self? That lady went to Olabisi or Nabanjo University. So Sasha.
Oh yeah, she used to sing with MLD too. Sasha. Yeah, that's right.
Ewa ba mi jo, sheru peleto.
So
I mean, these twin sisters. I think they are from Ikito.
Lejado sisters.
Yes.
I know. I think they are from. I don't even know whether from. They are fella cousins now.
Lejado sisters.
I like their lyrics, and I think they.
Lino la one lo.
Yes. These are songs that you listen to them.
Lino la one lo, Nino la one lo. Kimi
I think they are from Ekiti. You say you are not from.
No. They are not from Ekiti. I think maybe from Ogun State or Oyo State, either of the places.
But the way they okay, I don't.
Oh, you mean that they are the one that sing danger, they sang Reincarnation too.
Reincarnation is that the voice you.
Yeah, they sang that one.
Wow.
And
but I think I think their best album was that Horizon Unlimited. That was their best album.
About the shit, Abi.
Yeah, that's the best album they had. That was the best.
Yeah, that's a dun 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 dun. No, it's man. Someday.
But are we not reverting back to what we abandoned 10 years ago? You know how we embrace our own culture and everything, and it became popular. Now we are going back to trying to sound like the West again.
But see, we don't see. Okay. Where is that Akwada today? Where is Ewi? We've lost so many of those things now. Ewi, that Akwada, Igala out there, like the one like this one, like I said, Alabi Ogundepo.
Alabi Ogundepo. Shaki Ogun rocking.
Yeah, Orila orúkọ oorun yọ
No, here's the thing. No, all those things, them are calling it, and like to modernize it now. You can't be that raw from the get-go. If you want people,
Now that's the problem we are having. That's the problem we are having. Look, that's the problem we are having. You go back and listen to Orlando Julius today. You go back and listen to
Orlando Julius. Exactly.
Victor Olaiya. You go to listen to Victor Olaiya. You go to listen to Ike Dairo. You see the
Is it not Baba Salah? It's not Victor Olaiya now.
No, Victor Olaiya is different from
No, it's different.
They are different. Victor Olaiya was a musician.
Bishop.
Moses Olaiya ni Baba Salah.
Guys, the point was about how food has evolved. Even hip hop has evolved. If you want the modern audience to listen to your sound, you have to evolve the sound. Only appeal to them. Doesn't mean they will not go back. Like, look at people that listen to hip hop today, the younger ones. They will go back and listen to the old sound, but it's based off of them being introduced to the sound
No, not for patronage sake. It's for record sake. I'm talking. Like in America today, how many people listen to country music anymore?
They still do.
They don't. In fact, they don't. They don't.
But they've changed. Country music has changed.
What do you think Taylor Swift is? What do you think Taylor Swift is? It's a pop and country song now.
How many of them now? I mean, country music.
Country music is the thing in my city.
They do, bro.
Where are you? Are you living in Tennessee?
Forget the city.
The back of the mountains,
bro.
Here's the thing. It's like you guys saying people in America should be listening to folk music. Nobody listens to that anymore. So I mean, things need to change. I'm just glad that the popular music now is Afrobeats, and anywhere I go in the world, I'm hearing Yoruba songs. Whether it's infused with hip hop, I don't care.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you a story.
Question for you. If I know that Afrobeat is quite popular nowadays, but what do you think about giving that Grammy to Tyler? I also like Tyler music.
No, Tyler deserved it though. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that Water is superb.
That Water song is a hit. It's a hit. I wanted to beef her before, but that song is huge.
Performance. So obviously, that one I'm okay. The world one in Koyemi, the Shekeri, wherever they lost that guy from India. Forget the African one, the global sound. If it's a global sound, how do you win with less than 2 million total listen to on Spotify? The person that won the global sound, no, not China, that was Africa. They also had the video for the global whatever performance or whatever. The guy that won, the group that won, they barely have 10 million on Spotify. So how do you win when nobody even knows you? I thought you were supposed to be global.
Politics.
I don't even know.
Now politics.
So
if you want to turn to this and James Dean and all these guys will be complaining.
No, me I don't care. I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Babati now politics. It's just like when you talk about Balo de Hall, for example, now politics. Because now, if you say now only one Nigeria day for that Grammy, I don't see how that South African lady will have won in Nigeria because
but
you go to Walmart.
Ola, that South African song. Have you looked at that? That's a hit.
I know it's a hit. I'm not disputing that. But one thing about, do you understand what it means that you get to I live in Calgary. You get to Walmart and the song you are here listening to is the video, or what's the name of this guy?
Rema.
This guy,
Me, I was in Cartagena, Colombia. In taxi, they were playing Davido, playing Burna Boy.
you know, you know why I feel bad? The reason I felt bad because when the video they got me, want to chair became a want to chair. No. Go even the Grammys had to put that. No. Go on TMZ. You will see that those team came in. They were even helping them set up the chair for Grammys.
Why is it?
Go to win. No, they say okay, look bad the game. They were early. It's about to share with the win.
No, Babati. I don't read too much into that guy. All those awards because
I'm sorry, like this.
The question is this: if Davido is coming to play in Calgary today, if you release the tickets within the next 5 hours, you will not go get tickets. When you are going to get, someone is going to resell to you. Those are the things that I'm okay with all those. And one thing I like about our Nigerian guys here is that the way they promote our song. You know, a Chinese girl, one kid like that was telling me, "Yeah, you don't know this song." I was just looking like a fool because he was even playing Nigerian song to me. That I say, you don't know he was playing the wrong town. What's the name of this guy? He was playing that song. I said, I now asked, how did you get this song? He said, that I have Nigerian cosplays. That's no, he used to. This lady was with me for like almost 40 minutes. Was playing Nigerian. In fact, was even challenging me on Nigerian music. I said, I started using Ogboju, right? When I started using Ogboju, started going back, to the this thing. Shiny so. Then we have some Asians too that love Davido and Olamide like anything.
Ola, I will tell you something. Generally, Nigerians can vibe, and we can vibe very well. And we also can quickly and we can quickly adjust it to the culture and tradition wherever we find ourselves. And these Oyibo people, they like people that can vibe, that can understand quickly. When you go to most of the bar or club, you can see some Nigerian DJ playing Nigerian music. They mix it with other foreign music. So it's easy for them. In Africa, I've seen it's only Nigeria that is bold and confident to talk to people. The other African people, I don't know what's wrong with them. They are a little bit timid and sometimes too shy to the extent of when you saw that.
I said, Remy, even do you know Nigerian slogan is raining here now? I know they agree for anybody this year. When do you go to the I know they agree. I say, what do you know about
Nigerian slogan now? They know they agree.
And now, how can you go with them and say, I know they agree for anybody? I look and say, where did you get that? When you look at me and say, I know they agree for anybody this year. I say,
because nowadays you can see a lot of Eastern European ladies or even Americans or Europeans, they are marrying Nigeria. They are going to Nigeria to even live there. Some are going to Nigeria to create content. And Nigerian people are very welcoming. They will not attack Oyibo people. They will let's just vibe with us.
But Remy, just a question, might be no digression. But how do you feel your last statement? We are attacking you, we are welcoming. So this is what I noticed. So when you now have an African Nigerian to welcome him, when the Black American sees that it bothers them, it's supposed to be against him. His wife is like, no, we don't hate them like that. We're not supposed to hate. But they feel uncomfortable when you have anybody foreign.
It's a kind of dilemma for them. But
they're like, why are you welcoming white people in your career? I'm like, what do you mean welcoming white people? You don't hate people like that now.
To be frank, Babati, in the southwestern part of Nigeria, we are being trained. I don't know new generation. We are being trained to be accommodating, to give people that opportunity or that chance. We are being trained
like he said, more lonely, so like, why do you have all these white people here? What's the problem? We don't have any issues with anybody, but they like felt uncomfortable because they think Africa is supposed to be owned by all black people, and then it doesn't work that way. And there are white Africans as well. So
those people I don't understand them. They just have this issue with white.
Like in Nigeria, all those black girls now, they like Nigeria, they like Nigerian culture, They like to put on those gele, those traditional outfits. You know, let me be frank with you.
Let me come to our party. You remind
if you are not a Nigerian and you see the Nigerian party, you see the glamour, you will never think Nigerians are poor. If you see the way they will match the clothes, the shoes, the handbag, you yourself, you know that, oh, this is classic. Okay. Do you know people also like it? They now continue to like try to wear more Nigerian clothes. They know more about Nigerian culture, the agbada, the cap, the everything. If you are not,
people literally, people at my work, people literally beg to come to attend Nigerian party, like they're begging for movie tickets. I'm not kidding you. Like,
yes,
when they want to come, like, please invite. So I will invite them to the wedding. Like, thank you so much. Oh my God, I'm like, really? The way I'm like, to me it's no big deal, but to them it's like they went to Super Bowl or something. They're like, oh my goodness.
You know, it's the glamour they are looking at. If you look at the traditional white wedding, it's very boring. Everybody just say they are I do after 5 minutes. Everybody sit down eat. But in Nigeria, you see a lot of movement, you see a lot of attire.
They love those 2-day weddings, you know, traditional wedding. They love those.
Everybody wants that kind of big one. So everybody want big thing. And before they say Nigerians are very spendthrift, but now everybody like that kind of I'm there, flashy stuff. That's a nice thing from Nigeria, to be frank. It's quite nice, and everybody is getting into it all over the world. I think when I see those weddings, sometimes I really feel good too.
But those are expensive ones. These are about $56,000.
Yeah. So that is why I remember when I was new in China, they used to ask me, "You, these Nigerians, where do you get the flight ticket money to come here? It's very far. How many of us, Nigeria, this week, let you roll with the ticket because
Remy, that is the beauty of internet. Internet has helped change the orientation. You know, just imagine we are discussing Nigerian music now. You know, those days, if you made music, some DJ will not even play your music, but so nobody will even know you because some would like to kill your star, right? But these days, you don't even need them to promote you. Just go and open your YouTube account and you.
You know, this is interesting because I remember in college, the biggest Nigerian artist when I was in college was Dr. Albert, and it wasn't even in Nigeria.
Dr. Albert, I know Dr. Albert.
It's my life. It's my. You remember that guy? And it wasn't even like messing with life. It wasn't really hanging out like that. So, but I know.
I didn't know the man is not even a Nigerian. I didn't even know.
I found out later that it was Nigerian. I didn't even know it was Nigerian.
One of my teachers here in Finland.
Oh yeah, okay. You find out it's Nigerian, right?
I didn't know initially. I didn't know.
I thought you said it's not in Nigeria. No, I believe
one of my teachers here told me one day that because she usually be on TikTok and she watched one Nigerian comedy, and you know once you watch one, they continue to push it to you, and she continued to watch a lot. She said, "Oh my God, although there is like you now ask what kind of English they are speaking." I said it's a broken English. It's a way they're coining out in West Africa, especially from Nigeria. But she says because she's an English teacher, she says she enjoyed it, and since that she continued to say they are very creative, and she liked the comedy aspect of it. I think so. That is the beauty of the internet and the beauty of social media. So look at all these boys now. During the time of this guy, Babasue, they cannot make money like that. Look at these people now. Just put it there, and before you know it, they are buying expensive vehicles, building mansion. Look at this girl, Tahoma, what's her name? Do you know her?
Tahoma. We know that guy. We know that guy you are talking about.
Oh my God, that guy is thickly rich now.
Shaggy, brother Shaggy, go.
Brother Shaggy, yeah, brother Shaggy is making more than 10 or 15 million in a month.
No, there are many now. See, there was a time I wanted to open.
I'm not trying to just post it during the time of Baba Suwe or Baba Salah or something like that. They cannot make that kind of money. But nowadays,
all those old artists didn't make so much money now. It's this day that people are now trying to bring them up, and Now some of them
you know that that Johnny, if you look at Funke's movie broke Black Panther's it broke Black Panther's record in Nigeria.
That guy,
that movie is not on Netflix now. I think it's just showing on cinema, right?
No, I'm saying no. Like the most viewed movie in Nigeria's cinema, I think was Black Panther that came out, and she broke that record in Nigeria. She broke the number, so she made a lot of money. So
even that Black Panther, that movie. You guys
movie terrible, Jare. Movie
the hype was too much.
No, Mike, you don't know that for a comic head like me, the way they dumped Black Panther down to uplift us, that was terrible. He was the brain. It was if you read the comics for the Black Panther, you will see how much he dumbed it down. That was terrible, but
the way they were shouting, Black Americans, they don't go
it wasn't all that, man.
Me, I don't go to the movie theater. I was like, Black Panther, okay, let me just go. I went to watch the movie. I'm like, okay, is this it?
Baba.
They say blacks are not used to seeing blacks positive. It's because you never left America now. If you grew up in Africa, we know positive things about blacks. We've seen many black greatness. Black American, their entire life, they don't show them anything black. There's positive in movie theaters.
Mike, I think we must give it to this Western world. They hype their country a lot in terms of.
They hype themselves.
Let me
give boring, budget. Very boring society. But they will just hype themselves as the most lively place in the world. I don't
be good.
I don't pay party in America is the most hype one. The whole world. America is the place. America, you know, Europe is even more lively than America. Very boring country.
No. Mike don't know America.
No, I want to but yeah, Scandinavia are boring. But I want to be
Remy, listen to me. Mike lives in a gated community.
New York, New York at the
that's why.
No. Babati. The places that are supposed to be lively in America is dangerous. That's the thing. So you can't really say what to. No. In America,
Mike, let me tell you how we know that this place is lively.
Where?
You know, I once worked with 6 guys. Yeah.
Canada is lively. Don't even give me that one.
Mike, now let me explain to you. You know, liveliness of a place depends on the activities you create.
Ola, let's not include you in this discussion of livelihood. Let's just keep Canada. Let's keep Canada pretty long.
No. Let me help those people that think this place is boring. To be honest, let me help you. Now, many Nigerians now they know they go to club. Yeah, people, even some West African people, they go. So people like us, we see they go, right? Now, I can go from Calgary, drive like 2-3 hours to admitting to go and watch MLS. Hockey, I they watch hockey. You understand? I they go camping.
You want to watch events, you want to watch something by yourself. So you socialize with you want to compare the socialization we do in Nigeria with this Western world? Nigeria, you never get a dull moment in Nigeria. You never get a dull moment in Nigeria.
I agree with you, Mike. But
exactly, that's what we are talking about. Is that lively? You go there and take pictures and you go back home.
When I go for hockey, I don't go alone. Wait now. When I go, there's a play we call 7th half here now. When we finish hockey, we go enter pub for that 7th half. You know, we go jolly small. So I they go for me to travel 3 hours to go and watch MLS in Edmonton. You think say now only me we go? For me to go and watch hockey, you think say now only me we go? It depends on activities you create.
So you are driving 3 hours to go and experience liveliness.
No, then we in Nigerian community we socialize.
Now it's the Nigerian community. We are talking about the eliminate the Nigerians there and tell me how you socialize.
In your street, I don't know whether you also experience this. Every weekend when I was growing up, every Friday and Saturday, one of my friends or friend to friend or friend, we have a party. We are going to go to that party, and every day we get together in front of my house. We will discuss football. We will see Omoge in front of us. We will chase them. Okay, these are things that you can never forget. We will argue. We will fight. We will play football together. We are like inseparable. There are so many. We know
In
each other
Nigeria, abi,
street to street. We know the boys.
you know everybody. You know your whole exactly. It's true. I don't know. It's true. I was the corner conjoint.
No, Mike. What I'm saying here is this: you try to make life out of where you are. That's what I'm saying. I'm not.
No,
saying
we don't. That's a different argument. That's not what we are talking about. That's a different argument.
Now, do you know what some Nigerian do here now? We have a family friend. There was a time. I'm sorry to say this. There was a time that when he just came, early o'clock, around 5 o'clock, we will be ringing our bell to.
Well, like you are strengthening our argument. So you need Nigerians to have liveliness.
No, I know, but I'm saying.
So what are you arguing against, man?
Mike.
You need your Nigerian people to have liveliness there. What if there was no Nigerians there? Will you say that country is lively? We are saying the countries are not lively. So you are trying to argue that it's lively by telling us that you have your Nigerians there.
Mike is lively. It depends on how you.
I beg, man. You just make money. That's it.
Nígbà tó wà Nàìjíríà àìmọye gbogbo branch ló máa ti lọ tí wọn gbẹ sí pàtì wà kọ branch bá pàtì mi ló ń ṣe àmúmọ àwọn pàtì yẹn rí wọn á dẹ̀ wẹ̀ wíwà wẹ́tọ̀ ọ̀ṣọ́ lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
mo gbọ́ mo branch wà ibẹ̀ ìkódà àti káwọn òyìnbó ya mo gbọ́ mo branch yìí bẹ́ẹ̀ gan dáadáa àti káwọn òyìnbó wọlé nǹkan tí mo sọ nìyẹn.
Àwọn náà ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ yín bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ti ya rẹ̀.
This is what I'm saying. Like now I'm saying it depends on who you move with and where you are. We even dey carry Oyibo dey enter our Gbogbo branch. Akata Oyibo, Alawo Funfun. We dey carry them, they even dey enter our Gbogbo branch. Now,
Ola, I was in the wedding, right?
Just 20 seconds, Babati. Just 20 seconds. We see have a family friend that he works 17, 18 hours a day. You understand? A person like that will tell you that this place is not lively. But a lazy person like me that my own work is around.
Well, I don't be creating argument, man. Those countries are not lively. Just don't start creating unnecessary argument. They are not lively countries. No. You have to create your own liveliness. No, hold on. The fact that you say you have to create your own liveliness, it means that it's not lively. In Nigeria, you don't have to create your own liveliness.
Once you said you do 3 hours to go and have fun, that was it. You already that was the end of that.
No, Babati now. Babati, a football fan, you can drive anywhere. It's just like if you're okay, I'm a Chelsea fan now. Now I'm still planning to go to UK to go and watch at least 5 matches next season.
How can you be a Chelsea fan? They are losers now. Can you come to Arsenal or go somewhere?
Happy other side. No, they talk again. Babati, Arsenal.
What do you mean they talk again?
No, they talk. Is it
Babati
Babati that is talking all these things? How can you be comparing?
Yeah.
What do you mean, Chelsea? You are not in the middle of the table this season.
You've never even won. You've never even won any European something that is tangible. What are you talking? Even
Ola, hold on. Hold on. You spent $500 million. You are number 11 on the table.
Now you have $1 billion. Where are your Champions League? Where are your Europa? What are you talking about? Where's your World Cup? Where's your club?
World Cup. Okay. World Cup. World Cup.
Where's your Super Cup? Where's your Club World Cup? Where's your Europa? Where's your Champions League?
You spend over close to 1 billion. You are in the middle of the table.
Now, is this your billion? Is this your billion?
It's better. For the last 5 seasons, we have won the FA Cup. We have
won the FA Cup. Have you won Champions League?
We can still win.
Have you won Champions League?
What's the big deal about yourself?
What's the big deal about Champions League? Win it first, now you understand.
I mean that you win. It's not one time. I then just got borrowed.
Remy, so we are here fighting over stuff. You can't fight about Eyimba or shooting stars.
That's what we're talking about, Nigerian vibe. You ask an average Nigerian guy, he will name all the players in the Premiership for you without even going to London or England. People knows. People look for information.
Remy is not that true. It's not that true.
It's true. When I was growing up, I can tell you which formation that team will play. Who is their top striker? Who is their defensive midfielder?
There is a WhatsApp group
with my friends now.
There is a WhatsApp group that I join. We call it Football Fanatics. Now,
no, I'm not talking about. We are talking about when I was growing up.
I'm coming somewhere. Inside that Football Fanatics, some people, as popular as EPL is, they don't like EPL at all. It's Bundesliga. Some people in La Liga. Some people, they know the new player Eyibo of Aba want to sign now. So they talk now. Now Nigeria League that they talk at the NFL. Now NFL that they talk now. It shocks you as I losing at NFL. They call
I still see some people complaining about watching Shooting Stars and losing at home. And they were like angry.
Some people see they follow Shooting Stars. They talk. Some people see they follow.
They go where they go. You know, I grew up in Ibadan, but my club that time was at I like stationery stores.
Let me. You laugh at me now when I say I follow my club. They go everything drive 3 hours to follow you. They laugh. That is when it's a football fanaticism. For me to drive, you know, my son they play soccer.
In Canada. You follow your
my son they play football. My son they play football.
Okay, that's
so
nice.
we organize provincial too that they follow. So what I'm talking about, me that I go from I fly from Calgary, they go to Toronto to go watch match. So it depends.
Of course, I like that your son is playing football, but Canadian League is not something to be right to my about.
Fear, forget about that. At least he's playing, right? Forget whether
your voice. I think I like that. I like that because
so forget. Wherever you are, you make best of the place you are.
Nobody is arguing that. Now you can make fun of it, make best, but it doesn't change the fact that the countries are not as lively as Nigeria. Period.
Yes, you are not adaptable. You have to be adaptable. That's just the problem.
No. Do you agree that those countries are not as lively as Nigeria?
It's subjective.
Forget subjective, man. Just accept. One thing I hate about having conversation online, you just like to create unnecessary arguments.
Mike,
we will say something factual. You trying to make it so can you come? Just accept. Listen, Mike, call a spade, and let's move on. You don't need to start saying it's not can you come.
Mike, wait.
No, these societies are not as lively as African society. Period. Just leave it like that.
For you, Mike,
it's a fact. You already proved you when you disagree with them, present argument. You start telling us things that not you even threatening. You kill your argument. You say you have to drive 3 hours to go and see lively, to go experience livelihood. Are you liveliness? Are you kidding me?
Mike, wait. Now I came to this country. Now I no longer eat pando.
You no longer what?
I no longer eat pando. It's either you get pounded yam or nothing.
What does that have to do with the country not being as lively as Nigeria?
I say, you understand? Always try to listen first before you react.
Go ahead.
I just said now, I try to eat what some of those food that Oyibo eat. When I came here, I try to eat some of those food that Oyibo eat. Now, it's not everyone that we eat or we come here now and eat what Oyibo eat. Some people, if they don't see amala.
What does that have to do with liveliness?
That's what I'm telling you. When you are in Rome,
what are you telling me?
When you are in Rome, you behave like a Roman.
What does that have to do with liveliness?
When you are in Rome, you behave like a Rome. You embrace some of the culture of where you meet. That is when you are seeing.
And that will make you more lively than Nigeria.
Okay. Now.
I start being like boring Romans. Now you become more lively than Nigeria.
Wait now. You get to are you telling me that Oyibo life they don't have out?
I will start behaving like Oyibo, and then I will express more liveliness than Nigeria.
Mike, it's still just to argue.
The base of the argument is that Nigeria is more lively than societies.
No, it's still just to argue with you, Mike. You only see things from your own lens. You
don't present good arguments.
You behave as if out of 8 billion people in the world, as if Nigerian culture is the only one that is lively among them. Are you kidding?
No, I'm telling you that Nigeria is more lively than Canada.
Are you kidding?
Nigeria is more lively than Canada. That's the argument.
As I speak to you now, people
and
are
that's the fact.
Now. As I speak now, people are in party, they are in clubhouse, they are enjoying themselves. Are you saying they like?
So you have to go to club and party to experience lively. In Nigeria, you don't even have to step out of your neighborhood to be lively.
So what will you be doing when you are in Nigeria? What will you be doing?
You just your neighbors alone are just like you talk. Everyone around you is interactive.
So
Before you don't have to go and spend money somewhere before you experience
told you that
liveliness.
people here don't talk with people
Canada is
they
boring. Just accept it. Ola is boring.
Mike, you can see something from
It's
your own
just a
lens.
fact. There's no need to be
You
arguing. Let's
don't
move
have
on.
to accept. You don't have to. This is not the first time we've been making this argument. So you just have to accept. The other time we're talking of Christmas period here. Someone when
You have to wait till Christmas period.
no, I'm just telling you when Emeka was telling you that was telling us that Christmas was born here. Whereas he was referring to only Christmas Day when nobody will move. But during the Christmas period, you understand? You can see my costume. You can see my Christmas costume. Do you know how
So
many?
what is your point? What is your point now?
My point is this. When you don't always look at it from your own lens or your own mirror, just like some America will think that everyone Africa is just a country. You understand that where some people still believe in Africa, we still live on the tree. That is exactly what you are
What does
saying.
that have to do with my point, man?
It has a lot to do because you think this place
What
is
does that
boring.
have to do with the fact that Nigeria is more lively than Canada? Nigeria is more lively than Canada. Just accept it. There's no need to create argument to just dance around. It's a fact. It's a fact.
Okay. You are the only one that hold fat in the entire world. You are the only one that know fat.
No, a fact is a fact. There's no argument around it. Nigeria is more lively than Canada.
That's Mike Olawale's fact. You see,
Does anybody else disagree with me that Nigeria is more lively than Canada? Those Igbo countries are boring. I bet.
I disagree with you.
Okay, tell us your own. Prove your own.
Well, you are looking at it from our own lens, like the way we
which lens am I? Which lens am I supposed to look at it from?
Yeah,
let me from our own lens.
Argue with honestly.
Let me land now. So like in Nigeria, for example, we're so when we're so interactive. Like when you go to one community, literally everybody almost know one another. Like you communicate when there's
and that is liveliness, right?
No, let me land.
That's not liveliness.
But during festivities, everybody goes to one another. Like let's say you're doing Muslim festival now,
and that's
you
liveliness,
call your friends,
correct?
You do all of that. But here
is it liveliness?
Well, everybody's
yes or no. Just answer now before so we know we are following.
No. Wait, what do you?
No, when you you say we interact in Nigeria everywhere, we all interact. Is that liveliness?
Yeah. Yes,
it is liveliness. Liveliness.
It is because you know one another. Right. When you have something going on, you have people come to you. What you're doing, you're able to invite people. We have
you don't even need to invite them. They'll just show up.
Wait, it's kind of like a thing in Nigeria, for example, like Friday, Saturday. I'm not sure now. Maybe Sunday too.
Actually,
it's always
every
like
day.
You go. Say that again.
It's every day in Nigeria.
Okay, maybe it's every day, but there's always like one bed. There's stuff like all of that. But here, a lot of people are more like into process. They're more into themselves. Like they're not like sometimes like where I live. Literally, I don't really know all my neighbors. It's more
okay.
like
So which one is more lively?
Going out. What?
So which one is more lively?
Well, it's lively here too. If you're a party person, if you like me.
Hold on. You're presenting argument against my point that Nigeria is more lively than America, and then what you're telling me that in Nigeria, people come to interact with you everywhere. And then hold on. Wait.
I need to. Yeah, let me respond to him. I see what you're saying. I'm giving you one instance. That's it. But over here, so for example, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, people usually go out. Like I go out. I even no, like I'm not boring. Like there's always party everywhere. Like you go. But when you get to some certain age, or if you're not familiar with this territory, especially in the
familiarization,
yeah, a lot of people because if you look at it, like we determine in this country,
let's have a base for our arguments. Let's just not talk. Let's have a base. The argument is where is more lively? Is Nigeria more lively than here? And I said Nigeria is more lively, and you say you disagree, and I tell you to
I don't think
present
it's
the
more
argument
lively, and
how
that's what
here
I'm
is
trying
more
to explain
lively.
to you.
Hold
I don't
on.
think it's more lively.
One is more like okay, so here is more lively than Nigeria.
No, I see. Here's
Which
why I
which one?
can't answer that
Which side
question.
are you on?
So
Which side are you on?
let
Which
me
one is more
answer.
lively?
Wait,
No, Oriola, before
I
which one is more lively, here or Nigeria?
You are giving leading question. It depends on who you are. You are in Nigeria.
Yeah, okay. Based on who you are,
so me
okay.
as a
Ola
person,
is not complicated. Wait, Ola
okay,
is not
let me give
complicated.
you. Let me say,
Oh,
me
wait,
as a person that
no.
live
Just let me know
here.
where you stand first before you start talking. So I know
Yeah,
where you stand.
for you, okay. I think
Where
here
is
is
more
more
lively?
lively.
Here
Okay,
is more lively. Okay, fine.
I think
Okay.
here
You
is more
say
lively based on the fact that I've lived here more than I live in Nigeria. So I think
okay. Here
here
is
is more
more lively.
lively.
Now, show us why here is more lively than Nigeria. Just tell us.
Okay, so here is more lively. Here's the example. You can go out. There's always party Monday to Saturday. Like Saturdays, Sunday to Sunday. There's always party. Like if I want to literally go out, I could go to a strip club. I could go out. There's club. There's lounge. I could do whatever I want. I have friends
By
that
yourself.
have parties that I can go to. That if they invite me, so I'm not. It's not boring to me. I have something to do. There's
Okay,
always
cool.
something going on.
And that thing is party, right?
Not just party, there's different event, like not just clubbing or only.
So you have to go to the
All
events.
this event, are you going to pay money or are you not going to pay money?
No. Depend if your friends.
Most
So for
time
example,
you pay money, right? Most time.
yeah, most time you pay money.
What's
Yeah.
wrong in paying money? What's wrong in paying money?
So you have to
But
pay
that's
money just
just
to
the
experience
culture
liveliness.
here, though. That's
No,
just the
what's wrong in
culture
paying
here.
money? What's
It
wrong?
has nothing to
Nobody said
do.
anything is wrong now. Ola, we're just asking you just question now. So
It's just the
basically,
culture here. I
If
think
you dey go
let
to
me
this
say
hotel
this.
in
I think
Ikeja,
the
you no go pay
problem
money to
that
enter
Oh,
hotel.
a
ní
lot.
láti náwó ń gbà mí wà dé gbàdúkù Ọlọ́run ọba ń gbọ́.
Wọ́n ṣe gbàdúrà lórí láti náwó bíbá yìí náà now. It depends.
Kí ló ń sọ yìí ọ̀la? You guys are
No, Remy, you know the problem is this. When you
there's no problem, man. Oriola already.
Wait, I can go see. There's different. Wait.
Oriola, listen to what you just presented now. You
Yeah,
told me the American. Wait. You told me that here is more lively than Nigeria, and I'm telling you to tell me how. And you telling me that you can go to this club you go to, a strip club you go to. You have to leave your house and go there, and then you spend all your money there and just express liveliness. That's
Okay. You don't
what
have
makes
to.
here more lively than
You don't
Nigeria.
have to see. You don't have to go out. So, for example, now
Okay.
you can go to the
Without going
park.
out, tell me how
So
what's
you
more
can
how
go
is
to
more
the
lively.
park. So
To the
literally,
park.
there's park everywhere. So you can go to the park. There's always
Walk around,
especially
right?
summertime. Let me land. So especially summertime, there's always free stuff going on at the park. Is either there's or what did I call it? There's different shows. And if you're students or you are familiar with let's say library, for example,
hot
there's
luck for
always
someone
stuff
who don't even
going
know
on.
at all.
There's stuff going on at the library, like they have different
Yeah, but
events.
when you get
They're
there,
all
then what do you
free.
do?
No, they're all free. Just
Okay,
like the park
okay, it's
stuff,
free. Okay,
they're
when
free.
you get there, do you start interacting with people?
Yes, you can. I interact
Really?
with people. I play. See, I if I go to the court or to so there's some park that have area that you can play soccer. Like I literally don't know people. I just walk there and I can play. Or there's YMCA. There's also some other stuff that you can just go and
Oh,
you can
YMCA,
play.
thank
You
you.
can play basketball. You
Oriola,
can
we are
play.
talking. We can communicate. These people don't know. They
What
don't
do you
Yeah,
mean we
know.
don't know?
the
Yeah, I
thing
don't
with
know why I'm
us,
saying, Harry.
let me explain. Not just YMCA, there's different places that you can go and play stuff. And there's actually an app now called Meetup. Like you can
Made
literally
up,
just
okay.
join anything and just go and visit the different places. Like me, when I was still a little bit younger, like I go to the city. Like when I go to New York City, there's different rooftops. Like it's free. As long
A
as you
better
qualify,
a
you just
better
go
app
in.
would be is Eventbrite. If you go on Eventbrite, you put your
Yeah.
zip
That one
code.
too. That one
You
just
can go
came
to
about.
any all the events you will see pop up. You can go to anything and enjoy
Yeah,
yourself.
is
Yeah.
the thing with
See what
us
bad
is
party
more
they talk
like
now.
we're
And I do they
so
push Michael.
Well, hold on now.
I am not
depend on the
switching
place you
Ola.
live. Like a
The
lot
whole
of us
point
we
is
don't.
if a Nigerian here in the diaspora and like Oyala said, It doesn't go to Nigeria that much. Mike goes to Nigeria a lot. Also, obviously, there's something in Nigeria that he enjoys more than here. So everybody has their own perspective of what they,
The point I'm making,
yeah.
Babati, is I never mentioned that there's everywhere else don't have some level of liveliness. But what I'm saying is that Nigeria is way more lively than here. And he's telling me that here is more lively, and that's okay. Present your argument. And everything you presented, wait. Everything you presented, you literally have to leave your house, get in your car, and go somewhere just to experience liveliness. But in Nigeria, you don't even have to. You literally will not have a dull moment. You don't have to leave. You don't
Mike,
have to leave where you stand.
you enjoy the chaos. The grass goes
You just your neighborhood alone. Everything is already going on. You literally cannot say in
so you enjoy
you literally cannot wait for say you're
no, hold on. So the dysfunction is
with the dysfunction. No. Liveliness is not. There's difference between having fun.
I know.
There's
What do you mean by liveliness? What do you mean by liveliness? Because I don't understand.
Give me a second, Oriola. There's difference between liveliness and going to have fun. Having fun is like going to an event and doing some event activity and stuff. That's having fun. But we're talking about liveliness. Liveliness meaning socialization, interaction. You understand? That's liveliness. Like what we are doing here now. This is liveliness, right? We are here. We are talking on this. It's liveliness. That's what liveliness is all about. It's more. It's
I
better
can
than.
do that in my community.
But
Hold
on. What I'm telling you is that, and even you yourself said it.
In
In the
comparison, what
Western
it's
world,
doing. In comparison, Nigeria is more like if that's the base of the argument. In comparison, Nigeria is more like.
Nigeria is more lively.
No. Based on what you said,
You are talking about things to do. Things to do is about going to have fun.
Now let me explain.
You understand? Like in Nigeria, for example, hold on. In Nigeria, for example, we say, okay, it's time to go have fun. We go to the beach or we go to the party. You're going to have fun. But we are talking about liveliness. The liveliness means you are not having a dull moment. You are not like, God damn, I'm bored. You understand? It's only in the Western world where you be like, God damn, I'm just bored as hell. I'm trying to think. Now you have to go get in your car, trying to figure one party event just to get lively, just to feel lively. But in Nigeria, you don't get that. It's just lively all around you, man.
Let me say this. In my community.
Well, let's switch this argument, Daddy. We'll just go on and on. Because I know Nigerian people just like to.
You too stop.
No, the thing about your life, you just like argument, has it? If they tell you that the sky is blue, you start a great argument. Trying to convince us that it's not blue.
Let's not skip a point. Oriola said something before I forget. He mentioned strip clubs.
I heard him now. Yeah.
So.
But that's part of like social life.
Is it not part of it?
It's part of social life. The liveliness that. Wait, but the liveliness that
Baba ti ṣe ìwọ kìlọ̀ Allen o kìlọ̀ àìsí John o kìlọ̀ àìsí Jones nígbà tó wà.
Ọmọ Ọlọ́run lèmi àmì
ìtàdà. Ìwọ bí báwo. So kí ni stripper even stripper kí ni ṣì wà decent ju àwọn ilé ìtàn sọ yẹn because wàá kọ̀ gan ó yá jẹ́ ká sáré wọlé. Tó ń ṣe ní Allen àti kìíní stripper club tó yẹ kó lè má fọ ọkọ̀ ọmọ kan tó yẹ kó ń jó bẹ̀. So what are you talking about? So the thing is this, Mike. The thing is individual. What is lively to you may not be lively to me.
But Canada is not really an argument to make. That's the point. Maybe the US, Canada.
It depends on who is speaking. This is Ola speaking. Some people, like I said it here, Emeka the other time was telling you that Christmas is boring. And I'm telling you that personally for me, it's not true. For me to buy a costume, to be joining people be doing for that Christmas, to be doing all those stuff, and you are saying it's boring. What pushed me to buy that costume? You fail for ask.
Maybe because you're from Ekiti. You know Ekiti is probably boring in Nigeria.
Let me say something. So when I was growing up, so it depends on the state though. But because here, like the state that I grew up, like the thing is we have like a lot of Nigerians. So usually it's tough for you.
Which city is that?
So this is Rhode Island. So they have a lot of Nigerians
Rhode Island.
there. Yeah.
That tiny state.
Yeah, I know. See,
Rhode Island is the state now.
Yeah, that's the state. But if you go to see,
which city in Rhode Island?
If you go to Worcester,
you live in Rhode Island.
Worcester in Massachusetts.
Wait,
There's a lot of
What's this guy is not in Rhode Island
Hold
now?
on, hold
Ghanaian.
on,
This guy is
hold
not
on.
making up
I'm
shit.
trying to explain something to him.
Which city in Rhode
Hold
Island
on
did he
now,
grow up in?
Ola. Hold on. You know, I used to drive when I was doing some locums up there. I used to drive into Brooklyn to go out to come and buy some jollof rice. And, you know, it's a small state now. What are you doing there? What are you doing
No,
in
I
Rhode
said
Island?
that's where I grew up with.
Okay, okay, sorry.
Now you
You
get
guys don't even
major.
talk
Yeah.
like people from
No. You
Rhode
know the
Island.
thing that pay me most. If to say now old
Wait,
man
you
like
know people
Remy, they
from Rhode
talk like
Island?
Mike.
I
If
know
now
Rhode
old man
Island
like
now. This
Remy,
guy. You think I know that area? Rhode Island,
if now old man like
Massachusetts.
Remy, they talk like
Well,
Mike, I will
I don't live
understand.
there.
But for
I grew up
Mike
there.
to be
That's what
talking
I'm
like
saying.
this,
But I'm trying
you
to
know
make
the
a point, but you guys are not. It's just like
It's
New
a
York as well.
Ghanaian.
If you go to
It's a
Brooklyn, New
Ghanaian area
York,
now. It's like
there's
Ghana people there.
an area
Cape Verde, all
in
those kind of people.
yeah, there's Canadian there. There's a lot of Spanish, and depending on where you live, though, they have like different town, like different cities, like Providence, Warwick, but I think a lot more black people live in Providence, and there's an area there where a lot of Nigerians actually live there. Just like I was using an example, if you go to Brooklyn, there's an area section like a whole town is like Nigerians. If you go to Worcester, which probably Balati would know because you said he lives in Mass. I've worked in Mass before, but they have a lot of Ghanaian community there.
Yeah,
So there's a lot
I
of
worked in.
Ghanaian. So the point
I used to cover in Worcester. Yeah, it's all Ghanaians there. Lots of
So there's
Ghanaians.
a so the point I'm trying to make is depending on the city that you live in, you probably won't get like bored because you see people that looks like you, talk like you. You're probably neighbors as well. So it's like so easy. Like the town that I used to live before when I was younger is that town, like we have a lot, not too much Nigerian, but there's like we go out in the streets, like we play, we know all our neighbors, we know everything. So that's the point I'm trying to make, that it depends. And there's always stuff like if you move to a state that there's not a lot of people like you in that community, then you be by yourself. Like then you can, if you're not a social person, but if you're a social person that can communicate and make friends, it's easy. But if you're not that type of person, then it would be a little bit tough for you because it would just be you. You go to work, come back, you don't know who your neighbor is. You just say hi, and that's it. Like where I live now, it's not even a Nigerian neighborhood, but I still communicate because a lot of them, like I have young people around me, like almost like my age and stuff, all professionals. So we just like we communicate. We have little kids. Everybody come out and do stuff. So
Let me
I
put this show
think
backstage, sir. Let me put it backstage. We can continue, sir. Go ahead,
I
talk,
think
continue.
I think that way you won't